Hey, what's up, everyone? We are going to start in just a minute. Just wanted to pop in and say what's up to the guys waiting for the show. Kevin Carre is here already. The Learning Curve, that's the Revolutionary Matron. She's here as well. We're going to have a nice show tonight. We're going to have the whole set from KWAZ Radio on air with us tonight. And we're going to be talking about a couple of interesting topics: Young Dolph, Kyle Rittenhouse, mRNA vaccines, the origin of the name America, infrastructure bill, Mike Vick, some more NFL miscegenation, and how marrying down will cost you. So that's just a few. That's most of the things we're going to be talking about tonight. And we'll do that right after these upcoming messages.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Indeed, welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Let me also welcome in from KWAZ Radio. We have Oni. And we have the Revolutionary Matron. What's up, guys?
Peace, peace, peace. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Matron, are you there?
Peace and greetings, everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Nice. We also got Kevin Carre on the line. Carre, how are you tonight?
Hey, greetings, everyone. How's everyone?
I'm fine, personally.
I'm good.
Yes, indeed. So, Carre, look like you have your camera on or something like that.
Sorry, I'm turning my camera off. Sorry about that.
Right.
There we go.
Right. Yes. So, shoot the breeze tonight. We have some interesting topics. Let me just say good evening to Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Greetings to NYC Beauties. And, well, of course, the Learning Curve and Carre on the panel with us. So thank all you guys for being here tonight. Let me go right ahead and post the first Shoot the Breeze topic tonight. You guys could probably guess what it is. But let's post that first topic tonight. First topic is the murder of rapper Young Dolph. Why are Black people killing their own people who are giving back? And I assume giving back to the community. Only, are you familiar with this story?
Wait, what was the story? Oh, I do want to say that D Web is in the waiting room on Discord. Just probably should
He,
let him know.
he's here with us now.
Oh, okay, my fault. All right.
Okay, yeah.
What were we? Sorry, what was it? You say Young Dolph? No, I don't. I didn't know about Young Dolph.
D Web, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. We can hear you. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
Good. I see you doing a little vacation and.
Yeah, man, it's rough. I'm trying to get this Wi-Fi thing together, so I apologize. I was trying to.
No problem. D Web, y'all familiar with the Young Dolph situation that occurred?
Yes, sir.
So the first prompt, I'm putting you on the spot early. The first prompt is about the murder of rapper Young Dolph. And the prompt is about why are black people killing their own people who are giving back. You want to talk to us a little bit, D-Web, about the Young Dolph situation as you see it?
I see a lot of crab in the barrel mentality. I think growing up where I went through, you've seen a lot of people who either came up via the rap game. I went to school with a lot of people who were also basketball players and things like that. Shannon Brown, D Brown, these type of people, Eddie Curry. So basically, the crab in the barrel mentality leads us, and also like even if you want to go recent, Chief Keef and whatnot, I believe they killed like 2 or 3 his cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like once you make it out of an area, you are seen as almost a threat. Almost jealousy creeps in. We know we're not creating the best men we can right now, so jealousy and envy leaches in, and a lot of people try to attribute this death to rap beef and all that other stuff. But I think at the end of the day, I think it was just some hating stuff. You can't go home. You can't go home. It's sad to say it, but the man had just unloaded turkeys to give out for a Thanksgiving function, I think was today, and got killed prior to that. You know what I'm saying? So if we look at that's part of the problem. Also, Memphis is pretty close to Chicago. It's like a 6-hour drive. They call it like Chicago South. A lot of people, I want to say Dolph was even born in Chicago. So a lot of the gang life you see that's in Chicago is the same that's in Memphis. You have the same pretty much gangs. I think they have the added bonus of Bloods and Crips, but outside of that, you have the same gangs with Vice Lords and GDs and Black Stones and whatnot. So kind of what happened within that culture is you had the leadership. We all know the original gang culture was created to protect your neighborhood. The drug culture came in and pretty much killed that, right? It killed that whole we're gonna stop, these white gangs from coming in and beating us up, so we have our own gangs to protect us. And it turned into a drug game type of deal. But now what happened, late 90s, early 2000s, they locked up all the leaders of these different gang type activities. So what you have now is a structureless warrior class, whereas these dudes have no kind of structure, no kind of values, no kind of principles, and they're kind of just free for all out there. And this was intentional. So it's sad because, like I said, the man had 2 kids. He was trying to do things with his family, tried to do things for his community, and he basically got wiped out because of jealousy and basic lack of structure, lack of principle, lack of values within our community. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I have on that pretty much.
Yeah, I like that response because it shows that you understand that we got to start holding ourselves accountable for our actions as well. And that's one of the things I noticed with this story as well. Revolutionary Matron, how are you, sis?
I'm doing pretty good. I've been shadow banned on Twitter a couple times. They's pissed off at some things I posted. But other than that, I'm all right.
That's the crazy thing with those shadow bans. Like, you'll just be going along business as usual, not knowing no one can see a damn thing you're doing on there. So, that's wild. But
you still on Twitter? I didn't even know.
What I'm talking about?
Is who still on Twitter?
I was saying you. I thought you were shadow banned. I'm just messing up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, boy. So I get it. Matron, what say you to this prompt here? Why are Black people killing their own people who are giving back to the community?
We don't value. Oh, I was about to cuss. It ain't late enough. I'm sorry. We don't value anything. We don't value ourselves. We don't value each other. We don't value our community. D Webb said it best, crabs in a barrel. But more so than crabs in a barrel is our inability to take responsibility and say, look, this person that looks like me has value. I love myself, so I got to love them because when I look at them, I see me. But when you hate yourself because you've been systematically taught to hate yourself and you're choosing to continue to subscribe to that programming, then you don't put yourself in a mind frame where you then value that Black person outside of yourself that looks like you. All you know is that he got something. I hate that nigga. I can't stand this, that, and the other. And the hate that you've been taught to cultivate inside of yourself for yourself only destructs you, your brother and sisters in the community, your family, and everything else you touch. That's not the diametrically opposed opposite of you, because of course you've been taught for hundreds of years to venerate and to revere non-Black life.
Kevin Kyrie, what say you to this prompt?
Mouthful. I have to agree with the matron and D Webb, but there's one word I want to, I've been saying for a long time: nihilism, nihilistic behavior.
Go on, break that down.
No, it's like with nihilism, it's like you just don't care anymore. It's like, you know what? If I gotta go, I gotta take somebody with me. You know, like life means nothing, and that's what I'm seeing right now. Is I walk around my old neighborhood. It's like no one cares anymore. There is no, as D Webb says, there is no when you got rid of the leaders of the gangs, there is no more structure. It's just a power vacuum.
Right.
Just like what happened, I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with Black community, but after the U.S. took out Saddam Hussein, what Saddam Hussein did was he kept all of the other groups in check. You get rid of him, and look where it is now today.
Oni, now that you have more information, after hearing what D-Wab had to say, and Matrons and Kevin Carre's take, what says you to the general behavior of, and I think you talked about it one time too, as a matter of fact, about opening up a community center and while you're taking the computers in or something, you get robbed. But what say you to this now that you have more information?
Well, I mean, I mean, like I think D-Web one time put on Twitter that the man, like he was just like, I didn't even know if he was buried as yet. So I really wasn't like, I can't say that I could speak on this subject. I mean, like I don't really know. I've never heard of him before this, which is
No, I understand. Not that you're speaking about his situation, but the general idea that folks who, come up, get out of the community, look to go back and help folks and end up getting harmed or what have you. Like, what do you think that says about the community, the mindset of the community, etc.?
Well, I mean, like a lot of I would have to look into why that was, but sometimes like somebody might, like, I don't know the motivation behind the killer, because I don't really know who, like, the person, the victim of the killing. But like sometimes you would have somebody who's positive who would be undone by the society at large, or the white society at large, or you could just have somebody who's doing well and somebody looks for an opportunity to take from them, So I couldn't say whose economic interest it was in to kill this particular person, I wish I knew. I don't know. It just came, I was just like, I kind of disconnected from America a little bit, so I was just,
No, that's cool. In the chat room, Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, "This self-annihilation makes me so sad. I can't process this level of violence. I cannot understand in 2021 why are we not bringing up our kids to value each other no matter if we agree or disagree. I mean, you know, I think D Webb has talked about it before. And by the way, if you're just tuning in and you're not sure what's happening, the whole squad from KWAZ Radio is on this Shoot the Breeze tonight. So you got the Revolutionary Matron, the Hash Valley Podcast with D Webb, and the Pro Black Perspective with Oni Tassé on with us tonight. But if you listen to it, you know, Webb talked about earlier about or before about the organization he's attached to, MCS. Like they teach those kids like you are just another me. You know what I mean? You're just another me, and I don't understand how we're not you know, echoing that sentiment in our community. And we really need to double down on echoing that sentiment as well, because we're not in a position to be dealing with friendly fire. You know, folks killing each other and all this kind of stuff. We're in a position we need everyone we can get, you know, principled and working towards, you know, this better place for us to be in, this nation. Any last thoughts on this prompt from anyone here?
Yeah, word. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing too, and I've noticed this too, being in Jacksonville, we had a big they've had a big basically news story, a big news feed about you know, the rappers here having this beef. You got ATK killing KTA or whatever, with just two rappers groups killing each other. And what's happening is it's not even people that are specifically attached to these two rap groups. It's people that want to get on with these two rap groups who are like doing these killings, like these dudes that want to get on and be like a rapper under this guy's label or a rapper under this guy's label, and they end up killing each other behind that to try to show their affiliation to these two groups or get noticed or whatever. And that's one thing we have to do. Speaking when you talk about MCS and you talked about if we can notice that it's something bigger than ourselves, you know, like I said, we see each other as brothers and sisters within this whole thing. It kills that whole dichotomy. Like I think the matron says it best when it's like you're basically this bag mentality, right? This money mentality. You're slave to that mentality, and the only way you think you can get on is by killing another brother to show your loyalty to this group, so they'll give you some money. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll put you on or whatever. So we need to kill that mentality. And who was it? Aristotle said, show me the boy before 7, or show me the boy at 7, and I'll show you the man. You got to get to these kids early before they get attached to this money mentality, before they get attached to doing whatever I got to do to get this bag. You know what I'm saying? They even come to the point where this new bill they're trying to be passed into the Senate is having basically your kids in pre-K, pre-K at 3 years old. The state has your kids at 3 years old, and they're indoctrinating them with whatever doesn't make sense, whatever doesn't benefit the community. And one of the first things they're going to instill into them is this bag mentality. Just do whatever you have to do to survive, do whatever you have to do to come up, rather than a nation first mentality, a black first mentality, whatever you want to call it. You're going to be instilled with this Western mentality. So we got to recognize that, you know what I'm saying? And counteract that early. And the best way you can do that, it may not seem like much, but to get to these youth early.
When this prompt was posted, it came with a link as well. So let me honor the post completely. Let me play this link.
Rapper Young Dolph has reportedly been shot and killed in his native Memphis, Tennessee. He reportedly was at a cookie store when someone drove up and shot him at the bakery around 1 Wednesday afternoon. Young Dolph, whose real name was Adolph Thornton Jr., released his debut album, King of Memphis, in 2016. Just 2 days ago, he was giving out Thanksgiving turkeys to families in need in his Memphis community. Last year, he donated $25,000 to his alma mater, Hamilton High School, for new sports equipment and supplies.
Right now, today, you gotta learn how to have a plan, you gotta learn how to have a vision.
This is not the first time Dolph had been involved in a shooting. Back in 2017, he was the target of 2 separate shootings, one in North Carolina where he was unharmed, and another in Los Angeles where he was hit several times after an argument. On social media, Dolph's peers expressed their sorrow. Megan Thee Stallion tweeted in part, quote, "I am so sick right now. I'm in disbelief." Producer Zaytoven posted, quote, "Lost a brother today." And producer German Boy Fresh shared in part, quote, "All I want to do is see us win, man. Us against us ain't it." Police tell Inside Edition Digital that at this point, the suspect is still unknown. Dolph leaves behind a daughter and a son. He was just 36 years old. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Yeah, R.I.P. to that brother. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says he was on a show that warned him to stay away from his community by one of the hosts. The host said that other rap stars got killed in their communities. And she said this happens in Florida. Yeah, if you ever follow Gucci, is it Gucci? No, it's not Gucci, but it's this rapper who's always on Vlad's show. And he said that most rappers die in their hometown. They don't die on the road somewhere. They die in their hometown. So I think everything Webb had to say, D Webb from the Half Reality Podcast had to say to start off. I think that all applies, man. We have to be. I think if you're in the position of some of these guys, you have to move a little bit different. You have to protect yourself. That's the first law of life. And at the same time, we got to start getting to these kids at a young age and educating them that another person's success is no threat to you. You can still do what you got to do, and that a black life is super, super important. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says a resident in an area where this happened in Memphis said that the gun laws were enacted as a way for black genocide to occur. D Webb, I know you're a 2A guy. Do you see that as the case, that the gun laws in places like Memphis?
No. Why? I do not understand this attitude of white supremacy. These white people are killing us. We can't trust the government, blah, blah, blah. But they should be the only ones in control of the guns. That has to be the most backwards mentality I've ever heard in my life. It is plenty of places that have open carry. Why is towns in Texas? Why haven't they slaughtered each other? They have open carry in Texas, constitutional carry in Texas. Why isn't every town in Texas a slaughterhouse?
Right.
It's backwards, yo. You have to get off this Democrat mentality of where, and I'm not even I'm an independent. I don't deal with none of these political systems because they both bullshit. But what you got to realize is it got to be the most asinine thing to want to disarm your population, in which you're complaining that you're living in a society in which you're a second-class citizen. It's backwards. It's stupid. It's strategically stupid. And no disrespect to the sister. No disrespect at all to the sister, because a lot of us have this mentality. But why would you want to disarm yourself against a people who threw smallpox blankets on reservations to kill Indians, against people who went to your continent and enslaved all your people just to bring you over for a chattel slavery? Like, what sense does this make in anybody's mind that the gun is killing people? You can right now go online and go to the Anarchist Handbook, and it'll tell you how to make a pipe bomb. You can throw it in the middle of anywhere and kill 30, 40 people. Mm-hmm. Like, it's the mentality. It's a sick society. It's a bad mind frame. You have to dig within the society to see what the problem is. It's not an inanimate object that's killing people. It's the sick mentality of the people that are killing people. It doesn't matter what the object is. I kept hearing the sister the other day. I was in one of those spaces rooms or whatever. She's like, he brought this big gun to. I know people that died from a 22, from a 25. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what the caliber of gun is. Okay. If you have a mentality that you're going out, you have a mentality upon which you hate yourself, you hate your brother, you hate what's within you.
Yeah.
You're gonna kill no matter what. It doesn't matter if you use a fork or not, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I just think it's a very backwards mentality that we have in terms of, seeing what the problem is, but thinking that the solution to that problem is disarming yourself. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, the mentality. I remember this. Oh, yeah. And Daily Affirmations by Pauline says it's Boozy, who's always on Vlad. Yeah, Boozy. That's what I was trying to remember.
Oh, can I add something to what D-Web just said?
Yeah.
I saw a tweet earlier today. I wish I had screenshot it, where this Democrat, talking about, oh, we need less guns and get yourself to the voting polls. Like one of the most stupidest thing I've heard. I'm in agreement with D-Web.
KW Don 7 is in the chat tonight, as always. KW Don 7 says, in a world full of wolves, one must go armed. And that's from Marcus Garvey. We're going to D-Web brought it up, and so it's going to be like the next topic. We're going to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse next. Is there any last final words from anyone here? The matron, D-Web, Kevin Carre? Any last words on this prompt?
Oh, well, I could say that, I completely agree with, I completely agree with D-Web in the sense that, whatever weapon you use, like you could just use any weapon. It's not like guns are the only weapon that people can kill with, So I remember one time when I was really young, I traveled to Europe, I guess, like England, and there was like this huge knife problem. Like people were killing each other with knives, and people were kind of afraid that they were going to get knifed down. I was like, wow, that's kind of weird, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like generally speaking, even if people do not have guns, they will either find a way to have guns or to stab somebody, or as D-Web put it, which I really wasn't considering, just throw a pipe bomb and somebody. And in fact, I just saw some story just now of some lady who threw acid on some dude. Now that's not going to kill him, but it really did mess him up. So it's like, people who have an agenda on killing. So that's the thing that I'm not really clear about as to why they targeted this man. Right. Like, was it a hit? Was it was it return? Like, was it some revenge thing? Like, and it was kind of strange for me to also hear that he's been shot at before so many times, So I don't really know what that's about. Maybe the clue's there. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, but that's but I would say that because I did hear that video of the woman who said that there was this the woman that Daily Affirmations is referring to, where she was like, hey, they just put a new gun law because they want us to kill each other. But I would say that, killing each other is not something that, like, the gun law would not necessarily make people want to kill each other as much as people wanted to kill each other, and then they also have guns,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, you ever seen that movie Death Wish?
Mm-hmm.
One of the quote I got from that movie, it goes, "It's not guns that kill people; it's idiots with guns that kills people."
Right. Yeah. Only makes some good points there. We don't know. Because this dude was, for all the philanthropy, I guess he was doing, he was involved in quite a few shootouts and being shot out a couple of times too. So we don't really know the real motive behind his killing, but just in general, there is the general notion for a while now that if you make it out the hood, don't return. And I think that's what this prompt is trying to get to at the heart of it. If you make it out the hood, don't return, because the mindset of the folks that you left in the hood is not too great, and you'll just be a target returning home. Is there anyone else who has one final word here on this on this prompt? If not, I know the matron stepped away for a minute. I don't know if she's back yet, but if not, we can go on to the second Shoot the Breeze prompt. We have quite a few tonight. So this next prompt is, of course, thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. As a lot of you probably know by now, for some reason, we know that Kyle Rittenhouse got off for shooting 3 people, killing 2 of them during some protest down in Kenosha. I think that's Wisconsin or Milwaukee or something like that. So, and so he got off. He got nothing tied to him, and so black folks are in in an uproar over the fact that this white kid got off scot-free. Kevin Carre, what say you to this topic?
Well, I don't got much to say, but I didn't expect much from from the judge. The prosecutor was in on it. What did you expect?
Mm-hmm. So this prompt came with before I go to my other panelists. This prompt came with a tweet from an Associated Press article that says in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges Friday after testifying he acted in self-defense in the deadly Kenosha shootings that became a flashpoint in the debate over guns, vigilantism, and racial injustice in the U.S. Rittenhouse, 18, began to choke up, fell forward toward the defense table, and then hugged one of his attorneys as he heard a court clerk recite, "Not guilty," 5 times. A sheriff's deputy whisked him out a back door. He wants to get on with his life, defense attorney Mark Richards said. He has a huge sense of relief for what the jury did to him today. He wishes none of this ever happened. But as he said when he testified, he did not start this. The verdict in the politically combustible case was met with anger and disappointment from those who saw Rittenhouse as a vigilante and a wannabe cop, and relief and a sense of vindication from those who regarded him as a patriot who took a stand against lawlessness and exercised his Second Amendment right to carry a gun and to defend himself. Supporters donated more than $2 million toward his legal defense. The Reverend Jesse Jackson, a longtime civil rights leader, said the verdict throws into doubt the safety of people who protest in support of Black Americans. It seems to me that it's open season on human rights demonstrators, he said. Rittenhouse was charged with homicide, attempted homicide, and reckless endangering for killing 2 men and wounding a third with an AR-style semi-automatic rifle in the summer of 2020 during a tumultuous night of protest over the shooting of a Black man, Jacob Blake, by a white Kenosha police officer. Rittenhouse, a then 17-year-old former police youth cadet, said that he went to Kenosha to protect property from rioters, but that he came under attack and feared for his life. He is white, as were those who shot. He shot. The anonymous jury, whose racial makeup was not disclosed by the court, but appeared to be overwhelmingly white, deliberated for close to 3.5 days. President Joe Biden called for a calm, saying that while the outcome of the case will leave many Americans feeling angry and concerned, myself included, we must acknowledge that the jury has spoken. Former President Donald Trump, who at the time of the shootings said it appeared Rittenhouse had been very violently attacked, issued a statement Friday congratulating Rittenhouse on the verdict, adding, "If that's not self-defense, nothing is." Rittenhouse could have gotten life in prison if found guilty on the most serious charge, first-degree intentional homicide, or what some other states call first-degree murder. 2 other charges each carried over 60 years behind bars. Kenosha County District Attorney Michael Gravely said his office respects the jury's decision, and he asks the public to accept the verdicts peacefully and not resort to violence. Ahead of the verdict, Democratic Governor Tony Evers announced that 500 National Guard members stood ready in case of trouble. But hours after the jury came back, there were no signs of any major protests or unrest in Kenosha. As he released the jurors, Circuit Judge Bruce Schroeder assured them the court would take every measure to keep them safe. Wisconsin Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, who is Black and a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate, denounced the outcome. He, like many civil rights activists, saw a racial double standard at work in the case. Over the last 5 weeks, many dreaded the outcome we just witnessed, said Barnes. The presumption of innocence until proven guilty is what we should expect from our judicial system. But that standard is not always applied equally. When we have seen so many Black and brown youth killed only to be put on trial posthumously, while the innocence of Kyle Rittenhouse was virtually demanded by the judge. After political figures on the right welcomed the verdict and condemned the case brought against brought against Rittenhouse. Mark McCloskey, who got in trouble with the law when he and his wife waved a rifle and a handgun at Black Lives Matter protesters marching past his St. Louis home in 2020, said the verdict shows that people have a right to defend themselves from a mob. He is now a Republican candidate for U.S. Senate in Missouri. 15 minutes after the verdict, the National Rifle Association tweeted the text of the Second Commandment. The Kenosha case was part of an extraordinary confluence of trials that reflected the deep divide over race in the United States. In Georgia, 3 white men are on trial in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, while in Virginia, a trial is underway in a lawsuit over the deadly white supremacist rally held in Charlottesville in 2017. How long is this damn thing? You know, I'm done there. For you guys who are with me, I asked Kevin Carre, D Webb, what's your take on the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict?
I personally don't care. White on white crime. White guy shot 3 white dudes. Not to say their lives didn't matter or whatever. I know one of them, the Rosenbaum guy, was convicted. He was a convicted child molester. He got convicted of like molesting or sexually assaulting 5 boys between the ages of 9 and 11 years old. And he was dropping N-bombs like it was nobody's business out there. I guess he had the N-pass. I don't know what it was. And like I said, on top of that, that has really nothing to do with us. I think it's a distraction. You had the Ahmaud Arbery, which actually has something to do with us, going on at the same time. But people are talking about this Rittenhouse situation, which I don't really care about in the least. And I think it's just a distraction. I think it's just something to talk about. It's the psyop du jour to talk about. Meanwhile, and just on a personal status, when I made a comment about how I feel about it, like I really don't care. Like I really don't care. Like first and foremost, if you run up on somebody with a rifle and you don't have a rifle yourself, what you think gonna happen? You know what I'm saying? Like good luck. You know what I'm saying? And so that whole situation to me is a distraction from other more relevant things we could be talking about. I've seen multiple live streams, multiple spaces, multiple pundits talking about this situation in Kenosha, which is honestly at the bottom of our concerns. Like it doesn't uplift any Black people, whether he got convicted or acquitted. It doesn't really help us or harm us either way. I don't see why the hell it's the number one concern other than that box told you to care about it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, what concern? Once again, we had the people who are against the Second Amendment talking about, it's open season on Black people. We need to tool up after. Why the hell you ain't been tooling up, fool? Like, why would this be the situation that makes you wake up? Why would this be the situation that gives you some purpose? Why would this be the situation that makes you a Second Amendment proponent, being the downtrodden group of this country? Like, you're an idiot at this point. I'm starting to lose a lot of patience with a lot of these people, to be honest with you. A lot of these people who call themselves activists, a lot of people call themselves pro-Black, a lot of people that call themselves, allies or whatever. It's like, dude, this has nothing to do with us. But you're focusing on this rather than the fact that we the number one, population demographic whose youth are at the top of the unemployment chain. You know what I'm saying? Rather than the fact we don't have any wealth within this country, rather than the fact we have open air slave markets still in Libya. You know what I'm saying? Rather than all these things we have going on, you're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a disconnect to me, and I really don't care either way what happened in that situation.
Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, shameful that he got away with murder. He should at least be mandated to serve community service just to ensure other people don't act that way. Those type of things aren't deterrents to crime or criminality. Pro-Black perspective, Oni, what do you have to say about this?
Well, yeah, like I was like, I really didn't care, obviously.
Right.
I did see, what Rev Matron and D Web said on it, and I agree with like they helped inform me on this whole thing, as in apparently this Rosenbaum guy was maybe I don't know. I didn't follow the trial, so I'm not sure, but it seems like they had an engagement prior. Him and like I guess he might have been threatening Rittenhouse earlier, and then I guess he figured he was going to catch Rittenhouse slipping or something, and I guess Rittenhouse wasn't slipping, But the thing is that as D Web just said, if everybody sees armed people, like heavily armed people, every once in a while, right? But if you're going to engage them in a melee, right? Like that's just the risk that you would take, Normally, if you see somebody that's armed like that and you want to attack them, then you wouldn't really like if you're going to engage them in a melee, then you should have a closer distance, like a closer gap. You should be a lot closer. But I don't recall because it was happened a minute ago, but I do remember they were running up on the guy, and I guess they were like, "We're gonna beat him up," or what have you. And like was pointed out, the one of the ringleaders of that attack against Rittenhouse, if you will, was aggressive, possibly, well, they say convicted pedophile, right? So, it's really unclear. Like obviously the guy had his sense of entitlement, and obviously the guy has his sort of belligerence, and Rittenhouse, for what it's worth, some people will say he shouldn't have been there, and I think Rev Matron put up a post of saying something along the lines of, Rittenhouse was going there to protect his community, and so his community protected Rittenhouse, right? But that's really like it in a nutshell, White people are not going to. I mean, the reality is that, and I think I saw somebody else. I don't remember who tweeted it. It might have been D-Web tweeted it or retweeted it, but it was something along the lines of, well, they said the N-words act like nobody's ever gotten away with murder from a self-defense, like from a self-defense claim, So it's to say that, I could understand if a jury says that if you go somewhere with a rifle, right, and then a group of strangers charge at you, and then you shoot the strangers who charge at you, that is self-defense, I could see how somebody could say that. Well, the closest argument I could see in a legal room would be something along the lines of it's a disproportionate response, but it's really not, because if three people charge towards you, they could kill you, and especially if you have a gun, they could definitely kill you because they will disarm you and take your gun and then kill you. But even without taking your gun, like three people could kill you, and I can't recall because I didn't really pay attention. I just scrolled past. I heard that the guy was dropping the N-bomb or whatever, right? But I think this guy Rosenbaum might have been a little bit on the brawling side, right? I'm not exactly sure because I didn't really pay attention, but it seemed like Rittenhouse wouldn't have won a melee. Now I'm not saying that they would have killed him, but you can't necessarily say whether or not they would kill him. So I could see how, without even watching the case, just seeing those little details and knowing that they painted it all like that, I could see him getting away with not guilty, or I could see anybody really getting away with not guilty. I don't really think that, I don't really think that being rushed would, so on and so forth. Now, I would say that, my D-Web's gonna say I keep ranting, but I could say that there are people who say, well, if a black person did this, and it's like, yeah, maybe if a black person showed up at a white rally with arms, and then people charged him and he killed them, that people will be like, why the F is he there, right? Right? Like, why was he there anyway? But would he get away with self-defense? I think so. I mean, the only reason why a black person wouldn't get away with self-defense is if the jury was like, you know what, I just want to lynch a black person. But realistically speaking, this would objectively be self-defense. Now I got 2 more hours, so no, I'm joking.
We got Mchaka in the chat. Mchaka says he still has a federal case awaiting him for moving firearms across state lines. See, I've been hearing, because like Onita said, and D Webb said early on, this really ain't my business. But from what I've been hearing recently is that he in fact didn't carry guns across state lines. He got across state lines and then borrowed his weapon from a friend or something of that nature. Matron, you're back. What say you to this?
Can I cuss yet? Give them white
Yeah.
people they shit back. Like, why are we? This is a white on white crime, right? And the way that the blood works that we seem to forget is that when the blood has been split, which is that a brother kills a brother, a white person killed a white person, then they need to adjudicate and resolve that within their community. They made a decision. This doesn't hurt us, nor does it help us, because we had a different set of rights and a different set of obligations to this society according to how they see us anyway. I love the fact that Oditase said the word melee though. But anyway, this is not our business. There are more prescient cases. There are more relevant and pressing issues. Don't be mad because their community worked the way it's supposed to work. This is our problem as a whole. We look at the way their systems, their tools of power, their economics, we look at the way their things work, and then we say, ours don't work like that. How about you go build ours? How about you come collaborate with somebody? How about you come teach me how to start up a Discord server, because I'm trying to figure it all out and make my channels work right. But anyway,
Big
come
facts.
build come build a community. Give them their shit back. Because, I mean, yeah, okay, we can go into that, well, ancient commit and they stole our, yep, okay, fine. We have lost those skills. Come listen to Koku Read Nation Building every Tuesday and learn how to be a part of a damn community. Fuck him.
Let's welcome in Erzuliism. Thank you, Matron. Erzuliism, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm cool. What's going on?
Cool. What do you think about the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict?
Well, I'm like I said it before, I'm very objective with that part. I saw 3 white men, including a black man who lucky he didn't get shot in the head, chasing somebody down with an M16. Who chases somebody down with an M16 and you have nothing in your hand?
M4, bro. M4. He had a retractable stock.
Well, yeah,
it's a smaller M16. That's all.
Oh, anyway, so exactly. I'm a civilian. I see this. I see it as an M16.
Any gun pull out, you saying this dude pull out an M16? It could be a 22.
It could be a 22. It could be a little 22. I'm going down.
It could be a squirt gun.
Big facts. If you don't have a rifle, you might not run up on
Yo, he could have had what was those water guns that they had back in the days that the black man invented?
Super
I don't want to get wet. I'm not trying to get wet. I'm out.
that M16, get out of here with that.
All I'm saying is that it's like what I think the jury came out with the right decision. Like somebody said earlier, he went to protect property for his people, and his people will not let him go to jail for that. And that even the other one that Koku just mentioned with the family, with the men waving their gun in front of his house. What are you doing in front of people's house? What is like, I understand people want to say that whole BLM thing was a farce. I'm not talking about the main idea of it, but some of those groups, they had ulterior motives. But I agree with what everybody said. This is not my fight. I think the jury, I never thought the jury was going to convict him anyway. He defended. He went to defend that. That represent he's James Bond. You think they're going to convict that James Bond? So I like that's a waste of space in our head, in our heart, and all these coontastic who didn't do nothing. And during the 1980s, those Jesse's and now all of a sudden, shut your mouth. You got all the money from all these groups that were backing undermining our fight, but now you want to say this is a I don't want to hear that. I don't give that no headspace. I hope he ate a big burger and had a champagne after it. So that's not my problem.
Mr. Untouchable was trying to get into the studio. I'm gonna have to shuffle someone out. So Kevin Curry, I'm gonna shuffle you out so that Mr. Untouchable could come into the studio, and then I'll bring you back in later on. Matron, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what we do know is that he was drinking beers after he did it with his mom, right? That's what we do know.
As he should. He was protecting his peoples, as he should.
Putting in that good work. Celebrate.
Like, let's not fight this. As he should. As he should. If I defend my brother or my cousin in the street, I defended it. I should be repaid for that. When a man exudes bravery, you should be repaid for that. When you exude masculinity to protect your family, your community, you should be repaid for that, as he should. Like, what are we talking about?
Was he exuding masculinity on the bench there when he was crying like a bitch?
No. That he was pretending. So did you not see? My man was crying and was like, "Judge, you gonna help me out?"
No, see, what happened is the judge told him, listen. We know you can't make tears. He didn't drink enough water to make tears. And so he had the whole dry face, the whole pudgy baby face.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this though. Like, after I saw it, like, I didn't care for the court. I didn't care for it before that. But then I was like, yeah, I kind of do wish he got guilty for that, you know?
just throw him, come. No. I was gonna let you go, but no, this is some bullshit.
This is why I disagree with you, because that face is gonna be such beautiful memes from now on. My boy was like, "Judge, you're gonna."
It's better than that Jordan crying face, yo. He's gonna replace the Jordan.
It's like him and the judge was together on this. He's like, "Judge, I told you I was gonna fake cry twice, then you call it off. Why you taking so long?"
You taking so long, man? I can't be crying here for another 5 more seconds. Mr. Untouchable, if you're out there, I gave you the room to come on into the panel. If not, Kari, click the link and you could come back on in. Yes, I think we have a consensus here. No one really cared about this. This is a white boy killing some white boys. Thanks. And hey, it is what it is, right? Mchaka in the chat says, but he was still paid for that now. I'm not sure who he's talking about there, but yeah, I mean,
he was still paid. He was still paid for what?
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
Well, I mean, they tried to set up a GoFundMe for his legal defense or whatever, but they shut that down. So I don't think he came above that. But now he can collect funds. I don't know.
He got like $2 million.
But then Cuckoo said he collected $2 million.
Yeah.
Him and his lawyers shut that down though. Him and his lawyers are fighting over the rest of that money actually.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, they shut GoFundMe is on the woke train, bro. They not trying to fund that dude. So
he's gonna get his money back.
He might get it, but Mike Brown killer. He's a millionaire now. He don't gotta do police work anymore. No. This is not a new thing. All these, cops that kill unarmed black men have GoFundMes and they get their bread. But for some reason, they shut Rittenhouse joint down. That's kind of interesting.
They shut Rittenhouse because it was in the news. They're gonna give him
they shut Rittenhouse down because it was white people, and it wasn't even the white people that want to be white people. It's the people that's trying to convince us they're not white people.
They're allies. The allies. I had people coming to me like, "Oh, I'm a white guy and I'm trying to defend you from this Republican racism." I said, "Bro, you sitting there stroking yourself at night talking about how you helping black? Get the fuck out of my face with." I'm sorry if I'm cussing, but it's terrible to me that you got one side that don't care about you at all, and they'll just tell you up front and honest, like, "Oh, if you ain't waving this American flag and ain't about this, we ain't fucking with you." But then you have the other side is like, "We're your allies and we're gonna uplift you poor lowly black folks," and it's like, dude, You sitting in your mom's basement, yo. You're 135-pound white boy. How are you oppressing me, and how are you gonna help me do anything? You know
Say
what I'm
white
saying?
savior complex.
White savior complex is worse to me. It's
D-Web,
like
it's
I
mental
hate to
masturbation.
hear it. Don't. That's why I don't use the term white supremacy. Because who the hell are you supreme to? I'll beat the hell out of most of y'all. Like, I don't want to hear these things, yo. It's, to me, as a man, as a black man raising black daughters and stuff, it's asinine to me, and it's insulting to me to hear you claim how you need to validate me for me to have a voice.
Facts.
No, I'm the supreme being here. My genetics are superior. I am a big black strong man, and I will fuck you up. I don't want to hear your, and it's insulting to me, yo. It's one of the most insulting things I've ever heard in my life. For you to say that you need to validate my word for it to be heard. No, I don't. I have more following than you. How are you validating my word, dude? Shut up. I don't want no allies. My allies are in this room right now.
I say big facts right there.
I got it.
I was on my way during the pandemic when those BLM vagabonds were taking over downtown Brooklyn. I was like, yo, people be saying I talk too much. Maybe I should go. So I put my shoes on and my clothes on. I'm like, yo, I'm about to go rap. And then I saw too many white boys. I said, nah, this is a farce. I sat back down with some beer. Yo.
Facts, because BLM is their movement. BLM is their movement. It is the intersectional zenith of all of the things that are anti-black family and anti-black man and anti-black recreation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone covered it real well. Is there any last thoughts, though, from anyone on the panel? Chat room is kind of quiet on the topic. Okay, if there's no last thoughts, we'll move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. And it's as if though someone knew D-Web was going to be on tonight, as well as Uzuliism, I guess.
Like, I feel like I'm getting picked on, bro. Like, for real.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Bill Gates admits mRNA vaccines aren't working. We need a new way of doing vaccines. I'm sure Mchako will be delighted at this topic here. Before we ask the panel, let's just read this article here. Bill Gates admits mRNA vaccines aren't working. We need a new way of doing vaccines. This is from Sandra Rose, I guess a blogger. Bill Gates, the billionaire who funded COVID-19 mRNA vaccine research, now admits the vaccines do not stop the transmission of the coronavirus. In a wide-ranging interview about climate change, bioterrorism...
You're not sharing screen.
I'm not?
I don't know if you wanted to, but you're not.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for shouting that out. Let me see if I can share it. I don't know if I have enough bandwidth for it. Let me see. All right, there we go. Bill Gates, the billionaire who funded COVID-19 mRNA vaccine research, now admits the vaccines do not stop transmission of the coronavirus. In a wide-ranging interview about climate change, bioterrorism, and pandemic preparedness, Gates admitted the vaccines don't do what they were designed to do: stop transmission of the virus. Over 17.5 billion mRNA doses have gone into arms around the world, but Gates is unsatisfied with the results. Speaking with British politician Jeremy Hunt, Gates said, "We don't have vaccines that block transmission. We got vaccines that help you with your health, but they only slightly reduce the transmission. We need a new way of doing the vaccines." Gates, who favors population control, is reportedly disappointed that the population numbers are still out of control. On September 29th, YouTube declared it would ban any video that mentioned the vaccines not working. However, the video below of Gates saying the vaccines don't work is still live on the platform. Let's see what this is saying.
Yeah, so it was 2015 that I gave the TED Talk and wrote a number of papers titled "We're Not Ready for the Next Pandemic." And sadly, that was a better forecast of what would happen than anyone would have wished for. The economic damage, the the deaths, it's been completely horrific. And I would expect that will lead the R&D budgets to be focused on things we didn't have today. We didn't have vaccines that block transmission. We got vaccines that help you with your health, but they only slightly reduce the transmissions. We need a new way of doing the vaccines. We didn't get much in the way of therapeutics. Dexamethasone and now molnupiravir could help, but way less than should have been the case. We didn't get the diagnostics up and running in order to achieve what at least Australia and New Zealand showed, that competent management could keep the death rate down pretty dramatically. And so I'm hoping in 5 years I can write a book called, We Are Ready for the Next Pandemic. But it'll take tens of billions in R&D that the US and the UK will be part of that. It'll take probably about $1 billion a year for a pandemic task force at the WHO level, which is doing the surveillance and actually doing what I call germ games, where you practice. You say, okay, what if a bioterrorist brought smallpox to 10 airports? How would the world respond to that? That there's naturally caused epidemics and bioterrorism caused epidemics that could even be way worse than what we experience today. And yet the advances in medical science should give us tools that we could do dramatically better. So you'd think this would be a priority. The next year will be where those allocations have to get made, including this global pandemic task force. The nice thing is a lot of the R&D we need to do to be ready for the next pandemic are things like making vaccines cheap, having big factories, eradicating the flu, getting rid of the common cold, making vaccines just a little patch you put on your arm, things that will be incredibly beneficial even in the years when we don't have pandemics. So,
okay, we'll end that clip there. I guess I'll go. Mchaka says, here we go. I'm going to start with Erzuliism on this one. Erzuliisms. After seeing that and seeing the prompt here, what are your thoughts?
Wasn't Mchaka talking junk last week? What do you guys say about that? Oh, so now when Zaddy says it, he'll believe, right? All I got to say, I don't have to say nothing.
You just call Bill Gates Zaddy?
I'm rocking with my man Bill Gates. Get more vaccine for them, Bill. I'm rocking with you. But yeah, I was retarded, right? I didn't comprehend nothing last week, right? But now Zaddy said it. You're gonna be. That's all I have to say.
Boy, you said a little too much. Oni, from the pro-black perspective, what say you on this?
On the Bill Gates thing? Well, yeah. I mean, that is one of the that's one of the problems with, well, I would say really America. But that's one of the problems in regards to this particular vaccine and how ineffective it is at reducing transmission. Because essentially, you had the naysayers, and it kind of like sometimes you have to like put up or shut up, and the vaccine didn't really put up, right. So it could have justified, like you could have rubbed it in the face of the people if you were like, look, we reduced transmission, but because you didn't, it's now the thing is that it's a little complicated because when it comes to like I said, I went to Ghana, right? So shout out to me, right? Thanks. All right. So I went to Ghana, and they don't have the pandemic down there, more or less. Like I did accidentally walk into a COVID ward. So, that was like probably the dumbest thing I did when I was on vacation. Like I just walked into the one room, like the one room where they have COVID people on. But
of all the rooms in Ghana.
Of all the rooms, like how many, like 1 billion, 2 billion, I don't know, but like 1 million, I don't know. Well, all the rooms I just walked in, I was like, is anybody here? And they were like, some guy come on in a hazmat suit, like, it says knock, it says wait by the door. But anyway, yeah, but I just went to the wrong room anyway. But yeah, so there is some COVID there, but like for the most part, like nobody has a mask on. They do like sanitize your hands as soon as you walk into a store, and they do require you to have your mask on in some indoor facilities. But outside of that, it's like COVID just wasn't even there, you know? And another thing is that coming into the airport, there was precautions. Like they tested us. It costs $150 a person to test you for that. But they take your tests and then they make you wait for your tests, and they say allegedly if you were to test positive, well, first off, you got to get tested before you even get on the airplane. But after, in like 3 days before you get on the airplane, whatever. And then after you're there, they would test you when you're there, and then they would like stop you at the gate so that until you get a positive result, you can't come into their country. Now, allegedly, maybe you could get like a week's quarantine, but outside of that, it was like, it was a really efficient system, and they had us waiting. They had some people get retested, and actually, I heard somebody was actually positive. Like somebody actually did have COVID somehow, because like a lot of people on the plane were complaining, like, why are they letting us take another test? They just want money, so on and so forth. But realistically speaking, it was a really efficient, really clean system. They did it way better, and they kept their population safe. America did not do that, you know. So America failed from jump, and I mean, I'm not, you know, a Democrat, but I could say from Trump, because I will say this: I did remember when the airplane, like when the airports were crowded, when they were like, "Hey, COVID is something, and you know, you got to make sure you have social distancing. You got to be, you know, you got to wear." And then the airport, when this was announced, was like everybody was just like crowded into this little space, and they just let everybody come inside. So, I mean, I think America could have stopped it at the gate a long time ago. Like, I think America could have taken it seriously a long time ago, because technically it was a foreign disease. Well, I mean, some people do think that it might have actually started in America a long time before it got its foothold in China. So I can't really say that it's a foreign disease. But the reality is that we kind of let it spread. And I mean, more people are making it spread. But if the vaccine had worked, right, you could have been like, who cares? But the fact that Americans kind of made it spread, and then the vaccine really doesn't cut down transmission as much as it should to really justify, you know, all of the mandates. It really does kind of just say, you know, it was like two stupid things, you know, like one stupid thing would have been enough, you know, if Americans were silly and then the vaccine worked, it'd be like, who cares? If the Americans were not silly and the vaccine didn't work, it'd be like, who cares? But the fact that Americans are silly and the vaccine doesn't work as effectively as it should, then it's kind of like, you know, like, it kind of sucks, you know.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I like that you reported how our people are taking care of things on the continent. That's real dope. Matron, what say you?
2%. COVID has a 2% suspected fatality rate based on the number of people that actually get it. It's highly contagious, right? So let's say that it has a contagion of like 90 to 95%. About 2 to 7% of those people are going to die. But guess what? That is a whole big bunch of people, right? That will probably get infected, that will have no symptoms, that will have moderate symptoms, that will have extreme symptoms, but they won't die. I feel like that thing they used to say, but did you die?
Yeah.
And we need to just recognize this is what it is, that this was a money grab. This was a way for an industry to levy their technological skills in an attempt to gain economic empowerment and state resources and see how much they could control the population. So now that we've seen what their 2% can do, I want to know what my 2% can do.
In the chat, we have Grand Pooba tonight. I believe Grand Pooba has been here in the past. He said, read Medical Apartheid. He said, watch Medical Racism. He says, there is no pandemic. It's a plandemic. He said, none of it makes sense. Then later on, he says, invisible enemy, money grab, which is what the matron just said a second ago. He goes on to say, what did Kerry Mullis say about his PCR test? I'm not familiar with that. Maybe Grand Poobah, you could type more in the chat so I could read it off about Carrie Mullis. Or maybe someone on the panel knows who
I
could
got it.
shed some light. Go ahead, D-Web.
Carrie Mullis won a Nobel Prize for scientific technology in terms of inventing the PCR test. The PCR test was never designed as a one-size-fits-all test, but because it can detect dead virus within you. So a lot of this PCR test we're doing, if you had a cold in the fight, which is a coronavirus, a cold is a coronavirus. So if you have that dead virus floating within you, you can test positive on a PCR test. Okay. If you had COVID and 3 weeks later you don't have COVID, you can still test positive on a PCR test. It's not designed as a one size fits all positive test. It's a supplemental test. So if you have a positive PCR in conjunction with symptoms, then it's a positive test. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
However, that's not the case when it comes to this. As far as the jab, I don't have zero clue why you trust any of these big pharma companies. Pfizer is on record for having the largest payout lawsuit in terms of being a corrupt company. $2.3 billion, I believe they paid as the largest healthcare fraud settlement in history. In a felony violation of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act for misbranding a medication. Moderna has never, ever put out a product. Period. This is the first. Now they're mass producing vaccines. If you know anything about their previous animal trials, you would know not to deal with them. Bill Gates, if you want to go into Billy Gates' pass and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, just Google Bill Gates in India, and you will see why people don't trust what's going on, right? If you want to go to Bill Gates' father, William Gates Sr., who was on the board of Planned Parenthood, along with Leanna Wen, who's currently one of the heads of the CDC. It's a circle of bullshit, okay? And you don't have to be a scientist to analyze data, okay? Guam, one of the most, I think they 90% jabbed at this point, and they've had record breakthrough cases. Israel, 90-something% jabbed, record breakthrough cases. We don't have to dig deep into this. The data is already out there, and in fact, they realize themselves that their jab isn't working. That's why OSHA, you had your boy Sleepy Joe trying to basically circumvent the Constitution by making OSHA do his bidding. They had to suspend that January 4th mandate, because guess what? It is not working. It has never worked. They've tried for 30 years to bring an mRNA jab to the market, and it has never worked. It's never even got past animal trials. However, we're now comfortable mass jabbing our population. It's crazy to me. And all of this information is out there. All you gotta do is do a little bit of research, and it is all out there. I'm stage 4 of consciousness right now, which is apathy. So it's like at this point, if you don't see what's going on, if you can't use that thing in your pocket that's a supercomputer to research something instead of just taking selfies, at this point, I really don't have anything else to say about it.
So in the chat, there's been a lot going on between Grand Poobah and Mchaka. Mchaka asked the question, if anyone on the panel could describe what PCR is. Well, I think I can. PCR is polymerase chain reaction. In this case, is usually you would use it to amplify a gene of interest to make multiple copies of the gene. But when it comes to this whole virus stuff, what they did is they used PCR to detect genetic material associated with the virus. So at the time of the test, you either have to have the virus or have had the virus at some point, because the PCR is sensitive enough to even detect fragments of the virus as well. So that's to answer your question. But Grand Pooba is also saying a lot of stuff here. He said, Kerry Mullis said, don't use his PCR test for diagnosis. Falsely amplifies the numbers to get a positive. He goes on to say, that's why you test positive, test again, and you will test negative. Gail King did that. Grand Pooba says Pfizer has lots of fines and violations. He says this guy talking is knowledgeable, so salute to D-Web from the Harsh Reality podcast. And Grand Pooba says look up Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, Dr. Hotsy in Texas, Dr. Andrew Kaufman, etc., Dr. Simone Gold. And so forth. So let me bring in some people real quick. Mr. Untouchable, you've been here. You've been on the panel for a minute. What say you to this prompt?
Koku, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I've been trying to get on all night. Good night, everyone. Respect to you, Koku. This subject is a little closer to chest to me. You know, my pops died from COVID a couple of months ago.
Oh wow.
And I had two high school friends die from COVID. So I think I want to pass on this one. Yeah, this topic. Yeah. I'll come back to the next one. Yeah.
My condolences, though. Let me let the matron back in. For you guys, if you don't know, I could only have on this plan that I have now, I can only have like 6 people on live with me. So I'm gonna have to like knock some people out and bring them back in. Matron, what say you?
You know, I feel sorry for anyone that has lost a relative, a loved one for any reason, right? Especially for a disease that was created in a lab by some people experimenting with technology they didn't understand because they wanted to make more money. That's how I see it, okay? But I feel especially sad for anyone that has, lost a loved one or themselves or gotten ill because of it. But we know that this is about money. We know that this is just them looking for another way to make money and to execute their eugenicist plans, whether it's a Mississippi appendectomy or COVID in a lab or trying to make HIV terminal or trying to transplant wombs into men. They are trying to control the population. And the more that they try, the more we must come together and do what we need to do.
Mr. Untouchable, I'm gonna let you back in a while. Just hang on the side. Let me bring back Azuliism. Azuliism, what say you?
I mean, I don't want to sound insensitive to people who lost people, but at the end of the day, it's what they told you. So I'm not saying that the CDC itself said there was like a 97% point recovery, and also they said like depends on your immune system, if you were overweight, if you had pre-existing issues and stuff like that. All I'm saying is that the rush to go, even the guy who was behind all of this says that what the thing he came up with did not work. So Dr. Sabies tells us to change your body to eat right. Yeah, I don't believe him. But a man who was into computers, creating viruses for computers, comes out and tells you to take the job, now you're down. Dr. Sabies, who did mad research on the computer that is your body, knows more. You don't follow his diet. But this man right here, who was into computer science, nothing to do with the body, tells you to take it. And now he's saying that it's not working, and y'all still fighting him. I don't even believe him. Hey, it is what it is. That's
all. What say you guys in the chat? Miss Pauline gives condolences to Mr. Untouchable in the chat. Grand Pooba, who's a female, and says, have a private autopsy if the doctors say you died. Or says your loved one died from COVID. Right? So yeah.
Okay, so I could actually get so I would think that COVID is like, I'm of the opinion that something like COVID or COVID is more like it's pretty likely a natural phenomenon, right? And in the case of like I'm kind of looking at it from a governmental standpoint of if I were in charge of a country, right, and there was a virus that was going along, and my population was kind of silly, what would be the solution? Like my population had a host of comorbidities. My population did not have the self-discipline to practice, healthy living, right? Then what would be the solution I would give? If my population, like for instance, I remember when I was at I was in Ghana, and I met some Americans, right? Or some people from America, some repatriates, and they were saying that they were in America at the time, and you could see them at the spring break, and they got sick from that spring break. Because if people remember when COVID was happening, there were a lot of young people who were like, "Hey, it's spring break. I'll do whatever I want." And we were like, "Oh, it's gonna be another breakthrough," but we didn't really hear much from it afterward. But yeah, the sister in question who went there, she was really, really sick afterward. Now, I think that yes, like it might not necessarily be fatal for most people, but it really knocks the wind out of most people as well. And so I know that like for instance, I had a friend who told me that her father died. I have a cousin who said that her boyfriend's father died. And then I actually, so my brother actually, he got it. And his doctor broke protocol to say, "Hey, dude, are you dead yet?" Because apparently, like, he had so many blood clots, you could tell he was Jamaican right now. I mean, obviously you can recover afterward, but that's if you recover. I don't necessarily I think that one of the issues is that America is put into a position where it has a population of comorbidities, and the virus is not I remember early in the pandemic, there was this one white woman who just randomly, they were like, "Hey, what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen?" And she just randomly was like, "We're going to, 75% of the population is going to get this, and we're going to have respiratory problems till the end of time," kind of thing. And I was like, what? But it seems like that's not going to be the case. I don't know. Right. But most people are saying that it's possible that I think D-Web shared a video that I was found pretty interesting about how a lot of other countries are just like, we're just going to accept that COVID is going to be a thing and just have it come recurrently, kind of like what they did with the flu.
Yeah.
So I think that, I think that's an unfortunate, submission to what could actually, what could be a natural phenomena, right? Or it could be, as Matron pointed out, it could be something that was created. But the thing is that all things considered, right, it seems like if you're in the position of the government, whereas, and you have a population of comorbidities, of people with comorbidities, I would say that it would have, if I were a white government, with a huge white population, I would be pushing a vaccine as to say that, if I thought it were safe. But as now I understand we as Black people, being skeptical of a government, pushing vaccines on us per se, but it really seems like it's a white government pushing a vaccine on its white population, and we just happen to be here, so they're going to also give it to us because we can also spread it. But I also don't, me personally, I can't tell. I don't know. The government was just I feel like the government was kind of dumb all along. I do think the government before was a little dumber, but at the same time, it's I don't know. I don't think that. I think America came into a problem it can't solve. Because the reality is because if we didn't social distance before, then and if you have basically if kids could carry the disease, and then it just kind of and nobody's vaccinating kids, and a lot of people don't want kids to be vaccinated. But if that's the case, that kids can carry the disease and they're not even affected, then it's just kind of like, what solution could you have had outside of stopping it from getting into the country and outside of isolating it much earlier on, you know? Because most of us, because I was like one of the few people paying attention.
Right, I wanted to say something, yo.
I was one of the few people who saw Iran when the virus came out, when it was messing up Italy, when it was messing up Iran, when it was messing up China, and we were kind of sitting in America like, oh man, that thing sucks. But realistically speaking, that's when you should have set your door up or your gate up, and we didn't. So we kind of like put this on ourselves.
I just wanted to ask something, right? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That was a deep reading of COVID-19 by Onisa from the pro-black perspective.
You had a thesis.
Matron, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Oni brought up something that we don't talk about, the fact that kids carry this, they have it, and even D Webb talked about the fact that he had it, he thinks his daughter had it. Like, she was good. She was like running around doing this, that, and other, no symptoms, no effects. One of the things that happens when they're trying to re-enslave a population is that they kill off the knowledge base and they raise a generation of children that don't know nothing about themselves and where they came from. So I'm just saying that was an interesting point. Didn't Hitler say, show me the boy at 8 and I'll show you the man at 30?
D-Web.
Okay, am I allowed to talk now?
Yes, sir.
Oni, are you done? But I agree with a lot of what Oni was saying, to be honest with you. But never in history have we like depended on somebody else for your own health initiatives. And honestly, you know the federal government doesn't care about your damn health. Bro, you have 600,000 who die every year from heart disease. That's basically you being fat and you die. Kill over every year. You have what? Diabetes. You have all these issues which are associated with the food here that is banned in 33 European countries because they don't even want nothing to do with our, GMO Monsanto food. So the fact that here the federal government is so concerned with people dying, it's like, what plane are you living in? They don't care about you dying. Like you've got to be kidding me. There's never been a time in history, particularly as a minority or a downtrodden, minority of this country. They don't care if you live or die. Half these people don't even pay taxes. Half these people don't like. Why do you think they care if you live or die? You live in areas that are the highest in terms of just murder, crime, period. Some of the highest rates. And you think they care if you live or you die? Food deserts? You think they care if you live or die, that they are willing to invest billions into an unproven product to save you? What the hell? What? I'm so confused by that. And then if you dive into the numbers, right? 80%, over 80% of those hospitalized with COVID report being obese, right? You have over 80% who report vitamin D deficiency. They haven't said anything. I haven't heard Fauci go on TV and say anything about that, right? Particularly the federal government getting paid when you die. Medical coding. Learn what medical coding is, how they code deaths. They literally changed the way they designate deaths in this country behind this virus. It used to be 2 parts to a death certificate. It's be a part 1 and a part 2. The part 1 was the main way you died, and part 2 was the comorbidities that contributed to your death, right? Now, if COVID-19 is on any of that part 1 or part 2, you are a COVID death. This is not me talking on my ass. This is a fact. Okay. Gain of research, things they were doing in the Wuhan laboratory. Fauci admitted to this. Listen to that white guy with the last name of Paul, because you know what the hell he's talking about. He's a damn medical doctor. His father delivered 4,000 freaking babies. Okay. And the fact is, if you take all these scientists, all these political pundits who are coming here and telling you what to believe about this disease, what to believe in general, Tell them to bring one person who can attest that they saved their life. Tell them to bring one person. You're a medical doctor. You're a PhD. You're a big brain individual, right? Bring one person who could say that can attest that you saved their lives, or that what you did contribute to their lives continuing from a deadly disease. Half of them can't do that. They play in a laboratory with test tubes. Okay. What is true in a lab scenario is not necessarily true what happens in the real world, because you have 7 billion people, 7 billion sets of genetics, 7 billion sets of geography, of different things, right? Different functions that contribute, okay? How we live, the population density, right? You have all these factors that contribute to your medical health. So you cannot apply a one size fits all solution to any medical solution, okay? It doesn't exist. So people need to stop listening to these pundits who are again. You had 9 new billionaires this year in a time where most people are suffering financially. 9 new billionaires appeared on this earth due to the fact of medical, this medical tyranny we're dealing with. 9 new billionaires. This is profitable. The only people suffering from the pandemic are the middle class and below. That's all I got to say.
Let me, Aurelius, do you have anything to add to that while I pull up this link that I saw the pro-black perspective post in the chat?
I was just gonna restate what
link
he just said. It's like
perspective post. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have anything else to say. It's the men said it himself, and then now they have you begging for the jab. Now he said the jab don't work, but yeah, still begging. So shout out to Bill Gates, man. I wish he keep going. I have nothing else to say.
You hope Bill Gates keeps going. God damn. Let's play this video here that the pro-black perspective put in the chat. We'll play a few minutes of it there.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new corona.
And by the way, the title of this video is Event 201, something a lot of us learned about during the pandemic. Event 201, Pandemic Exercise Highlights Reel. So that's the title of the video. You guys can look up Event 201 while you watch this video as well.
Virus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died. Experts agree, unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We could be looking at double the number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10 million cases.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
We have known about CAPS-like viruses in animals and people for decades, but have not been successful at developing a licensed vaccine. And sure, there are new technologies that may help, but it's going to be difficult. I am not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
So the policy crisis in question for this board in this meeting is this: how should governments, business, and international organizations allocate and distribute pandemic antivirals and medical supplies to the people who need them most.
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is, in fact, procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries, is very critical. I think the second thing is it's going to be very important that for the business sector, for manufacturers of antivirals, that we have clarity around what the need is and where the need is and who are making the decisions.
I think that given that the countries most affected are those that are low and middle income countries with unequal access to technology, to finances, the UN has a worldwide footprint, universally recognized, and universal membership.
A global stockpile would certainly help ensure more rational and strategic allocation, but the reality is that we don't have the logistics capability, even within the UN, to bring that together in one place and run it. So this is where I think a collaboration between the international organizations like the World Health Organization and the private sector, which runs these supply chains for many purposes every day, understand where the supplies are, make smart decisions about how to allocate them to the people who need them in the places that need them the most, and then work with the industry to move those supplies from where they are today to where they need to be.
Just to underscore the point that cooperation among supply chain providers or businesses that have huge supply chains can add a lot of efficiency to the whole process.
The question is, can you, through this international mechanism, really promote commitments to doing this as quickly as possible and give people a sense that actually if they contribute more, that they will have a better chance of protecting their own populations and their country's security.
So I want to stop it there, but I just want to say that notice who's in the room there for that discussion. So this Event 201 thing, let me just put this up so folks can get an idea. They actually had a website for it, and it's what they called, and I think this started heavy back in the 70s during the Cold War era and stuff. Those tabletop exercises or war games type exercises. So this Event 201 is a scenario. Now, this meeting happened, I think, the year before COVID hit us, right? But this is what it says. It says Event 201 simulates an outbreak of a novel zoonotic coronavirus, a virus that you can get from animals, right? Transmitted from bats to pigs to people that eventually becomes efficiently transmissible from person to person, leading to a severe pandemic. The pathogen and the disease it causes are modeled largely on SARS, but it is more transmissible in the community setting by people with mild symptoms. The disease starts in pig farms in Brazil, quietly and slowly at first, but then it starts to spread more rapidly in healthcare settings. When it starts to spread efficiently from person to person in the low-income, densely packed neighborhoods of some of the mega cities in South America, the epidemic explodes. It is first exported by air travel to Portugal, the United States, and China, and then to many other countries. Although at first some countries are able to control it, it continues to spread and be reintroduced, and eventually no country can maintain control. There is no possibility of a vaccine being available in the first year. There is a fictional antiviral drug that can help the sick but not significantly limit spread of the disease. Since the whole human population is susceptible, during the initial months of the pandemic, the cumulative number of cases increases exponentially, doubling every week, and as the cases and deaths accumulate, the economic and societal consequences become increasingly severe. The scenario ends at the 18-month point with 65 million deaths. The pandemic is beginning to slow due to the decreasing number of susceptible people. The pandemic will continue at some rate until there is an effective vaccine or until 80 to 90% of the global population has been exposed. From that point on, it is likely to be an endemic childhood disease. So that's like one of these computer simulated things that they do. They ran it, and this is what the output of the simulation is. Well, what you just read how similar does that sound to what we're living through right now? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say that, normally people look at that as indicting it's like pandemic kind of like, whoa, look, they just did it. Like they just said they were going to do it, and they did it. But I think actually Chaka just said something like that. But like the like he said that it's like this is a normal thing. Like planning for a catastrophe is actually normal among white folk. And like the thing is that we don't plan for catastrophe. So it seems like, what in the world's going on? Why are they planning for something that's not happening, right? But realistically speaking, they plan for it. Now, the thing that you also see is that you see the big players, right? You see the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You see the Johnson & Johnson. Essentially, these people, the WHO organization, these people are speaking on it, because they were because they invited them. Like they're essentially, to say it a different way, they're essentially the elites of America who are concerned, I don't want to say that they're concerned about a pandemic to give them some sort of, to make them seem like they have some noble cause or something. But it's like, who else is sitting down wondering how to contain an outbreak, Because, I mean, I obviously we all know that, we all suspect, for instance, that those of us in good health, although Mchaka would say that I shouldn't use the word us there, but those in good health, right, don't really have much to fear about whether contracting or giving, or they might be transmitting the disease, but they don't have to fear being susceptible to it. Now, realistically speaking, forcing them to vaccinate because other people are unhealthy might not necessarily be the best case, but obviously the case has to be made, and that's another downfall that we didn't really mention about the vaccine, was that some people are reporting unacceptable negative consequences for the vaccine, which is another thing that kind of just like makes its case all the worse. But all the same, the thing is that you see these same big players who were sitting down at the planning committee, and they're now active in doing what they said they would do. And you see the same economic effect that they said that it will have. You see that because it's like they planned to respond this way. It's kind of like if well, obviously you probably wouldn't really do this in real life, but it's like you hear there's a nuclear bomb that just went off or whatever, and then everybody goes under the table, or because that's what they told them to do, go under the table. Now, I don't know if I would really do that, but notwithstanding, if you saw everybody go under the table, you saw the teacher tell everybody go under the table, right? You wouldn't say, well, the teacher planned it, but no, she didn't plan it, but she was told in advance that, hey, in the case of this sort of circumstance, we're going to go look at who. We're going to go look at Bill Gates Foundation. We're going to, and it's like, why Bill Gates Foundation? Because that was that's he positioned himself in that way with his money. It's not going to you, me, D-Web, we're not going to be at this table because we did not position ourselves to go into that table with billions of dollars. You know what I mean? It's not to say that Bill Gates is more valid than us, because a lot of times people say, all right, yeah, okay, that's what.
Let me say something. Dr. Sebi has been predicting that black people is going to be dying at an alarming rate for eating junk food, piece of shit food, but y'all never listen. But so
let me just say this about the Dr. Sebi thing.
Hold up, the barrel maker tells you to do something, you own it. Dr. Sebi's, Dr. Liela Africa, and a bunch of other people who've been telling you to eat healthy, to treat for heart disease, for diabetes, for AIDS, for all of that. Y'all never listen. But now all of a sudden, a computer wizard tells you, oh, let's prepare for this, but you never want, but now you want to prepare.
Okay. Yeah, so I can just say for the Dr. Sebi thing, I mean, the trouble with, like I said, if you're a government, right, over the American population, it's very unreal. Like you already know you can't convince them to change their diet, and you already know that you can't convince them to live a healthier lifestyle. So it's not to say that living a healthier lifestyle and changing your diet isn't a good idea, but it's kind of like the fat people in your life, you know? Like, you know, like they know, everybody knows, hey, you know what? Stop eating the junk food. But it's like if you're in charge of keeping these, like, I know we don't think that the government is going to be on our side or whatever, but like the government's not going to be on our side because we're black. But like we have to remember that 70% of the American population is white, you know? And I'm not saying that the government cares about, you know, it's 70% of white people, but the reality is that if this is the, like in governments and in nations, you know, if there's a problem in the nation, then the federal government or the national government or what have you, the city go local government, they try to do something. You know,
but to put that to your point, bro, what if you're at a point where 11 million job positions are opening, your economy is in shit, you're in shambles, everything is up, you're at 20% inflation right now, and you're talking about producing a mandate which is going to cause maybe 10 to 20% more to be unemployed. The biggest contribution to bad health, to people dying, is poverty. Number one. So what good would it come to make these mandates to ensure that 10 to 30% of your workforce, which you're already short on, is going to be out of a job? When have they ever gave a hell about your health as a bottom feeder? Okay, they have dog robots walking around New York. Y'all probably have seen them. Like, it is like, dude, they do not need menial labor anymore. They have talked about the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, they have talked about population control. Margaret Sanger has been talking about eliminating your black ass since the 20s. You have got to be kidding me at this point if you think that the government of any government cares about your black ass. You dying is a benefit. You contribute nothing, according to them. So to sit here and have people debate about your health and the government, how they care about your health, I'm so done at this point. It's like either you get it or you don't. We're 2 years deep into this, bro. Either you get it or you don't. If you think that them pre-buying vaccines that have not been proven to work and they're not even going to release their data to 2073 now, and you think they're here for your benefit, that they care about your health when 600,000 of you are dying of heart attacks, when hundreds of thousands of you every year are dying of diabetes due to their food, you've got to be kidding me. You are cannon fodder. I cannot build a nation with you at this point. I'm not listening to you at this point. You are retarded. I don't want to hear you no more. You feel me? And that's not to downtrodden nobody, but we in the fourth quarter. We are in the fourth quarter. We are down by 2 points. We need a 3-pointer to win the game, and you playing the game.
2 points? My man, we down by 100. What?
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be...
2 points.
I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be optimistic at this point, brother.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, so I would just say, no, I don't think that they care about us. I'm saying that, well, I don't know if you really meant me per se, but what I'm saying is that they have a country of their own people.
They don't give a fuck about their own people. When the hell they ever, bro? To sit here and think white people care all about all white people is a fool. They will use other white people to get to their means, but they don't give a fuck about the trailer park trash.
No.
No, not the trailer park. No. I'm not saying no. Like what I'm saying.
The majority of them are the trailer park. The majority of
they
them
only care about the elite. That's it. They only care about the ones that have the resources and the money consolidated in a very small number of people, right? And they don't even the elites don't even give a fuck about their whole family. Because didn't Warren Buffett cut off some of his progeny? So quit playing with me about who they care about. Like, you know, that's all he's saying.
Let me clarify. Okay, so essentially you have this virus that is transmissible, right? You have this virus that's that can impede the like essentially you have these people right here, Event 901 or 201. You have Event 201 saying, hey, in order to contain this virus, these are the things that we need to do in order that we don't end up with mass deaths, right? Because mass deaths and so on and so forth is not good for the economy, right? So like the primary focus is the economy. So they put in this, so they try to enact the solution that they came up with at this particular planning stage, right? Now that doesn't say that that solution was a good one. It doesn't say that that was a smart one. It just says that they like just like the hiding under the table thing. It's not a smart thing to do, right? But it's what people were planned to do. Like getting out of the school when you have the fire, like the fire is going on, and so you all queue up and just walk out of the school, right? That's not necessarily the smartest thing to do. I mean, it's a good thing, right? But it's not the smartest thing to do. But that's something that they expect you to do. So it's really more or less that Wazungu is following the protocol that they set up beforehand to respond to this exact
That's
virus.
a lot of assuming. That's a lot of assumption. When the world is moving in lockstep, when these countries, these G7, these CFRs or whatever, like when they're moving in lockstep despite the different outcomes, I can't say that it's for that country. You have countries that were doing very well. Singapore, you had Thailand, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have cases like that. Yet they're doing the same exact thing as the United States and the UK. It makes zero sense. It makes zero sense, yo.
I think the U.S. is pretty influential,
right,
across the world. So I think
that's what I'm
China
saying.
didn't do the same stuff, and China got out of it. So it's like Japan didn't do the same stuff, and Japan got out of it. Like I said, Ghana didn't.
The Japan is they
they
doing
got
the
it
same
now?
thing. They doing the same thing.
Yeah, but like Ghana, China, so on and so forth. So it's like, yes, if you are like essentially Americans had a solution because Americans, American arrogance is like we're the best people on the planet, we're the smartest people on the planet, we know everything. And the irony is that America said that if they like for a pandemic, like before the pandemic happened, they were like, we are the most prepared to deal with a pandemic. Like they would be the least affected by a pandemic.
Who the fuck said that?
The Americans.
Where are you getting that from?
No, I'm saying the Americans said that. I think it's one of the conclusions of this.
So why would a lot of these countries have never followed what America does. They think America is a degenerate country. Yet they're doing the same thing we're doing in terms of the pandemic. No.
Well, I think Bill Gates and the like WHO and all this other stuff, they really navigated themselves to be the global health authorities.
Off the bread, money makes everything go around, yo.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't matter what you're saying. You control the IMF, you control the world.
Yeah, Bill Gates used to be one of the richest people on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you on that point.
But yeah. So I mean, I'm not saying that they necessarily care, but they did have a protocol and they followed that protocol. Was it a good protocol? No, right? But that's what they did. That's pretty much what I was saying. So
I just think that what Oni's really trying to say is that they establish protocols, they make plans, they have book clubs, they meet, they come up, they imagine with each other, and we, the people that could truly be the masters of the universe and the masters of the world, because everything that we're living through, we said something about months ago before they even thought about projecting it back onto us, and that we should do that for ourselves. So that's why I say things like, we saw what their 2% did. I want to know what our 2% is going to do.
I'd like to, Mr. Untouchable, hold tight for a second. I'd like to welcome M. Chaka Lemon to the stage. M. Chaka Lemon, what say you? You have to unmute your mic, brother.
What's up? How we doing? What's up?
Yeah, we
in
good.
here.
We good.
You dig?
Oh.
All right, what I missed?
This guy, all this, yo, he's.
What's going on, nephew? How you doing?
Hey, Auntie, how you doing? What up,
This is
though?
Joe Biden. He just walked in. And all the fanfare said nothing.
So, Mchaka, what do you want to say to the panel, to the listeners?
While I was logging on, I don't know what you were talking about. So just fill me in that real quick.
Well, we are at the point of the only time I say on D-Web, we're kind of a little bit going back and forth on America's influence on the rest of the world and handling the COVID situation.
He didn't want this work. No, I'm just playing. I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. So that's where that conversation was. But I'm going to pivot the conversation. 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to pivot the conversation back to something last week that I think Mchaka was talking about in the chat. If you weren't here last week, Erzuliism made the case that a lot of conscious Black folks are weak for wearing a mask and social distancing because we're listening to
Nah,
this
that's
white
just
boy
being
talk.
wise. We're trying to protect ourselves.
That's what I thought. So Mchaka says the same thing. D-Web, what do you say?
Where is it proven that masks work? We've been, how old are we as a civilization?
We have
500,000
several
years
published research articles
outside
that
of
show
a
the
lab
efficacy
environment.
of papers.
Outside of a lab environment.
Yeah, actually, that's the best way to test it. I'm pretty sure you have the materials and tools to test the
I
efficacy
guarantee
of
you it is
nanomaterials
zero studies
through a mask.
outside of a lab environment.
And I guarantee
or
you
a
that it
hospital
is. I can pull up dozens of articles, sir.
Okay, let's do it. If you know the micron level of a virus and the micron level of your and for the record, if you want to wear a mask, I think you should. If you want to, if you think that protects you, I believe you should be allowed 100% to wear 4 or 5 masks. Go for it. I am the one who's against any kind of mandate. Okay. I'm against any kind of mandate too. Why would I not be?
I mean, that's the question. That's the question. You said you're against. I'm just asking why for clarification.
Because it's not proven to work. Why would I be? Why would?
Where'd you get that information from?
From everything, from any kind of study. Like I said,
Many countries that actually had a mask mandate actually saw reduced caseload. So, and that's just one example, mind you. So how can you
could pull up the studies from LA, which had a mask mandate the whole time, in comparison to many cities. I could pull up charts. South Dakota, which never ever had a mandate. Like Florida,
and the problem is that you're picking out one factor when there are multiple. It's a multifaceted issue. You would have masks, but if you don't have travel mandates, you have issues there. Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. But again, that's why it's a multifaceted issue. One thing is not going to fix it. Just like we say, well, we have the vaccine, it should be gone. And that's not how it works. You just have a vaccine and throw yourself in the mix of a whole bunch of people that have COVID. That's not how it works. That's not how vaccines work. That's why it's a multifaceted issue. Yeah, everyone has to be on the same page. That's why it hasn't worked here. Other countries it's worked, but it hasn't worked here because
where has it worked?
It's pretty clear.
Where has it worked? Where has it worked?
In China.
China is currently locking down.
It's actually worked in many Asia and Southeast Asia.
They are currently locking down. Indonesia is locking down.
And you know why? You know why? Because that's preventative measures. That's
down, despite having Guam has a 90% vaccinated rate, and they are locking down.
Okay. Again, you understand what the word preventative means? Preventative.
The idea here is that
that's the idea.
Right now, Mchaka.
Preventative of what? What are you preventing?
We're preventing an increasing cases.
They predicted 2 million deaths
that a
when
virus
COVID first started.
That's the
Have you
idea.
seen 2 million deaths?
Yes, when it first started, when you had limited information on the virus, correct? So again, when you get more information, what happens? What happens when you get more information on a concept? You understand it more, and then you know how to attack
Exactly, and you realize it don't fucking
predictions
work.
before any other travel mandates, without any mask mandates, whatever any other types of definitive measures were put in place. Yeah, you're gonna have a high caseload of people dying.
Where's Florida
because that's
at
before
right
those
now?
factors were put into place.
Where's Florida right now in terms of cases?
Why would you bring? That's a horrible example. That's a horrible example.
Tell me right now, where's Florida at in terms of new
Come
cases?
on, man.
Come
I
on,
don't know
what?
the exact numbers
Answer
of
my
Florida. I'm
question.
sorry, I don't live in there.
Answer my question.
I don't. I just told you. I just answered for you.
All right.
Florida's the bottom
just
two right
answered
now.
you.
I'm gonna have
You
to
ain't
put
answer
y'all on.
shit.
I'm gonna have to put y'all on mute. I'm gonna have to put you on mute because we're in the weeds here. We're trying to have an enjoyable show still. Only thing I say, do you think it's weak for a conscious black person to follow mask and social distancing ideas?
Well, I mean, no, I mean, look, I saw somebody say, like somebody had a graphic on how masks work, and there's giving it in the example of, like, let's say if somebody were peeing themselves, right? If they have, like, if you have pants on and somebody's trying to pee on you while they don't have pants on, you will at least not get pee on you as much. You would get it on your pants, right? If they're trying to pee on you while they had pants on and you also had pants on, it would probably only go on them, you know? So what I do want to say is that a long time ago, I was like, I think I was in Chinatown, like one of the rare times I was in Chinatown, and I saw somebody with a mask on, and I was like, why are they walking around with a mask on? This was a long time ago. And it's like, they were saying that in their culture, that people would put on masks if they're sick, you know? The thing with this virus is that people are alleging that they do not know, like you sometimes you could walk around without knowing whether you could transmit it or not. So it's just a matter of, yeah, you know, it, like, technically it's more along the lines of what they would do, like what Chinese people would do, or what people would normally do if they feel like this is a possibility of them actually being a secret carrier of some sort of disease. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable for a government to request it. I mean, obviously, you know, like force is a question altogether. But I wouldn't necessarily hold it against somebody if they if they said, yeah, you know what, if this is the courtesy thing, then that's what I'll do. You know.
I got you, Matron. What say you to that? Although you were here last week when that conversation was had, but what say you to that?
Okay, so I see both sides of this argument, right? And I've shared with you guys that even though a lot of the places in my community don't have a mask mandate, I was demanding my 3 to 6 feet before we had masks. Absolutely. So because I'm just like, I don't want you to breathe my air. Like, give me some space, like whether I'm protecting my PIN number or my person, like my situational awareness is such that I want you not within arm's reach. Right. So I think that it's bad for a government to mandate a mask on people because it then emboldens their tools of enforcement to harm you when you decide to assert your natural rights. I also am of the idea that when I go outside and I go around these, as my niece and I call them, mouth breathers, that I wear my mask because I have been in stores and walked into places where somebody has been in a group of people and it's like maybe 10 or 20 people in like a 40 or 50-foot area, and somebody just walks into the middle of the room, they take their mask down and they cough and they say, now you got it, and they think the shit is funny. So I'm against mandates for behavior because it brings it brings to bear an unnecessary level of enforcement that we shouldn't be subjected to, because we know that when we interact with their arm of enforcement, we have, not the best of luck. But I'm for masks, hand washing, 6 feet, give me my space, all of that. But that goes back to your right to be a human and to be individual.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said just now.
Well, I want to reiterate that 6 feet thing. I actually like that distance thing. It was it's pretty good to line up and not have somebody right behind you.
Yes.
And I was actually in the other store the other day, and this person was just right behind me, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I thought we had that 6 foot thing. It's I would want to continue that. I mean, but I mean, I would also think, the 6 foot thing, because I see a lot of, what D-Web posts. And so I would say that, early in the pandemic, people were like, 6 foot doesn't really do anything. And also I think with the mask mandate, it was more so, it was better when it was like, oh, this is only going to be 2 weeks. But, another thing D-Web also says often is that, if you give these people an inch, they're going to take more. And so realistically speaking, because like I said, one of the videos that he put up was on how other countries are just having COVID fatigue, they're having, the endurance is not there. So with me right now, it's sometimes you're walking outside and you're like, oh man, I got to go get a mask or something, and it's it was better if it was 2 weeks. It was better if it was a month. It was better if it was 2 months. I mean, 2 months was kind of pushing it, but this is going on 2 years. And, it is kind of at this point, it's I think Americans might have sabotaged themselves, by, resisting maybe too early. But the fact that it's now like this, it's well, yeah, it makes more sense for I could see why more people are resisting, or I could see why more people are fed up. But it's kind of almost it was a self-defeatist purpose, in the sense that it could if it had just if I said, Ghana is an example of it worked, but we just didn't we didn't do it like Ghana did. We did it like we did.
Mr. Untouchable sent this video, and let me play it. It's only a minute. It's a 2-minute video. Let me play this right now. Someone has some feedback. Let me play this right now, and we'll come back and we'll hear more from D-Web, M. Chaka, before we move on to the next topic.
You don't give the other 50% any guns. The third thing is racial population tailoring confusion. In other words, don't let the population in any particular place get too big. It becomes difficult to handle.
So you tailor it, huh?
Yeah, so you tailor that population. You have all kinds of ways. You spread disease.
Okay.
All right. That's one way of getting rid of some people.
Yeah.
I
like
mean,
Ebola or
something like that. Right.
Yeah.
Or you just hand out guns to 50% of the population, and you don't give the other 50% any guns.
Okay.
Or you give them all guns and let them go at each other. So you make sure that you tailor their minds so that they're mad at each other. They're gangsters and all like that. I want to be a gangster. Right. Okay, now when you get to be a gangster and get your credentials, who are you going to gangster against?
Yeah, street cred.
Other black people. That's all I ever see you do.
Yeah.
All right. So, big deal. That's all a part of the racist scheme.
Number 4?
Okay. Number 4 is racial sexual confusion.
Wow.
So now you got trans this and trans that and trans that. Then you mix that trans gender confusion with trans racial confusion. Now you got the package that you was aiming for in the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, they started off with transgender, but I've been telling people for years, oh yeah, that looks like that's mundane. That's, we all have people who are, what you call bisexual or trisexual. Even among black people, we all got them in our family. If we're not those ourselves, okay. So we say, well, that's no big deal, but you got to think about what the racists intend to do with that. So they mix the transgender with the transracial.
Wow.
See, now they got maximum confusion, which is what they want.
All right. M. Chaka, what say you to what Neely Fuller said, in particular, population control as it pertains to this COVID-19? I'm Chaka there.
I mean, I don't listen to Neely Fuller, so I mean, I don't really have much to say. I'm here.
Okay. D-Web.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. D-Web. D-Web, you're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah.
It's thing we've been, like I said, if you know anything about the history of Margaret Sanger, the history of Planned Parenthood, none of this should be new to you. We should stop rehashing things that's 80-90% years old that we should know at this point. The same people you depend on your health are to protect your health or care about your health are the same people who are preaching about population control, who are preaching about the lower classes, you know, the useless eaters, the mouth breathers, as they call them. So hey, it's up to you to do your research, man.
Matron?
I mean, the only thing that bothers me is that we know some things, but we don't have enough community knowledge transmission, right? Like, we know these things, but I can show you 100 Black people that don't know these things, ideas, or concepts. And the flip side of that is that even when we know these things, we don't affirm our credibility in these areas. So we don't affirm each other in the knowledge base that we have.
Mr. Untouchable, what do you have to say about the clip you just sent us?
Oh, the reason why I sent that clip is, first of all, the clip was made like 5 years ago, and he was really making a prediction of what the white supremacists, you know, globally had intent on doing with large populations of non-color. The problem I have is, you know, when it suggested that we know about these things, well, that really calls into question, if you know about these things, why are you playing into the, it seems it's like you playing along with the script rather than doing something alternatively to the script. You know, it's like if you know people have intention on really destroying you, but from the things I could tell, you know what I mean, you acting out what their plans are. So either you know about it and you agree to it, you acquiesce into it because you going along with it, or you say that you know about it, but you really don't know. As far as mass numbers of people, I'm not talking about the well-informed and the well-educated people. I'm talking about the masses. And really and truly, as Matron said, when you really get down to brass taxes and you're talking to the rank and file person on the street, really, they don't really know about these concepts. And I really don't believe that. You know, I really don't believe that. I really don't believe that the regular rank and file person believes that these mass genocidal agendas are taking place, you know what I mean, right up under their feet. I don't believe that.
I just want to say to the crowd too that next week I'm gonna have this thing switched up so I can have more people on the panel at once. I'll promise that next week I'll have that fixed, so that more of you can be up here at one time. Oni, what's your last word on this? You're muted.
Yeah, I see it from the standpoint of like every nation is trying something different. You know, I mean, obviously some nations are trying what America's trying, and that's dumb. But you know, every nation is trying something different. Every state is trying something different. You know, I look at, you know, humans, like I look at human governments as run by humans, and humans being subject to human error. Obviously, humans do not, I don't look at it as, you know, oh yeah, they are these well-meaning people that so on and so forth, because they're obviously not necessarily. But I also would say, like if, like when you look at them as humans, you realize that they are put into a position to manage an economy, and they don't know what to do. Because what happened with regard to this pandemic, for all intents and purposes, it was kind of something new to most of us in our lives. The devastation that was happening in Italy earlier, or the suspected devastation, some people would say, or the suspected devastation that was happening in Wuhan, China, or the suspected devastation that was happening in Iran. A lot of people in America didn't want that to happen in America. I'm not necessarily saying that they want to preserve our Black lives, obviously, but at the same time, it's like the fact that we could infect them kind of probably does factor into their thing in regards to whether they should maintain this virus or not. I'm not going to say it's the best solution. I think that Ghana did a pretty good job. I think Tanzania did a pretty good job up until it was no longer doing a pretty good job. But yeah, right. Up until that. But like the thing is that, but what I'm saying is that, I think that like we're just seeing an example of multiple human governments trying to maintain something that was rampant among human communities. And I think America had the worst example. And so people are complaining about America. And I think Americans are trying to do something to not be the worst example on the planet, but they have so far been,
Bobby E. Wright is in the...
I'm saying if it was as planned as... Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Bobby E. Wright is in the chat saying Dr. Bobby E. Wright said this in 1980. We were in a race war, and we are the only ones that don't want to believe it. M. Chaka, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to say that if the idea was to have a planned, measure for population control, etc., they did a pretty shitty job at it. If they want to really make something as effective to do this specifically for certain groups of people, there are more effective ways of doing this versus trying to engineer a virus that does this versus that. That's all I'm saying. The idea and the execution was pretty bad. It was supposed to be planned and as extensive as it was.
That's the thing that I agree with too. Is that because like the thing is that they're like the virus not affecting kids, mostly killing geriatric people and mostly obese people. Elderly people and maybe obese people and like really having a huge survival rate is like I would think white people could develop a better virus than that. Like I don't see why if you're trying to wipe out a population you would not develop something. Because I'm pretty sure they could develop something much better,
I think that sometimes the mistake is we believe that the white supremacist is perfect.
And the thing is that if they want to, there's no need for a virus, if we're being honest.
I think that sometimes we believe that the white supremacist is perfect in all his ways and all his goings and comings and whatever. And sometimes I also believe that since some white folks die, we feel like he's being ineffective when it might be his plan all along. So who says that he wants dirt poor white people to exist too? You know what I mean? No one says that. So I kind of, and I also tend to refer to what Matron said initially. If you want to really re-educate the masses of people, what do? You get rid of the elderly. Why? Because they hold the wisdom to the past. This is the same thing they did in slavery. They killed off the older people because they didn't want them to instruct them about who they were, where they came from, their culture, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it is, to me, it really goes hand in hand why they would kill off the elderly.
Well, no, I would say I want to just add to that
I see that aspect, but okay.
Okay.
But these people plan 100 years in advance, man. Like we sit here and think like it's more effective people to kill off people. Bro, if you seen people dropping like that in 5 years, would you be subjective to their means? It'd be like no, because you see from your standpoint that my uncle, my daddy, my grandma, no, it's a slow kill, man. People plan 100 years in advance, They even state on the websites of these, and this is not me talking on my ass. You can go to the websites. They have no clue on whether it affects fertility or not. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go to Pfizer, you can go to Moderna's fucking website. It just says we don't know.
I was just about to ask
We don't
everybody
know.
on this panel. I was just about to ask everybody on this panel, right? We recognize that everybody on this panel has a modicum of consciousness about where our community is going and what our community problems are. How many children do each of you have? I have none.
I have a few.
I'm still in school, so I'm trying
I have
to,
one.
you know.
I have none either.
Two piece and extra. But
I'm pretty sure I'm not the youngest
raising
one on
black
here.
we gotta bring his dad in here.
How old are you, bro?
23.
Oh shit.
Okay, so
He's like,
Matron,
I'll be the kid.
so Matron, where were you going with this idea?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The place that I was going with that idea is that a lot of us, we're not having 14 and 24 kids anymore, right? Because my great grandmother had 16 kids.
I know
My
I'm not.
great grandmother had 3. My grandmother had 7. My mother had 4, and I had none. So when we talk about population variance and whether or not they're putting things in the food and doing things to impact our population overall, whether it's the programming and the fact that you have to think that you need a career before you have a family, or it's the fact that they take away the people that are reproductive age together, or they're doing other things with immunizations and things like that to impact and affect fertility. We have to acknowledge the fact that there is a knowledge-based concentration that's occurring in generations. We already didn't transmit a lot of knowledge and information to future generations, and that we're actually having fewer children as conscious people. Because idiots, I got a cousin, and it ain't no shade on who she is or nothing like that, and I love her to pieces because she my cousin. I told y'all last night about my cousin, but she got 7 kids and she barely graduated high school. She got 7. I tried my best to impact those babies, but I didn't have those 7 babies. So they only have a small piece of my DNA. I only have limited access to them. I can't impact their day-to-day life and tell them the game and teach them like they need to be taught because they're not my kids. I try and do the best I can, but it's different. And I'm just saying that the goal and objective is to not reproduce a conscious African in society.
Well, it's a fact that you're not considered a first world country until you get your population of what 2.1 per person. You're not considered in that first world country. Brazil, in order for Brazil to get those Olympics, like I said, it's not me talking on my ass. They had to get their population down to a manageable number, as they call it. If you look through the numbers, you can click right now, Google.
Also, GDP is also a factor as well in infrastructure.
What was that? I didn't hear you, bro.
What was like GDP, infrastructure, and other economic means are also factors that buy into that.
I think Mchaka has a delay or something going on. So do you have finish up?
Oh yeah. I heard him. And yeah, that's definitely a fact. But also, like I said, part of the goals, if you look at where Bill and Melinda Gates are most active, the foundations are most active at, is in the African nations. The Congo, the Congo was 8 point something kids per couple. The largest population growth you're seeing right now is in the African nations. And the majority of them are considered, if you, like I said, once again, Google, third world countries. And they're not third world countries because they don't have resources to produce a significant GDP or anything like that. It's because they are not allowed the financial advantages to produce things like factories, to mass produce things like vehicles and things of that nature. You have to be able to appease the IMF to be able to get these type of loans to produce these type of manufacturing hubs in order to be, elevated to this first world country status. We have to recognize who controls the currency. It's a bigger game. We seem to think on a level that's very, very, minuscule, right? More so to our daily lives, when in reality, the people we're dealing with, not only dealing with 100-year plans, right? They're dealing on a macro level of planning, whereas though we're more so concerned with the micro.
Yeah. So I do want to remember, because the thing is, I do want to add to this before Nchaka's delay catches up. There's like the thing is that population control is definitely what Bill Gates and them want. But what they say when they say population control, they really mean kind of like what Matron was saying in regard to, people having less kids. They do definitely want people to have less kids, and they do see that as a better thing than years before. I think they one time explained it. I think I saw one of them explaining that along the lines of, like very impoverished people would have multiple kids because some of them will die during, they'll die
early
before reaching maturity. And because they will die before reaching maturity, a lot of parents will have a lot of kids.
A lot of them agricultural society.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people will have a lot of kids in order that they can have some surviving people. But with regard to medical technology, if you believe in that, but with regard to medical technology, what it does is that you will have multiple kids and they will all survive. Yeah. And so you then have this problem of a population exploding, right? And then so I remember back in high school,
surplus.
Yeah, back in high school, if you have too many people, you won't have enough, occupations for them, and then you could have a whole bunch of other things going on with that. But there was also this thing back in high school, we all heard about it, but it was kind of like most of us kind of ignored it. But it's this Malthusian theory, and it's just this idea that as population, like it's like 18th century. 18th century British philosopher, economist, whatever, noted that, population and food production have to be pretty there's a limit to how much you want your population to be when regard to food production, but not just food production. It could also be, global warming. It could be this, it could be that. As to say that, these are the things that they have a tradition of worrying about, like how D-Web just said that they plan like 100 years or something.
But
so
the thing is, the problem with that is their systems are basically based off increased population. Pension doesn't exist without an increasing population. Social Security doesn't exist without an increasing population. So you can say that they,
well, it won't be because of that increasing population, though.
What was that?
Shaka, repeat that one more time, because you're on a
I'm saying Social Security won't exist because of this increasing. Yeah, it won't increase because of this increase in population. That's why you see Social Security being phased out, because of the surplus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like their whole entire economic system is based off an increasing population. So to sit here and see that they are right now planning for to have this decreased because their whole economic system would collapse. So if they're willing to collapse their whole economic system based on stagnating the population,
it'll collapse if we have an increase or a decrease
in the works.
I'm sorry, but I have a question. Who is this white man who is able to come from the West, to come to Africa, to tell me how much children that he thinks I should be able to have and not have? Mm-hmm. Africa has been around way before America even existed. And it seemed to me that African women been having many children. And it seemed to me they've been able to feed their children and support their children. You talking about occupation? They was living off of the land. So yeah. I'm thinking about this idea of these guys coming in and tell, well, that's not fit or proper for you guys to live like this because this and this. And who are you to tell me that?
Yeah, they have more children with less resources, bro.
That's what I consider to be supremely arrogant and white supremacy at its best. And I would run you out of Africa with that bullshit because we've been around longer than you. We've been around existing longer than you. And we've been civilizations longer than you. We could work out our problems ourselves. You all work out your own problems in the West. That's what I tell Bill Gates.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I would say that there really was higher mortality in some places. At least I could say, for instance, for Marcus Garvey, like he had maybe, like his parents had maybe 7 kids, and he was only one of 2 survivors. You know, so it's not to say that. No, but of course that's Marcus Garvey is living in pretty much post-slavery Jamaica. So it's not necessarily what we were doing back in Africa. But again, I agree that, you know, white people and their white arrogance is a thing. You know, their white arrogance and their white, you know, ideas is definitely a thing. I don't think that anybody doesn't agree with that. It's more so and the thing is that I just want to point out what D-Web was saying about how white people are inconsistent. Like, yeah, they are inconsistent. They have multiple schools of thought, multiple different discourses, multiple different things going on. Like, they're not necessarily as unified or as unitary as a lot of people tend to make them out as. So I think Bill Gates and them comes from the Planned Parenthood, comes from the population control side, but then there's also the Social Security side, which says, hey, let's have the kids pay for it, you know. So it's like a totally different school of thought. I think, and I think that, like, I wouldn't look at it as, well, why are they being inconsistent, as much as they are just different people doing different things at the same time. And we just we're just caught in the middle of it because we're in their country, you know?
If Bill Gates wants to help Africa, go to Africa and teach them about all the technology you can, because you've acquired a mass amount of information about technology, about business and so forth. You teach the populations that, and that's how if you want to teach them to fish. But don't come in Africa to try to dictate to me how I must have a relationship between me and my woman and how much children we should have. Come and help us with as far as business goes, exchange ideas like that. Exchange ideas of technology, exchange these ideas. But please, you know what I mean? As far as my bedroom business goes, you should stay out of that.
I don't think he's trying to help Africa. I don't think he's trying to help Africa.
No.
Right. He can't even get along with his woman. Eurasian men don't even get along with Eurasian women. They try to dominate them. And the West really and truly was set up to try to facilitate her continued domination and incursion into and relevancy in the world. It was a place for her to assert her place in her space. And unfortunately, African women and African men and African people allowed her to speak. She needs to shut up.
I think you cut out at the end there, Matron.
I heard it, and it was beautiful.
She needs to shut up.
That's it.
Yeah, so you know what, guys? We've been on this topic for a little while now. I want to point out that Kevin Carey 42 in the chat is posting some links about global white population is going to plummet to a single digit. You guys can click on those links and check those out. What I want to do, I want to get to, because we're just now up to the 4th Shoot the Breeze topic. I want to get to that. Mchaka, I know you're in the waiting room there. Just hang tight. We'll get to you in a bit. We got to make sure to juggle people in and out tonight because of the setup. But the Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is the true origin of the name America being Tamari. Is Egypt America? So I was sent a link with this prompt as well. I can't play the whole video. I'll play a few minutes of it.
I was gonna say we could skip this one. No,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with only for once.
Yeah, I want to be fair.
Except for once.
Someone took out the time to send me the topic. I appreciate that. So let me play a couple of minutes of this, and then we'll talk about it.
This website is from the Museum of Agropolis. It's a French, Museum of Agriculture.
Sorry, I keep forgetting this shit. Let me share this. Boom, boom. So this video is titled "True Origin of the Name America." So let's see what they got going on.
All right, so now we're in this website. It's from the Museum of Agropolis. It's a French, I guess, Museum of Agriculture, Agropolis. And it says here, Egypt was called by its people to marry. Again, Egypt was called by its people to marry, not by Greeks, Romans, or white Europeans or other, people that are not from that region or from this culture, civilization. Again, the people who are actually from this culture and civilization, they called it to marry, meaning the beloved land, which is cultivated by the hoe, whatever that means. There were other descriptive names of Egypt, such as Ta'ank, meaning the land of blood and fertile soil, Kemet, fertile soil, black soil. We have black and fertile soil here in America, very abundantly, meaning the black soil. Nahet, meaning land of sycamore tree, and Mizr, the safe and civilized country. And now we're in this book. It's called A Book of the Beginnings by Gerald Massey. And it says here, according to Aulus Gellius Diodorus, Egypt was named Aeria, the Egyptian Aur, later Aer. But look at this, Aeria, just add an M between the A and the E. What do you get? Ameria, right? Ameria, Aeria. All right. The Egyptian R, later Aer, in the name of the river Hebrew Er. Aeria is the land of the river, possibly with the further meaning of the pure, as Ia means to wash, white, and purify. Another name of Egypt is Tamari. Again, another name of Egypt is Tamari. Again, Tamarikan, Tamarik, the Tamariqua, Tamari, Tamarikans. Ta is to drop, heap, deposit, type. Mary is the inundation. Tamari is land thus deposited. The vulgar English to ta is a child's word, and it means to deposit soil. Also, Tamari reads the gift of inundation, the gift of the goddess Mary, the goddess Mary, or Mary, who had dual form as Mary Rest, south, and Mary Mehi, north. Egypt is also designated the land of the eye. All right, so that's interesting. So Mary Rest, south, we're talking about South America, and Mary Mehi, Mexico, Meri, North America. All right, now we're going to read from the Sondervan Encyclopedia of the Bible, Volume 2. All right, a lot of you know about this Bible. And it says here, names of Egypt. The ancient Egyptians had several terms for their homeland. Kemet, the black land, as opposed to the desert, the red land. Tawi, the two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt. And Tamari, again, and Tamari, Tamari, a term of uncertain meaning. They don't know what it means. They're telling you that. But you know what? We all know what it means. It means.
So let's stop that there. Matron, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Oh, okay.
And where's the Zulism? Because I'm going to need a Zulism to explain this one to me. But go ahead, Matron.
Okay. There's a theory that America is Africa, and that, as best I can understand it, right, that this is our land. This is a part of that Dane Calloway argument and this indigenous people. This is just fodder for that discussion, right? And they're trying in an attempt to say that this land is really Africa. That's why there are pyramids here. That's why there are these other points on this particular landmass that we confuse. It's a crazy ideology. It goes back to the fact that they're trying to divest us from having an African inheritance. They are trying to divest us from the richest continent on the planet, right? And as far as I understand it, as far as I reckon it, they are just trying to say that, oh no, you're not landless. You really belong to America. Now that we've ripped it of its resources, we've messed it all up. You'd have to go back and really cleanse the land in order to do anything really and truly valuable with it. And you shouldn't even look at Africa as they eye Africa and go over there to assert themselves as kings and buy chiefdoms and stuff like that. They're trying to divest us from Africa. That's what that's about.
Bobby, you right in the chat says this sounds like some of that Aboriginal and more pseudo history. Mr. Untouchable, did this make any sense to you?
I only get 2 questions for my brother Zuli. The first question is, what kind of Haitian ganja you smoking? And the second question is, where can I buy some from?
Oni, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is ridiculous. I don't like. I mean, if you were to say the name Tamari's from America, like that might be some sort of reasoning, but I don't think so, obviously. But to say that Egypt, where we know Egypt is actually like Egypt, the place with the pyramids, is actually nah, it's just stupid. It's just dumb.
Oh boy, D-Web, what say you?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah, that's stupid. I don't agree with all the pseudoscience in terms of trying to say like North America was, but however, I will say one thing is that I don't agree really with the retreat type of tactic that we seem to have, where it's like, yo, we just need to get back to Africa. Yeah, like, yo, why can't we take shit? I would like to take shit sometimes, yo. Like, why can't we take some shit sometimes? Like, why can't we imperialize some shit sometimes? So I will say that, but we
I think we'd have to take Africa first, though.
Right, that's exactly what I was gonna say. That's all.
Fine. Take everything. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yes, it's all our shit. I want my shit back.
Just call me, yo. I'm ready to rock and roll, yo. I've been saying we need to drop squad for the longest. However, yeah, we come on, we already behind. Move on to the next topics.
M. Chaka, you're the last word on this topic. What say you?
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's mad dumb. It's just mad stupid. That's really.
Yeah. Where's Ozuliism when you need him to explain something?
They on that edible for real, bro. Like,
So we're moving on to Shoot the Breeze number 5. Topic number 5, the infrastructure bill. How much debt will this make? What do we need to tap into this money? And this prompt did in fact come with a link. Let me share the link and read it for you guys. Biden signs $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill into law. Let me make sure it's sharing so only don't come screaming it ain't sharing. Biden signs $1 trillion bipartisan. Bipartisan. I hate this shit. Hold on. I'm getting these pop-ups. Y'all forgive me.
Use uBlock Origin instead of AdBlock Plus. It uses too much RAM.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Good tip. Thank you. President Biden signed more than $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill into law on Monday, checking off the first piece of his party's sprawling economic agenda. The package will put $550 billion in new funds into transportation, broadband, and utilities. Biden's signature follows years of failed efforts in Washington to overhaul physical infrastructure, improvements that advocates have said will boost the economy and create jobs. The legislation will put $110 billion into roads, bridges, and other major products. It will invest $66 billion in freight and passenger rail, including potential upgrades to Amtrak. It will direct $39 billion into public transit systems. The plan will put $65 billion into expanding broadband, a priority after the coronavirus pandemic left millions of Americans at home without effective internet access. It will also put $55 billion into improving water systems and replacing lead pipes. Funding will go out over a 5-year period. It could take months or years for many major projects to start. Before signing the legislation, Biden said, we are finally getting this done after years of failed attempts in Washington. He stressed the direct benefits Americans will feel from the law, part of a broader sales pitch he will carry out in the coming days and months ahead of the 2022 midterm elections. So my message to the American people is this: America is moving again, and your life is going to change for the better, he said. And that's the article there. $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill passed. So the prompt says, how much debt will this create? And the second part of the prompt is, how do we, and I think we means Black equals African people, how do we tap into this money? D-Web, I'm gonna start with you on this one.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Once again, I will, revert back to what I said earlier. You have 9 new billionaires off the pharmaceutical industry that we're dealing with. In terms of just in terms of this bill that's being passed, what you're seeing is a large investment in terms of what they call green industries or whatnot. I would take it back to what I experienced during the Obama administration, where they had another large investment upon like green energy and green, initiatives and things like that. Is what I saw as just a large transfer of wealth. That's when you seen first Bitcoin shoot up. You saw somebody low key somebody shot me a link showing that you can invest in this company that was doing something with like wind renewable energy, which that company ended up folding. However, a lot of people before that stock ended up going to crap. A lot of people made a lot of money. So all of these initiatives to me are just wealth transfers, and they're pretty much telling you what they're doing. Even the Paris Accords and things like that, these are wealth transfers. These are where they're taking tangible assets, real estate, right? They're taking fiat and transferring it into real estate. So whenever you hear like these different bills, particularly if they have to do with green energy and things of that nature, what you're witnessing is a wealth transfer in itself, and you need to pay attention. Get with somebody who's more so maybe economically adept at breaking these things down. Because particularly I know people who've had accountants the last couple of years who may, dabble in different industries. But in terms of just like these bills they've been passing, things like that, I know people who made $10,000-$20,000 just basically using whatever initiatives they've been doing the past few years, these different bills they've been passing, these Build Back Better bills, these COVID resilience bills and things like that. People are coming up off these joints, bro. Real hard. $10,000-$20,000. I know dope boys coming up off these bills. Like, and if you don't have the financial literacy to come up yourself, it really doesn't matter to you. This is just a footnote. But there are people making billions, millions of dollars off these bills. This right here is nothing but a wealth transfer.
I just want to shout out in the chat room, Marcus McGee is with us tonight. Earlier he said, there's no way for the world to work as it is and have Africa thrive at the same time. The world order would flip. Kevin Carre earlier said that he just put on his tin foil hat during that last prompt about America being Egypt. KW Don 7 is saying right now, even if you prove that you are indigenous to Turtle Island, what are you going to do about it? Intellectually masturbate? He says up to KW Don 7 for this prompt says the march to 30 million is on. And Kevin Carre posted a link in the chat that is talking about the best infrastructure stocks, I guess, basically to buy, I'm assuming. So Kevin Carre is, I guess, answering the prompt in that sense. of what you can do to get in on some of the money. D Webb, I think, put it well that it's a really just this whole thing. I'm not saying it's a pandemic and all this stuff, but I will say that it was an opportunity, and people cashed in on the opportunity. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Well, this is a really a specialized question in particular for the AAs. So the AAs, I'll have to defer to the AAs on this particular question. But what I would say is this: I think the U.S. about to be raining in money. So if I was my AAs out there, what I would say is, go and incorporate, get your LLCs. However you do, it's only like $200 to incorporate and go after them government contracts, man. And whatever field is this guy trying to put, because it's going everywhere. If America is trying to build infrastructurally, they'll be giving out contracts everywhere, man. So try to see if you could get one of them contracts and make $1 million if you could. You know what I mean? So that's what I would say. Get your LLCs, incorporate, and go after them government contracts because it's going to be raining money.
Side note to what Mr. Untouchable is saying, something I noticed, because I'm in that space, something I notice with a lot of, especially black folks, is you want to be a prime contractor all the time, but there's money in being a subprime too. Don't be afraid to get in the game underneath someone who's underneath another person. Yeah, it's some trickle down bullshit, but that's how you get into the game. You have to get your toe wet first.
Not to cut you off, Koku, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to mention this real quick, bro, because I've been not to get too deep into the the conspiracy realm or whatever, but I've been dealing with people who are self-employed. They live in a different realm, yo.
Mhm.
It is crazy right now. Like the stuff I've heard just over the past 24 hours in terms of people who did what you just suggested with LLC, you can come up real crazy and not have to pay any of that money back. We should be eating. There should be Keisha's beauty supply on every corner, bro. You can get it right now. Get you a LLC, get you a lawyer. People are eating out here now. I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? If you want to hit me up, I have I'm sure you've included the the podcast email and things like that. But hit me up. We'll be codified, but it's people eating out here right now.
Let people know what the podcast email is.
It is the harsh reality pod at gmail.com. Like I said, if I don't know you, just holler at me and shoot me your socials or whatever, and I'll talk to you and you know what I mean, make sure that we are codified in terms of how we talking. But financially, it is opportunities out here. I'll leave it at that.
All right, you'll be hearing from me as well. Matron, what say you?
That was the information I needed to change my life. This is my question, my prompt, right? And I'm like, yo, look, I know it's money out here. Like, I'm looking at this and I just see black wealth sitting on the table. But what has been missing in our community is the opportunity to pay somebody that thinks like us to empower and enrich us. They post these reports all the time, whether it's a report about cities that they trying to gentrify, the worst cities, the best cities, the population densities with their income. They post this type of information all the time. And I'm like, infrastructure bill. I see millions of dollars and black millionaires, that black equals African millionaires coming up out of this. This is a way for us to take their money, right? We do some work and we can transfer that wealth to a place where black can be powerful. It's not that black can't be powerful in America at some point, but if we go out here and we try to establish ourselves and do certain things and make certain moves, and we're not ready to pay the ultimate price each and every time and lose a lot of resource, then we can go and we can take this and we can go build a strong black country and be like, fuck with one of ours. Oh, it's problems. And so I'm just saying, thank you, D Webb, for giving me the information. You know I'm gonna be all in your inbox, right? Me and a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be all up in your inbox. Anybody else telling me I could be up in their inbox, y'all know I'm gonna be up in your inbox. Anybody else want to put it out there? Because y'all know I be coming for you. You know what I'm just saying?
I'm sitting here mad that I work. to be honest with you. But like I said, I'm gonna be codified. These people have accountants, and it's going down. So hit me up.
I'm not gonna be all up in your inbox, but I will shoot you an email concerning this topic here. All right.
An email in his or you gonna put
say that again?
You gonna put your email in his inbox?
I was trying to avoid some bullshit and walked in some other bullshit. Only
That's
time
why I
to
don't fuck with Oni, bro. That's what I mean.
Only time to say, what do you have to say about this?
I mean, I say go over and D-Web's inbox.
Nah, hell no. Y'all cats. Hit me up. If you codified black, hit me up. Outside that, stay on my inbox because I will spam you. I will mark you as spam and I will block you. I love doing it.
But I was just saying for the infrastructure bill, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much debt was. I thought D-Web was going to talk about inflation because I saw him discussing that. But
bro, if you don't know about inflation right now, I don't really have nothing to say to you right now.
It's not that I don't know. I thought you was going to tell us.
You want me to go in on inflation because I will.
Let's hear this.
All right, so talk a little bit about inflation as far as this bill goes.
As far as this bill goes, if you look at the Build Back Better bill, which includes like initiatives for every mile that you drive upon which you're already paying.
Yes.
It makes sense.
25% more for energy and 20% more for your grocery bills and things of that nature. This is, like I said, once again, this is nothing but a tax on the middle class and below. You know, the people who utilize the Walmarts of the world. And they try to frame it as something that it will only affect people who are making more than $400,000. However, the people that make more than $400,000 are normally what they call job creators, and they're not going to eat increased taxes. They're going to pass that on to you. Okay. So this entire bill is nothing more than the increased tax on the middle and below class, the ones who go shop at Walmarts and the Targets of the world, the one who buy gas every day to get to their little job, the one who buy groceries every week to feed their family. Okay, so all of this, as they try to paint it as something that's going to even the playing field, right? Like even what we're going through, and in reality they're just going to pass that on to you. So you need to be codified, you need to be prepared for what's going on, and that's an increase in your daily activities in terms of buying gasoline, in terms of buying food, in terms of that. This is just an increase of that, which we saw with the infrastructure bill.
So basically if you're not tapping into this money, your money's gonna be tapped into.
Right. Exactly. Now's your opportunity. In the chat room, Kevin Carre says, I do not have a LLC, but I have been eating good the last 10 years. I made connections with NYC City Hall. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When these things come around, these things create something akin to like a cottage industry, man. And you have to figure out what's going to be needed and try to position yourself for folks who are looking for what they need. Chaka, you have the last word on this prompt. What's up?
I echo a lot of the sentiments from others that have spoken about the opportunities to build industry, businesses, and things of that nature. The usefulness of the bill is evident as well, because anywhere you go in the country, you have dilapidated bridges, buildings, roads, etc. And as well with the new Climate Act as well. We're talking about climate change.
Mm-hmm.
You guys see the infrastructure for building more public transportation to decrease need for fossil fuels, emissions, etc. So it's useful as well to help update the nation's infrastructure, because that the nation overall, when you rank all nations based on infrastructure and utilities, the U.S. is ranked low compared to many other first world nations, even some second-rate nations as well.
Oh, actually, can I add something?
Yeah.
So you see that the word broadband right there, right? I think that black folk should open their ears to when white folk giving out broadband secrets, you know? and then take that broadband knowledge back home, you know? Because I think that's what, you know, the Chinese do, or like other groups do, is that they kind of pick up on, you know, what they might learn and then they bring it back home. So it's just like, you know, perk your ears up when, you know, they start funding broadband like insight or whatever. Just, you know, take the class. You don't have to, you know, do anything. And then just say, hey, that's not the job for me. And then go do the job in Africa and make yourself some money there, you know?
Yep. All that road work and understanding how they put together new rails and all that kind of stuff, how they figure out routes and, you know, public transportation, like go in there, get that information, skid out, go back home and implement that stuff, man, because it's needed there, you know? That's how you plug into a cottage industry type situation. Marcus McGee says, say that info again. I don't know what info he's referring to, but
trying to slide in DMs,
I guess, yeah. Watch out, D-Web.
Say it again.
So I guess he might be talking about the email address for D-Web, which is the harsh reality pod, all one word, the harsh reality pod
for the Addy
at gmail.com. I think that's what he might be asking for. Not certain. All right. I think we did enough with that topic there. But D-Web, I think he dropped a nice piece of information, and he's offering, you know, listeners to come through and check him out. By the way, also check out the House Rally podcast. The last show he did with the BPP General Aziz. That's a pretty dope interview for the House Rally podcast presents. So you guys check it out. As a matter of fact, we're at the halfway point, I guess, of the show. Let me do a station ID break. You guys go grab a sip of water, a rum and coke, whatever it is you do in your own time. And we'll be back on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D-Web with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Hey, while I have you guys' attention too, you know, you can also support each and every show that's on KWAZ Radio right now. You can purchase a t-shirt, and this is how you do it. Greetings, everyone. This is Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I just want to jump on real quick and highlight a tweet made by the revolutionary matron of the Learning Curve podcast on KWAZ Radio. She says in this tweet, buy Black and support KWAZ Radio hosts. Buy a t-shirt today. You can go to t-shirtepiphanies.com/KWAZ-radio-merch. You can support all the hosts like Onitase from the Pro-Black Perspective, myself, Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast, the Harsh Reality Podcast with D-Web and Al Miguel, and last but not least, the Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve Podcast. And I just wanted to show you, also, you can look at and see some of the first shirts that we have here. We have a lot of size options for you guys to choose from. So make sure go ahead and support each of these shows by purchasing a t-shirt today. The reality is that when you buy merchandise, support of one of your favorite shows on the network, you help to make that show even better, right? And by purchasing and wearing these t-shirts, you are showing people around you that you are included in the culture that we are creating at KWAZ Radio. All right? Buy it because you love what we're doing. Buy a t-shirt because you want to be a part of this thing that we're creating, right? And buy it because you want to show people that you feel united with the subject and the cause of the shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. You guys be good. Peace. Yes, indeed. Thanks you guys for sticking around during that commercial break. Someone's making mad noise in the background. So that was the call to action to check out the KWAZ merch store. Make sure you guys do that. There's a lot of different colors of merchandise. I checked it out the other day. There's a bunch of mugs, there's hoodies, there's everything. Go check it out and let us know what you think as well. Let's get to the next topic. Shoot the Breeze next topic is a strange topic. You guys will see what I mean in a second. There's this strange topic. I think it was Azuliism who sent this again, by the way. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is about a serial killer, Reverend Sister Credonia Mirinde, and the Kanunga massacre. Have you guys on the panel heard about this thing before? Just out of curiosity.
Is this the teacher that got killed?
I'm not sure it was a teacher.
I think that well, then I don't know, but I did. This sounds familiar. Where this lady got killed by like some students at the school where she had been working. But if I think that's who this is.
Okay, so you guys can see the screen. I'm going to play this story. You guys just pay attention to the story, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
This Reverend Sister killed over 1,000 people, all in the name of the Virgin Mary. Meet Credonia Mwerinde, Ugandan Reverend Sister who started a religious cult in the early 90s. She, with her fellow cult leaders made up of defrocked Reverend Fathers and Reverend Sisters, predicted the world would end in 1992, but it didn't. So they pushed it to 1995. When the world did not end in 1995, they lost a lot of followers. They went on to predict 1999, December 31. That day came to, nothing happened. Then they said it would end for sure in the year 2000 by December 31st. But by March of 2000, something terrible happened. She treated her followers to a feast with a lot of drinks and food. They said they were preparing for the rapture. The next day after the feast, she locked all 530 members in a church and burnt them all to death. Some believed she was in the fire, others believed she ran away. Our own personal story will blow your mind. Before Credonia became a Reverend Sister, she had been married 6 times. According to her 6th husband, Credonia loved money more than anything in this life. They both ran a successful bar that soon folded because of an alleged murder that took place in the bar. We'll talk about the murder in the next episode. For this episode, we'll focus on how she began the movement that led to the Kanungo massacre. After her business crumbled, she divorced her husband and joined the Catholic Church. Just 2 weeks of being a Reverend Sister, she claimed to have had a vision of the Virgin Mary. She took her vision to this man, Joseph Kibwetere, a very well-to-do religious man who was also a strong Catholic. She told him that the Virgin Mary has chosen him to take her and another Reverend Sister Ursula into his home and lead the movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments. And Joseph agreed. This was just the beginning of the apocalypse. Who was behind the burning of 530 people in the Kanungo massacre? Anyone already familiar with the story would tell you it was him, Joseph Kibwetere. But let's see. When Credonia was in her pride, she burnt down a man's house for refusing to date her. How dare he? When she used to run a bar, a customer went missing. It was later said that Credonia was seen burning things behind the bar after being spotted cleaning blood from the floors of the bar. That was why the business folded. When she started the cult, she asked a relative to join. The relative said no. Credonia took some cult members to the relative's farm and set it on fire. So who do you think would have thought of burning these people to their death? Maybe he did it, but it was definitely her idea. She is the one with a criminal past, not him. She had killed a few people before she even joined the cult. 3 of those people were her older brothers, and how she killed them will shock you. When Joseph took in Credonia, she made his house a living hell. According to Teresa, Joseph Kibwetere's wife, Credonia was a tyrant She made laws for the house and for the court of over 200 followers at the time. A lot of these followers lived in the estate of Joseph Kikwete. These laws prevented couples from sleeping with each other. It also restricted food to 3 times a week. Defaulters were punished. Credonia claimed all the laws were from the Virgin Mary, but their stay in Kibwete's estate did not last. Teresa, with the help of the community, kicked them out, and so they left for Kanungu to an estate owned by Credonia's father. It would be later learned that 3 of Credonia's elder brother, who were in line to inherit this estate from their father, had all died from food poisoning at different times. That wouldn't be the last time she would kill with poison. You see, the court leaders had already killed over 700 of their members before the day of the fire. The fire in the church was the last thing they did. It was when the authorities came for the fire victims that they searched the compounds and found dead bodies everywhere. They discovered 153 dead bodies in a Sokowe, 150 in a mass grave, 130 more in another mass grave. These peculiar victims were believed to have been poisoned, strangled, and beaten to their death. The video I want you to see is too graphic for TikTok. Click the link on my profile to watch it. Just don't watch it at night. It was the remaining set of the members that were eventually taken to the church and burnt alive. The leaders were said to have all died in the fire with the members. However, only the last one was identified. Credonia and Joseph Kibwete might still be on the run till this day. So guys, what do you think?
So that was bizarre. But we see this kind of thing out of the Abrahamic religions all the time. Mr. Untouchable, what did you take from that whole story just now?
I think that I think Azuli is being mischievous. You know, he's being very mischievous. But you know what? I'm even gonna play into it. The West had a long history. You know what? Let me first say this. I think Jesus needs to get out of Africa. Right. That's the first thing I need to say. Jesus needs to get out of Africa. Africa has enough spirituality to exist and survive on its own without this idea of Jesus being in Africa. Second, let me say that the West, not only the West, but this idea of the second coming cults was prolific in the West. You know, in particular, in parts of Europe and in parts of America, they always had this idea of the second coming. You know, we're going to just pack up everything because Jesus coming on this particular date. And then with the second coming, they don't know they had the second disappointment, because when Jesus don't show up, you have a great disappointment. But they always had these things, you know, and it's unfortunate that these missionaries, they go over to Africa and misinform people about religion, or the Africans themselves misunderstand religion, and they take it to a whole nother level, because I feel like we are the ultimate deists, you know, as far as spirituality is concerned. But I personally believe that Jesus needs to get out of Africa. They don't need to be there. We could exist on our own without Jesus being there, because with Jesus there, it's nonsense. Enough nonsense happened without him. But the fact that he is there is creating a lot of problems. So he really needs to leave. That's my opinion on it.
Thank you. D-Web, I know you didn't care for the topic too much, but just give me a couple of words on it. Is D-Web muted? Okay, let's go to Oni. Oni, what says you?
Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, okay. So it seems like it's just some arsonists.
Word up. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Oni, yo. Yes.
Yeah, it just seemed like some woman who likes branding people, and she was in charge of a church, I guess. It's kind of weird.
Matron?
Well, you know, Mother Teresa felt like it was necessary for her to keep people poor, because that was how she was fulfilling the mission to her God. You know, again, we all know Christianity, Abrahamic religions, anything that's outside of African religions are self-harm. But something that my mother brought to my attention the other day is that Christianity is self-harm for all people, but especially African people. They catch a cold, we catch pneumonia. That's it.
Erzuliism says something interesting. He said that's the people on the motherland. He goes on to say that's our partner, meaning women, killing their people over the colonizers' religion. Finally, he says she probably didn't believe in it, but the people she killed surely did.
He's being mischievous. M. Chaka,
do you have anything to add to this?
Bro got a strong Nigerian accent.
Oh, he does. Okay. Well, thank you for that.
No problem.
Kevin Carre said earlier, cultists claim pastor demanded sacrificial beheading of woman because she's a goat. He says, what the hell is going on with these black religious people? This is the problem. You follow the oppressor and you choose to have his ways, man. And so you begin oppressing your own people. Mchaka, aren't you from Nigeria?
You can say that.
Okay.
Shock, you think I have a strong Nigerian accent?
Biko, now I'm just saying something simple. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a weird story, but I guess the point Zulian was trying to get across is that we are dying still over, newsflash, we are still dying over these Abrahamic religions, which is just silly. And the way we go out on it too, that's the part that really just boils my blood. I'm going to post the next prompt now. I think we're done with that prompt. Prompt number 7. The NFL world is stunned by Michael Vick's admission. So what the hell did he admit to?
Oh, he didn't. He really didn't care about them dogs, huh?
What did he admit to in particular? Let me share this with you guys so you can see this. So Michael Vick in Madden 2004,
the
is
best
one of
Madden
the most.
ever.
Oh, it is
The best.
Okay, is one of the most dominant video game athletes of all time. The then Atlanta Falcons quarterback was pretty much unstoppable in the video game. Vick possessed elite speed and throwing ability. Playing as the Falcons quarterback was highly entertaining, while playing against him was incredibly frustrating. For many kids growing up, it got to the point where Vick and the Falcons had to be off limits so the games wouldn't get too heated. Earlier this week, Vick had a pretty stunning admission. The former NFL quarterback admitted that he didn't like to play as himself. Fans are stunned.
It's not a news story.
Is this news? Like, okay.
Apparently. Simply absurd. Mike Vick in Madden 04 was unstoppable. I would select this one single play each time, and it was essentially a triple option. Never lost, one fan tweeted. Of course, some understood. The beauty of Madden and video games in general is being able to venture outside of yourself, picking the worst team and making them the best, picking a character nothing like you and beating the game. Vic was just experiencing that feeling. One fan felt. So this was a tweet that they showed earlier, and the tweet is from Roger Sherman saying Fox just aired a promo about their Madden documentary, and they interviewed Michael Vick, and he said he played as Tom Brady. Tom Brady is a white quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now, formerly a New England Patriot. He played as Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, another white boy, because he wanted to play as a pocket passer. What? When every single other person in the world was playing as Michael Vick? So I guess the idea here is that Michael Vick is self-hate, showing self-hatred.
Self-hate. Nah, that's extreme. That's not self-hate.
Talk about it, Mchaka.
Nah, I wouldn't even say. Well, when he was in Atlanta, he was in Atlanta Falcon before, the doc thing. Then he went to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
They basically didn't have a playbook. It was basically, all right, Vic, do what you're gonna do. That's really what it was the whole time. And he never really got that trained. Like Vic had a cannon of an arm.
He did.
And like the agility of a running back and the speed of a wide receiver, like all that mixed into a quarterback. But he never got the training or the coaching. And remember that during that time period, it wasn't like now you see a lot of running quarterbacks, a lot more black quarterbacks too. But during that time period, it was strictly just you have statues in the pocket. You have those Peyton Mannings, those Tom Brady's, Roethlisberger and everybody, right? You have all these people that are immobile quarterbacks. So Vic was just a change of pace, a new quarterback. But the idea was that they didn't plays and playbooks and schemes weren't built for his skill set. So he never really learned to be a quarterback. He was just an athlete playing quarterback at the time. So in him playing as like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, for one, it's like, well, I'm me as it is. Why I don't have to play it on a video game. I can just go out on the field and do that. And two, just to experience that aspect of actually his position of being a quarterback and not just an athlete playing quarterback. I don't even see that self-hate. Like, dude knows he is one of the best NFL athletes of all time. That's all these other black quarterbacks. That's who they look up to. Let's be honest. And then like before him was what, Randall Cunningham, like the 80s and 90s, right? So and Aaron McNair
and Moon too.
Yeah, Warren Moon. Oh yeah, of course, Warren Moon. So.
Yeah, so that's an interesting. Hold on, someone's saying something. Matron will be right by. So that's an interesting thing though, because one thing I'll say is I remember a kid was creating an avatar for like the Nintendo Wii or something like that. And Mchaka, I'm gonna put you on the outside for a second. I'm gonna bring Erzuliism in. Erzuliism, I'm gonna mute your mic because you have a lot of noise going on in the back there. But I remember seeing a kid create an avatar for like a Nintendo Wii or something back in the day. And as a black kid creating a character that had blonde hair and all this old shit. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, you should be creating an avatar that resembles yourself. So I think that's where the prompt is coming from. In the chat, Kevin Carre says, slow news cycle. I guess so. Bobby Wright says, Dr. John and Henry Clark used to say, we as African people embrace these foreign ideologies and we out-pope the Pope and out-Muhammad. He's referring to the previous prompt. Only time I say you're a gamer. What says you?
Well, I was just gonna say sports. And that's all I can say about that. You know, I know, right? Sports. No. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say this is self-hatred. Obviously, like if I were an athlete, I don't know if I would always play as myself either. You know, especially since it's a video game where you could just play as it. Because you know, like most people who play video games do not play as themselves. So I think that was one of the justifications there too, is to say that, you know, like the point of me, if I were to play football, and I don't, but if I were to play football, I wouldn't play as me because, you know, I would not throw good. I would not throw the football well, or I would not, you know, I would trip or something, you know. so you know, I would be not dressed for the occasion. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it in self-hate, but I also don't think this is news. I feel like the guy is just not playing himself in a video game. Like that's not even like that's not a story, really. You know.
Yo, can I say something?
Hold that thought, D-Web. D-Web, let's hear from you first.
Oh no, I really don't have anything to contribute to this particular topic. I'm not stunned by what Mike Vick is saying at this point, particularly in terms of what what he grew up with and things like that. Like I grew up in terms of playing like sports video games, like Joe Montana was the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Didn't anything like us. So it is what it is in terms of the gaming world. You know, I'm not surprised with what he says. So I don't take too much stock in it either way.
Erzuliism?
Yeah, I put a lot of stock in this. This means this in a way. They asked Michael Vick prior to this, who are his top 5 quarterback, top 10. He didn't even put himself in there as the top 5 quarterbacks. In the league where all the schemes, all the plays are created for a pocket quarterback. But all of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers is a mobile quarterback, his worship. For you not to pick yourself and say you want to play as somebody else. Michael Vick in the 2004, Michael Vick could throw. Michael Vick has a cannon of an arm. It's not like Michael Vick can't throw the football. When he went to Philadelphia, he was killing it. He only had one person to throw for, was Crumpler, who was a tight end when he was in Atlanta at the time. I think this is very telling that Michael Vick would say he doesn't play as himself. He wants to play as a pocket quarterback. Again, you know what that does to you? That means they got in your head. They got in your head to tell you that you're just like somebody just said. Michael Vick was an athlete playing quarterback. What the fuck does that even mean? Michael Vick was an athlete playing quarterback.
But he replaced another black quarterback. Fucking, he replaced in Philly. You know what I mean?
No. I'm talking about. I'm not. What are you saying? I'm saying that when he got to Philly, he threw the football. He threw the football.
Yeah, but he replaced another black quarterback in a same scheme. They still had Andy Reid as a coach. He replaced another black quarterback.
But what I'm saying, when he was in Atlanta, are you saying that the NFL, all the schemes are programmed for black quarterbacks to play, to have a great?
Have you seen what's going on
career
nowadays? Have you seen who's replacing Jimmy Garoppolo in San Fran?
I'm saying now they are changing it in the past 2 years. But prior, Lamar Jackson, they told him they was going to make him be a wide receiver. He just got drafted 2 years ago.
But who cares?
I'm just saying,
who cares? He doing his thing though. Like it's like.
What are you talking, bro? I'm talking about that. I feel that Michael be choosing not to play as himself. Is he got programmed in his mind to think that the pocket quarterback is better than a mobile and running quarterback? That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, in terms of what's going on right now, like you said, Lamar Jackson is the man. So who cares? Mike Vick is older than us.
Michael Vick is
Mike
not
Vick
older than
me. I was born in '85. Mike Vick older than me, and I'm middle aged right now.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not about Michael Vick per se. It's about when you ask the black football players who are the top 5 quarterbacks, they don't list one black quarterback in there.
She will lie.
I'm
That's
a
a lie.
I
would call somebody who coaching football right now in high school.
They don't put the black quarterbacks in their top 5 as all around.
Lamar Jackson is the top.
I'm talking about as the whole NFL. I'm not talking about the season
right now.
I'm not talking about the season, bro.
I'm talking about
this season.
I'm not talking about it either. I'm talking about, I say right now, as of
this is what we're gonna do.
2021. Go Google who's the top 5 selling jerseys right now.
What does that mean? That don't mean nothing.
It don't mean nothing. Who's the top 5 selling jerseys in the NFL?
People. Okay. At the end of the day, when they say who are the top 5 quarterback of all time, they're not listed. Maybe after the
listen to
prior.
Yo, who's the top 5? Who's the top 5 selling jerseys, bro?
Okay, do the top 5 quarterback of the NFL, all time top 5 quarterback. See if you get a black quarterback. And what I'm just saying is that, like we were talking about, is that the quarterback position in the NFL represent white boy supremacy. He commands the game. He does this. He does that. That's why Tom Brady got 7 Super Bowl. I'm just saying that little thing alone, even though we think it's nothing, it seems that why would you not and you want to play a pocket quarterback? And this is and I'm gonna say this: when was the black quarterback that was in Philadelphia? What's his name? Donovan McNabb. When he went to the Super Bowl, he stopped being a mobile quarterback. He decided to be a pocket quarterback. He lost. They get into their heads. They tell him being a mobile quarterback is not the thing to be.
Bro, you talking about someone from 06? You literally talking about Donovan McNabb 06, yo. I think every team right now is trying to employ a mobile quarterback.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not arguing with the fact, like traditionally, historically, the white boy pocket passer has been, but you're seeing a shift, and sports itself is a money-making venture upon which they see that exciting people who can move, people who are athletic, sell more tickets. So you're seeing a shift. So I don't really see a negative in that. Yes, historically, you're right though. If you top 5 quarterbacks, you probably get Johnny Unitas and whatever. But I think you're seeing a shift right now, upon which we kind of caught into our own little echo chamber right now, right? But I think if you ask like the kids, I think you ask anybody that's 22 and below, like who the top 5 quarterback, I guarantee you 3 out of them 5 be black quarterbacks, bro.
Mr. Untouchable, do you think it's strange for a black guy to have a white avatar in a video game?
Why? I mean, why? Let me say this. If I could just veer off the point for just a second, Coco, just for a second. My plan, right, is to create a situation where we could see our issues almost on a granular level, like how Erzuli and D Webb was discussing the very finer points of football just now. To the I wish the regular rank and file person in the Caribbean and in Africa could assess their situation down to a granular level, and then go in a detailed fashion in fixing their issues, and at the very fine points, point by point by point by point by. If the regular man on the street is able to assess things like that and then strategize from it, just like the regular man on the street is able to discuss football and things of these nature at a granular level, I think that we'll be able to work our way out of our situation. Now, as far as a white guy, what's his guy name? Michael Vick, having a white guy as his avatar, man, you can't save everyone. You know, I already reached the point where you can't save everyone, and I ain't trying to no more, man. If you don't see a problem with having a white avatar as a person in a so-called video game, as a game or whatever, what can I say to that, brother?
Right.
And I mean, you can't save everyone. You can't, and that's where I am with mine. But that's what I wish for my people, to be able to see things on a granular level and to be able to problem solve at a granular level, like my brothers is discussing football on a granular level. You know what I mean? It's interesting though, but.
Kevin Curry 42 says Cordell Stewart and Rodney Peete were his favorite quarterbacks. Those were black quarterbacks, prominent in the 90s. Matron, you're here. What say you to this whole conversation? Not necessarily from a sports standpoint, but what say you about a black man essentially playing with a white avatar? A black man who was great himself.
Right. I was just going to say that, right? From my perspective, this looks like no matter how preeminent a black man is, his greatest wish and desire is to still just be some other white man. And that's disturbing. You know what I mean? Like that's problematic for our entire community. That when millions of white people are looking up to you, you could go have any of these white people's things as a black man, but your desire is to put on white skin. That's a problem for me.
Azuliism, you have the last word. Oh, did he leave? I think he did. There was also this video too. I'll share with you guys. It's like a minute long.
When I was younger, I have a specific Christmas memory that was the best, like getting specific gifts. Do you have in like your lifetime a specific Christmas that you remember it was like your all-time favorite?
I always remember getting a Nintendo. You know, you probably can relate to that. The Nintendo first came out. It took 2 months to get it, but eventually my mom got it for me. It was a Christmas gift that I had probably for like 7-8 years until the next game system came out. It's one Christmas I never forget.
Do you still play video games a lot, Mike?
Still play video games, still play Madden. You know, still play Techno Bowl if I could.
So I gotta ask, who's your Madden team then, Mike?
My Madden team?
Yeah.
I don't really have a specific team, but I do play with Tom Brady a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like to play with a pass.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you'll still be in that gang green uniform next season, man?
I don't know, man. We'll see. But you know, I'm very excited about my future.
Oh, this is an old video too, by the way. Yeah. So Azuli left, but I think we covered that topic pretty well. Let's move on to Shoot the Breeze number 8. If anyone else has a last point they want to make, by all means, you could state that now. The Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is Miscegenation Chronicles. So we're going to be staying on the goofy NFL for a second. Miscegenation Chronicles. Zach Stacy hit his white ex-girlfriend. Why do so many other players care? Do we as a community care? And this prompt came with an article as well. I'll read the article for you guys. Also,
this video too. The video is actually, I didn't even think it was gonna be that crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah, the video is crazy. Let me see if the article I think the article might have it. The video of it is crazy. If the article doesn't have it, I'll pull it Devontae Adams, other NFL players react to horrifying Zach Stacy video. Let's see if this is the video that's coming up. Yep. So.
Listen. You think that was now I do not. Please. Please, please. You thought that was okay? And then you're going to ruin a relationship and talking about I'm destructive? Listen. Listen. Things are way different now. Stop, please. Listen. You think that was okay? Now I do not. Please. Please, please. You thought that was okay? And then you're going to ruin a relationship and talking about I'm destructive?
All right. I wish Deontay.
He's not done.
Wait. I thought that was a repeat. Okay, hold on.
Oh no! Boom! Yeah, slammed on the thing you put a baby on.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Things like I love you to the baby. I was like, bro, what?
I wish Deontay Wilder fought like that. But anyway.
That's a whole other topic, bro.
What was that? I missed that.
I say
a Wilder fought like that.
I wish Deontay Wilder fought like that. Yeah.
Yeah, sports.
Yeah, sports. You know what? I'm gonna start with the matron this time. Matron, what say you about this?
All right, so I care in regards to what precipitated that. Like, we know that roid rage is a thing. I would have probably felt more emotionally attached to this set of events if it had been a black woman. But him doing that to a white girl doesn't largely affect me. I'm just like, what buttons did she push? You know, he was irresponsible with his dick, right? Because he went out there and that's his baby over there. So he done procreated with her and she done pushed some buttons because now she has access to him physically and economically because of that baby. And whatever it was that precipitated him doing that to her, is something that he's going to have to pay the price for a long, long time. I'm pissed that so many players are coming out complaining and trying to chastise and castigate him, talking about how wrong he was, when this players every day knocking chicks out that look like me or that are on the black spectrum, right? It was a whole girl that was like beat down and dragged down a hallway, and it's women that take it and just keep it moving, or take it and they try to resolve it a whole nother way, but the entire league doesn't come out with something to say. So why are they doing this?
Only to say, what says you? I think you might be muted.
Yeah, so my thing is that I don't know how this guy doesn't know he has cameras. You know, like I looked like there was like two different cameras facing him, and it's like if you know you're being watched or being recorded, then like, you know, maybe go into another room or something. You know, do I advocate for violence against white people? Sure, you know, like no, I'm just. No, I mean like
the views of the pro-black perspective are not the views of KWAZ radio.
Thank you for this clear, but like yeah, I mean, like, you know, it sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck, but like I said, I don't know why he would do that in front of a camera. You know, if you're gonna do that, just don't do it in front of a camera. And like, you should know if you have cameras in your house. You know. I mean, it might be a baby monitor thing.
That's what I'm thinking.
maybe that's what it was about. But like, did she like sneak buy cameras and put it in his house to monitor him because he was like?
That means it's not the first time, then.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, I mean, it's probably like I could see why other players quote unquote care. I mean, I never saw any players care because I don't know any players, but I can see why, because white people are gonna be like, no, you shouldn't have violence against white women, right? Like, what's wrong with them, right? No, I'm joking. But but yeah, I mean, that's like pretty much the gist of it. I mean, yeah, I like I said, I would just imagine that if nothing else, you should be like, if you're going to, pull a what's his face, OJ, like if you're gonna pull OJ, right, you should be monitoring the transactions that she makes if she's setting up cameras in your house,
OJ didn't do it, though.
What'd you say, bro?
OJ didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. OJ didn't do it because he didn't have any cameras in his house. Like, he made sure if you're going to go into another room, or if the killer comes in, there's no cameras for this guy. You know what I'm saying? One car to drive. The killer. You got to just make sure you don't have cameras in your house. That's all I'm saying.
D-Web, what say you about this, man?
At the end of the day, like I said, I agree with Oni. But at the end of the day, regardless of what your preference is, you chose to procreate with this person, and you beating her down in front of a 5-month-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can never really condone that. So it's one of those situations where I'm not gonna play the whataboutism game. You know what I'm saying? But you wrong.
Black on black crime.
Yeah. You wrong. In this situation, you wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna count how many people said this was wrong as compared to the white boy that beat his black girlfriend. Like, yo, you a piece of shit, bro. This was a piece of shit situation. Like, no matter how you felt, at the end of the day, you didn't need to beat that woman down in front of your seed. You know what I'm saying? That's never a fucking good thing.
I got a quick question, right? Like, you're right fundamentally about that. But what I'm asking is, do you think that as a community, we judge ours a little bit harder than they judge theirs, almost as if we are trying to assert some type of moral hierarchy?
I'm not gonna say that, because we are slaves to the corporate media. And if the corporate media says something is more wrong, we see it every day. If the corporate media, if Don Lemon tells you something is more wrong than the other something is wrong, then that's what you believe. At least 85% of these kids. 85. I'm gonna keep rolling with 85. But
right, because that black girl wound up in the hospital after that white boy beat her face in, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the white girl went to the hospital. Of course, she's gonna go to the hospital because it increases, the chances of her, getting a settlement or whatever. You know what I mean? They're gonna always go to the hospital. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna play this game that other people wants to play in terms of like, oh, it's a black person beating a white. Oh, so nah, bro, you a piece of shit. You a piece of shit. You beating down a woman. You beating down a woman. At the end of the day, you chose that white woman. That was your queen. That was my queen to be. You know what I'm saying? That was your queen, bro. And you beat her down. So I'm not finna play this whole who skin. Nah. At the end of the day, you a piece of shit. You a piece of shit. You beat down somebody who doesn't hold the the physical capabilities of you. You beat them down. You know what I'm saying? Whether you snapped, whatever, you got to deal with the consequences of what you deal with. Now, of course, what you dealing with a white woman, you're gonna have the consequences probably gonna be worse. That was your choice in the matter, right? That was what you chose to do. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, deal with it, bro. You know what I mean? I think it's a pretty cut and dry case.
Yeah, I would just add. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of dry because you have these cameras around. I would just add, like, if you are a black man who wants to put violence on a woman, like, try white women. Like.
The views of the pro-black perspective are not the views of KWAZ Radio or its affiliates. Viewer discretion.
My lawyer here. You heard it.
Yo, that's what we need in the community. More of you.
Because I think Matron D-Web might be talking about this particular video, is this the one y'all talking about?
In her words, he just kept hitting me. Now the woman seen being punched over and over in a parking lot is charged with a state jail felony. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cynthia Seguirre.
And I'm Chris Lawrence.
No. It was a white football player.
Windows of
I
the
think that's different.
Oh, okay.
It's a white football player. I think he and honestly, I think he got jail time behind.
I thought that she got. I thought they were saying that she was being accused of some kind of bullshit crime. But okay.
Nah, it's so many different people. It's a light-skinned black chick who beat down Terrell Pryor. I think you might be thinking of them.
No, she crazy. She was like stabbed. She stabbed.
Yeah, she's off the chain, bro.
You know what they say about them stuff? This is the wrong podcast.
Yeah. But it was a white footballer dude who beat down his black girlfriend or something like that, baby mama, and I think he did. He admitted to like being on some medication because of certain mental conditions and things. That was his excuse, but I think he did get time behind that.
Mr. Untouchable, you back home. This type of cut ass you see getting dished out here. What say you about that?
Well, I live with a bunch of gorillas, so I know what gorillas do. Yeah, I mean, but I want to say a word of prayer for Zach Stacy, because what Zach Stacy don't know is that, see, her uncle is the judge, and her uncle is gonna lock him under the jail. And then when he gets locked up, he's gonna go be in jail with the COs, who's probably her cousins. And if he think the beating he put on her was severe, wait till he locked up and the COs putting the beating on him. And then after that, you have the skinheads and whoever else who's gonna be inside there. The COs, they're gonna put him, they're gonna restrict him to a particular section with just
convert to Islam
skinheads or whatever. And then he's gonna get an extra beating in there. So I mean, see, his first crime was dating a white woman. The second crime was getting her pregnant. So now, when he goes to jail, he gonna see the results of that crime. So if he think that beating, and he is a piece of shit, but I know gorillas do what gorillas do. But if he thinks that what he did was such a fantastic thing, wait until he realizes the consequences, because he ain't see the consequences yet. We only see in Act 1, but he ain't see Act 2, 3, and 4. You have to wait for that.
Kevin Carey 42 says that the person y'all were talking about, the footballer, is Chad Wheeler for the Seahawks. He was the one who was involved in that beating the black woman stuff. But yeah, this the real punishment this guy's gonna get is the punishment of having even dealt with this white woman to begin with. And that's all gonna come back to him. Say that again.
I said bad pom pom, No, I'm joking.
The beautiful black perspective on KWAZ radio.
That is.
Yeah, I could actually co-sign what he said there. But yeah, that's bad business on your part. So it's going to, again, I don't feel bad for white folks to tell you the truth, but I do feel bad for this black guy for making a bad decision to start with, and then cutting ass like this on film. I mean, in certain boxing fights, they cut away from the action. This shit didn't cut away from the action at all. This shit
this was wild.
TV. Yeah, but that shit was crazy.
I think part of the outrage is the fact that it was recorded. Because you hear about different domestic violence issues from different players, and just not even in sports, but just in general. But when you see it and you see how graphic, then it becomes real to you, I guess. So
yeah, because this big black fella, he really tossed her ass to a TV. Man.
Yeah, because domestic violence can be anything from a verbal dispute to that's the ranges. So when you actually see what happened, then you can really react in that way.
Someone was wanting to say something just now. Who was that? Was that
the COs are gonna watch that video along with the judge and see, when they see that young lady, they're gonna think about their daughters. They're going to think about their nieces. They're going to think about their nephews and sisters. So they're going to exact whatever he'd exacted out on her, they're gonna exact out on him. So
They're going
at
to. I'm
that
sorry. Go
level,
ahead.
at
But
that
honestly,
level,
I would say that's
I'm watching
expected.
that
I'm not.
situation.
To me, I wouldn't be like, well, they shouldn't. That's expected. You know, you see someone you relate with getting treated that way, you will react in that way in retaliation.
My
So
problem is that we don't feel that way about each other.
that's why I say
Right.
it's natural to feel that way. But you know, that's some things we don't do
But
are natural, I guess.
I understood, but the law is supposed to be something that's blind. The law is supposed to be unbiased.
Oh, I
But
mean,
many,
the video is kind of, it's gonna be hard to try to put it on her on court unless you have something crazy she did. But it's
no,
the
but he is
force.
supposed to, as a person, he's supposed to get a so-called fair trial. So the
Oh,
law is
sure,
supposed to be
absolutely.
unbiased. But what I'm saying is that the law is executed by so-called men. So I'm saying that when a judge sees that, regardless of the fact that the law is supposed to be unbiased, he's going to take a very biased view to what he sees. And so will the CEOs and whoever else watches that video who is in power to exact the punishment out on him. So all I can say is I pray for his soul. I hope he gets out of prison
Alive. I mean, he'll get out eventually, but alive.
So I think we covered that topic pretty well. I'm going to go to shoot the breeze topic number 9 for the night.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna let you know. I might have to head out.
All right.
All
right.
But
Thanks for
I
coming
appreciate it. Yeah. Peace. I'm saying I'm Simon Makusa. You feel me? All right. Peace.
Later.
That brother
Later,
said,
nephew.
"Mama." I have to join him, man. I'm gonna have to get off here too. I appreciate y'all, man. KWAZ family forever. You know what I mean? I appreciate y'all, but I gotta roll.
What's new? I know you just dropped this last episode with General Aziz. What's coming up next for you guys?
Yeah. El Miguel coming back next episode. I should be recording tomorrow, which will probably drop Tuesday. I'm gonna add it to the schedule. So yeah, we doing that, and like I said, every Thursday I wanted to do a different interview, which will drop Friday, and every Sunday we're planning on doing the regular episode. So we're gonna give you guys 2 episodes a week, and hit that Patreon because we're not fucking around.
Yes, sir. All right, thanks for coming through, D-Web. Shoot the breeze topic number 9, food for thought, pardon the pun. Another Marcus lesson. Others have their business and only purchase from their diaspora, yet we are not doing the same to enrich our entrepreneurs. This came with a link. Let me play the video so you guys get an idea what is the Marcus lesson being taught here. By the way, since D-Web has left and Mchaka has left, there's spaces on the panel. So if you want to join or rejoin the panel, you can do so at this time. Let me just give you guys the link once again. All right. So this is our second to last prompt for the night.
Since we open, I think that we could speak freely. The reason why I said alive is he gets out alive is, I understand that some people believe in the American justice system, and it's supposed to function correctly, and people are supposed to get treated fairly and so-called, even the people with money. But don't you remember that Hernandez guy who died in jail, from so-called suicide? And there was Jeffrey Epstein, who so-called committed suicide in jail. Murders happen in jail all the time, brother. It's not to say that because you have money and so-called notoriety that people can't murder you. If you believe that, you really living in a delusion about America, brother.
Thank you for that. We welcome back Kevin Carre to the panel. Let me play this video, and now I'll ask you all your thoughts on it.
Look, I stopped by here, the seafood spot right here. I just pulled side road. I want to show y'all something, right? This is in Orlando. If you notice in Orlando, probably where you stay at too, is a lot of seafood spots. Look, black folks are the biggest seafood buyers, hands down. Now, ever since this whole pandemic shit, the government been giving businesses a lot of money. So a lot of them have been popping up, opening up, right? But check this out. This is how one culture can change another culture through business. By all these seafood spots popping up, and a lot of them coming out with the bag. They got the bag with the crabs in it. All of them doing that shit now. But what it's doing is shaping the way we eat seafood. This is not how we supposed to eat seafood, black folk. This ain't how we eat it. Whether you like it or not, but what I'm trying to explain to y'all, this is how one culture can change another culture through business. Now listen, this is just a group of people coming from their country, finding out what we like, and they selling it to us, even though they don't eat it. A lot of them don't eat the Chinese food and stuff that they sell to us. They don't eat, they eat other stuff. But what I'm trying to explain to you is, right, this is how one culture can change another culture through business. It's equivalent to us from over here going to China and cooking the food that they like and selling it to them. But the problem is they'll never buy from you. They'll never support you. Hell, they ain't gonna support you over here. And this is not being racist, this is facts, okay? What I'm trying to get y'all to do is open up your mind on how we support a lot of people and they don't support us. I've been saying this from day one, and this is just facts. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is this. You even got the Arabs over here selling fried chicken out the stove. I've even seen some Arabs selling some curry chicken one time, bitch. Like, it's crazy. It's all about business. These folks don't give a fuck how healthy it is, unhealthy. If you buying it, I'm selling. This is why they sell halal. This is why they sell us seafood and whatever else we're going to buy. But we support a lot of people that don't support us. But this is the crazy part about it is they are changing the way we eat seafood. Don't just think about us. Think about the younger folk that like seafood. This is gonna be their standard way of eating seafood. And before y'all say, well, if that's the case, we need to get our own this and that. Problem is, we don't support each other. This is why it is so important for us to support each other. These people not gonna listen to us unless you start spending your money with them. That's the only time they listen. That's why I tell y'all, when it comes to politics, black folks will never have respect. Why? Because you spend your money with every other nationality that's at the table. Japanese at the table, Australian, the China people, everybody that's sitting at the table, you spend your money with them, and they don't spend your money with you. They don't spend their money with you. I'm telling you, the Arabs, the Indians, they don't spend their money with us. It don't matter how cheap you got it or none of that. See, when I was talking about them laws the other day, this is one of their laws. Their laws is spend my money with my people, empower my people. They're not going to empower you. We spend the most money out of everybody. The crazy part is we are participating in a culture change, a culture change, which is seafood. That's not how my mama cooks seafood. But it's changing the way we consume seafood and eat seafood. And you don't understand how powerful that is. You got to understand that it is imperative that we cook food for us and support it, and we spend money on us and we buy it. Not only just seafood, but shit, soul food, seafood, even though soul food ain't the best food, but y'all get where I'm coming from. Anything that we buy, we need to be selling it to ourselves. We shouldn't have another group of people selling it to us. It's not to be racist, it's just facts, bro. This is how we're gonna always stay behind. But more importantly, this is how other cultures can step in and change the way that you consume things in your culture. They are changing our culture, not just the Chinese people, but the Arabs and whoever else is doing it. And you probably ain't even thinking about that. You probably ain't looking at the Arabs at the corner store selling the fried chicken like, you feel me? You're looking at it like that. And what I'm trying to explain to y'all is, man, we're gonna always be last, man, because don't nobody give a fuck about us, man. But we need to start changing that amongst ourselves, bro. We can't continue to let this shit happen. You feel what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is this, man, we need to change this shit, man. But I want to bring that to y'all attention so that y'all can see that, damn, that's crazy that a group of people can come and change the way another group of people consume things just through business. I'm telling you. And if you go over there and you sell them what they eat, they not going to buy it because you're a black man. That's just their law. It's just what it is. Now, the younger people, the younger Chinese people and the younger people, see, they ain't really on that racism shit like the older ones are. The older ones on, they stuck on that old shit. The younger ones coming up like, whatever. But I'm just being real. You know what I'm saying? We need to start doing what they do. We need to start being wiser. But the problem is, when we do it, it's racism. When they do it, it's business. Just think about what I said, man. You know, just something to think about.
All right. He said some dope stuff that I don't agree with. One of the last thing he says about the younger Asians ain't on the same shit the older ones on, but I think he was spot on about some stuff. Kevin Carre, you just came back to the panel. We haven't heard from you in a minute. What say you about what the brother was talking about?
Yeah, as you said about the last one, you said about those younger Asians. They are just as racist as their older generation because that's who they're being taught. But with that being said, now, he was talking about the Arabs, but it's not really the Arabs that's making those in New York. I speak for it's the Afghanis. Remember the Kennedy Fried Chicken, the Crown Fried Chicken, and remember you and I had a conversation months ago about this. Like during the pandemic, the Chinese, the Asians were getting demonized because they were accused of starting the pandemic.
Right.
Eating bat soup and all that stuff.
Right.
So where I lived, a lot of their restaurants kind of closed down. But it didn't close down. They got that PPP loan money, and they what's the word?
They pivoted.
No, yeah, they pivoted. But what's the word? They reinvented themselves.
Right. Crab du jour.
Yeah, it started in Manhattan. If you hang up by NYU, going down, it's right off Broadway. Going to Washington Square Park, there's like a big crab shack, right? No, actually, it started on St. Mark's Place. But that one closed down, but it was a success. They moved somewhere else, and all you see in those places are black people. Then in my community, and some parts of Brooklyn I've been to, if you go on Fulton and Nostrand, there's a big one, and that restaurant where they open up, that used to be a black-owned restaurant. That went out of business. All you see now, you don't see much Chinese restaurants much anymore. It's the same restaurant, but they rebranded it as a seafood place.
Yep, crab du jour. You see it all over Brooklyn now.
Yeah. And notice the color too. Remember the old Chinese restaurant? What was the two main color? Yellow and red.
Yeah.
Now it's blue and red. But I can say one thing about the one where I live right here. They opened up one, and it's not doing too well because there's an established Jamaican restaurant, and it's kicking their asses, and they're mad. But yeah, we have to start to take back our culture. As I said, people think our culture is just music. And I know you guys get tired of me saying, but that clown China Mac, people are looking up to him as, oh, he's a great rapper. This guy's trash. We have to start taking back our culture, how we cook, how we communicate with each other, and just limit our thing. We got to stop letting people, and what he made another point too. We're so used to being shamed. Oh, when it's everybody else's business, but when it's us, it's racism. That's bull. Enough is enough. Oh, last one. Do you remember this in the 90s too? That place called Manners?
No.
All right. There was a few of them in Harlem.
Okay.
And there's one on Flatbush Avenue. It was a soul food. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it's a soul food restaurant, right? You see black people working there, but guess who owned it?
Asian.
Yeah, Koreans. Yeah. But I digress.
Dorico Cooper Photography is here in the chat. He's saying peace to the family. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
Goku.
Yeah.
You would never go to get Bahamian food if you go to a Bahamian place in New York City and you see a bunch of Chinese in there, you walk inside and walk out. Well, in the same respect, if I want Caribbean food, and if I see a bunch of people cooking Caribbean food and Chinese people cooking or Arab people cooking Caribbean food, I can tell you they know what the hell they talking about and walk out of there. It's not really an issue for me.
Oh no, Mr. Untouchable, real quick. A lot of them they work in the background. They'll put the black. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's probably the way they'll get away with it with me, because me personally, I think only people who from the Caribbean know how to cook Caribbean food. And I could be wrong about that completely, but
I doubt it.
Yeah, it's been my experience. If I won't get Jamaican potty, I get the Jamaicans to get Jamaican potties. I'm sorry. So I mean, as far as my food choices is concerned, now other groups of people may feel differently, but I know my food when I taste it. Some people say I know my food when I taste it. So as far as supporting particular groups of people or whatever, that's not really an issue. Well, as far as I'm concerned, but other people may feel different. So
But I do think he makes an interesting point that I'm sure a lot of black folks completely overlook. In that, like you said, I agree. I don't think any other group can cook Caribbean food like we cook Caribbean, like we will cook food. But if you start to patronize other people cooking the food, which I thought was very interesting that he said this, you could change your own taste for your own traditional food.
Oh, may I interject something too, Koku?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't forget also them Chinese they also try to do the Mexican food too.
Yeah, Tex-Mex, right? Tex-Mex in Brooklyn here is Chinese people doing that foolishness, and you could tell. You buy something that's supposed to have cheese in it, they're using the wrong cheese and all kind of stuff like that, right? Matron, what say you?
Okay. I was born in America. Let me start there. And they will, and I have talked to people, right? I live in Detroit. I grew up in Detroit, which means that I have talked to Arab immigrants, Asian immigrants, Chinese, Vietnamese, because those are different, and different types of people from all over the continent, just in my experiences of going to school and working. And what they do to the American Black diaspora member is they go and they just throw some shit together and they say, oh, this is this country's cuisine or food, or this is our ethnic thing. And it's not even their thing. And then they come into our kitchens and they try to learn our recipes, like soul food or different recipes that mama might have made up because it was a try me meal or a catch can meal, which is, I don't have enough nothing to make a whole elaborate meal, but I'm gonna pull something together so I can feed my family meal, and that becomes a dish or a cuisine. And then they package it and they sell it to us and to everybody else as their own cuisine or as cuisine that we should eat. And they manipulate us here. Because when I have talked to specifically Asian people, they say, oh no, what you call Chinese food is not at all what we call Chinese food. This is not what we eat in our homes. This is just a recipe we put together for you because of where you are. So I agree with this brother that says that your taste buds can be changed, your cultural perspective can be changed when you continue to allow other people to dictate through commerce what they're going to sell to you based on what it is that you like and or eat, and you let them infiltrate your marketplace and your dining room table and your bedroom, then you are sitting there washing away your own culture. The last thing that I want to say about this is that we have got to stop agreeing to pay other people top dollar when we won't pay our people any dollars, right? Like whether it's a t-shirt company or an educational class or a human resources firm or a published work or anything, or their intellectual property, if they so decide to sell it or they decide to come be teachers, we need to stop deciding that any other people group has value higher than the African or Black perspective, right? Like if I'm teaching a class or Oni's teaching a class or Bitter Medicine is putting together an event or he's selling t-shirts or widgets or whatnots or whatever, I don't care if it is a piece of crap. If his is $20 and the Asian person's is $20, pay us first, always, only. Stop taking our money to other people groups, right? Like we in America, when we really analyzed the civil rights situation, we sat there and fought and took abuse and disrespect to give those people our money. Instead of saying, you know what? I want this money in my community. I don't care nothing about riding your bus. Right? I don't care nothing about being in your restaurants. I don't care nothing about going to your schools. I want to make my schools better and superior, but That's what happens when you have an intellectual class that got into their institutions and betray us and decided to enter into their economy instead of bringing that money back and that information and that knowledge and those resources back to us. That's what happens when you have a mulatto class that has a fluid, racially ambiguous appearance, and they get to walk in both worlds. There's a movie on Netflix right now called Passing, and if y'all want to watch it and we talk about it at some point in time, let me know. But these are problems that we have in our community, and that's it.
What's the name of that movie?
Passing.
Passing. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just add that the thing that this guy is getting at too in the video is historically how colonization kind of works too, right? You get this foreign taste that overrides your indigenous taste, right? And right there, they have the ability to now come in and take over your economy, right? Take over your politics if you're not careful, etc. Before I let Oni talk, quickly, Dorigo Cooper says, I went to an Ethiopian restaurant a couple weeks ago, and the manager was Chinese. Marcus McGee says he's from Saginaw, which I think is in Michigan, right? And Dorico says, I'm from Flint. Oni, what says you on this? I think he only fell asleep.
Maybe, but I'll tell you something now. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said honestly, I thought originally that we should just get this guy some lobster or something. He really he was really obsessing over this seafood. I can't tell. Yeah, but Carter G. Woodson already told us this. Carter G. Woodson said that one of the troubles with Black people is that when we go to college to study economics of Wall Street, whereas other people groups just show up in our neighborhood and study the economics of Black folk. You know, the way how earlier we were looking at the stimulus package is the way other people look at us. You know, like what kind of opportunity do I have among these people? And the thing is that every people are making food from every other people, trying to get everybody, like OPM, you know, other people's money, right? You have to, like, one time I accidentally, there was like a sale on one of these delivery services, like 2 for 1 or something. I accidentally got some, like I was in my, I said to myself, let me try something different, you know? I went and got me some sushi because I thought, you know, let me see, you know, it's 2 for 1, you know, let me try this. This thing was like from them, you know, the people with the hats, you know, I didn't know, like, you know, later on you see the titles all like,
oh, I think I know that place too. Yeah.
Man, that thing was bad.
Yeah.
That thing was bad. It was like, ew.
It was dry.
Ew.
Yeah, I remember that place. Yeah.
It's like cleaning my tongue afterward. But the point is that, like, everybody's looking for OPM, you know. And the thing is that, it's actually disingenuous to say that other people will not patronize you, because there was this Black vegan spot in Brooklyn. You guys, I don't know if it's still there. It was down by near the museum or whatever, like Washington Avenue or something. And like every people kind of went into there, you know, like they, like everybody went there.
It's still there.
Oh, it's still there? Yeah.
It's
everybody.
It's a chain. It's a chain restaurant.
It's a chain restaurant? Okay, yeah. Like everybody. So it's not to say that people will not support your business, but like at the end of the day, if we're being real, like again, you are the stimulus package for everybody else.
Yep.
You know? And so they're looking at you, or you're the infrastructure bill, you're everything. So they're like, you're the college scholarship. So
right, I got a question for you too, Oni. Go ahead.
Oni is a multiculturalist.
like my question for you, right? Because this is something that my grandmother told me that I have observed to be anecdotally true, which is that their mediocrity, right, will compete with our excellence. So you're talking about this one vegan restaurant that everybody patronizes. Are they exceptional? And would you patronize a Black business in a field or in an industry if it was just regular schmegular like most of their shit is?
Yeah, so that's one of the issues in regard like how you were saying how we should just patronize Black folk notwithstanding the cost. You know, that's easy for us to say, you know, but a lot of people are kind of like what Wazungu. What they do is they kind of trick you with really cheap stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like kind of like we like quality over quantity, but like real talk, most people are quantity over quality.
Yeah.
You know, and because they're quantity over quality, like again, like they can exploit you because you don't have the discipline. You know, they have people who have better discipline. You know, like I said about the COVID thing, they wear masks like even before there was COVID, right? We, on the other hand, we're kind of like, you know, it's all about like money's tight, you know. I was actually talking like I know some people back in like back in Ghana, like the way how they like the way how they have no money, like the way how that impacts them. Like they have less money than we have, obviously, right? But it's like, yeah, I don't remember. Like I didn't really eat Chinese food growing up, but from what I understood was that they were like the only people who delivered food at the time, and they were also really cheap. You know, black restaurants tend to be more expensive, and tend to be and they also tend to kind of be like a little bit impersonal, I guess. I don't know. But the thing is that Carter G. Woodson was also talking about that, how we tend to kind of like, when it comes to businesses, we're kind of like we just don't even have the business mannerisms. Or even if you do support an entrepreneur, what Carter G. Woodson was saying was that they don't really invest in the business. They don't really invest in the community. They don't really, you know, all that kind of stuff, where it really, like, obviously I would still be like, yeah, buy black. You know, obviously I would still be like, but a lot of people, it's kind of like the fatigue thing, you know, with the endurance thing, you know, or the, like, you go back to that other conversation. It's like other people psychologically might be giving up and we're not helping. You know, what we can do to stop that, unfortunately, there's not much you can do, because you're still in another person's nation where they kind of set the prices so that you have to charge more, right? So then you do have to be exceptional if you're charging more, you know? If I I mean, obviously it's like, hey, because the question is this: if I want rice and chicken, right, and the Chinese man is selling it for $4, and the black man selling it for $10, right, and the black man's and the Chinese man's portion is, you know, bigger, like 50% bigger, right? That's already a problem. Now some people might be like, yeah, go ahead and get the black man's $10 plate, right? And then, you know, you're like, well, is the black man even investing in that community? Is he really doing this, or so forth? And it's like, no, at some point you have to say to yourself, look, so yeah, I mean, is it mediocrity against mediocrity? Yeah, they're both mediocre, right? But then it just comes down to a cost analysis. You know, you're feeding your whole family for some reason. You're hanging out after school, like you're a student, you know, because a lot of times the people who patronize these Chinese places are like these kids, are like high schoolers, you know? And it's like, you know, what is in their budget? You know, what is in their allowance? You know, you get $20 a week or whatever. I don't know how much you get, but I didn't get an allowance, so, you know, but you get $20 a week. You know, are you going to spend it all? Are you going to spend it for a $10 meal, or are you going to spend it on a $4 meal with a drink? You know, and of course, you know, is it poison? Is it terrible food? Is it something that they wouldn't feed their own kids? Absolutely, but they don't have to feed. Like they're taking your money to feed their kids what they would eat. You know what I mean? You like if you're going to do something where you're a $10 plate, $20 plate, then you have to make it exceptional. In fact, I did this. In fact, I'll tell you this. I know I'm going, but there was this seafood spot down in Junction, right? You guys know about this. I think like Seafood Box or something. I shouldn't actually talk. I shouldn't really say it's the place, but I ordered their mac and cheese with, and I told Mitch this already. I ordered their mac and cheese with, I think like crab or something like that, right? Or no, lobster or something. Way expensive, like $20+ right?
Yep.
And it was not good.
Yep. I went in there.
Huh?
I went in that same spot you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you go out to support your people, and then they say, look, it's going to be an arm and a leg, and you say, sure, I got you. And then it's just not up there. Now, I could tell you guys about this Haitian spot that got some good mac and cheese that I go to now. It's like, yeah, you know, even though that mac and cheese is like $13, which is not that, it's not even that bad, to be honest. But I go and I get that because it's like you guys are putting, like, yeah, you have to be exceptional. Like, if you're asking for that exceptional money, you should be exceptional. If you're giving me lobster, like a little tiny piece of lobster with overcooked mac and cheese, and you're telling me to spend $26, and then you shame me for not spending $4 with the Chinese man, and I'm not spending the $4 with the Chinese man, but you shame me like, hey, why are you not buying my $26 plate, the food that you don't even like you don't want to finish, right? It's like, well, because you didn't really put your elbow in it.
Yeah.
Right.
Before we see our discipline as far as collectively to another group of people and say we are not as disciplined as these groups of people, I would just want whoever was speaking to just consider Jordans. You know, when Jordans come out collectively, black men in large mass numbers, you know, run to get Jordans, make a collective financial decisions to purchase that item.
Don't forget the iPhones.
As far as Jay-Z, if Jay-Z say, well, these shades are hot, you know, these are what's in, you know, collectively large mass numbers of black folks decide to spend or purchase a particular item. On this very show, we saw, you know, how the idea of Jesus and the concept of Jesus collectively is affect mass numbers of black people. Why? Through particular individuals and say or convince them that this is a particular way to go, and they were willing to die for that kind of belief. That's the kind of discipline we have, you know. So I would not necessarily cede the as far as discipline goes to other groups of people. We are just as disciplined. It's just what we decide or choose to be disciplined about as far as our behavior is concerned.
Yeah. All right. So I would just to tell you, I would say that is a lack of discipline. You know, so like if you're just doing whatever according to nobody, then that's a lack of discipline.
Right, but I would challenge you with, I don't necessarily think that's a lack of discipline versus displaced value. Like you're identifying a set of behaviors, or you're placing value on Jordans, on what Jay-Z says, on a trending topic, on an invisible sky daddy, some other idea, some deist understanding of the world. Like I don't necessarily, we are disciplined people, because when we go to church, it's like we there at 6, we don't leave until 3, we fast, we pray, we do the rituals, we pay the money, we do all the things that we're supposed to do, right? But but we're doing those things investing in someone else's idea, identity, and someone else's vision. We have a displaced set of values. If somebody said, look, your tithe needs to go to Oni Tase. Your 10% needs to go to KWAZ radio. We're going to do this, or you are supposed to do this because God said so. God said send 10% right now. I see it right now. That Cash App that's scrolling on the bottom. God told me, I heard him say right now, just empty your bank account and Cash App Bitter Meds right now with everything that's in your bank account. God told me to tell you that. That's what God told me to tell you today, right? Like we have the discipline to do that and live and operate on faith. We got, whether we got children that can't eat, whether we got clothes on our back, whether we got gas in our car to get back to the job that we just gave you all the money that we had, right? If they say that God said that, we have an incredible amount of discipline. We have displaced values.
Absolutely. And ultimately, the ultimate discipline we have is our devotion to the white supremacy and whatever he doles out. Because despite how he mistreats us, despite how he disparages us, despite how he demeans us, we'd like to do everything to stay close to him and not want to divorce ourselves or divest ourselves from whatever he's trying to do. So I think that we are a loyal dog, been that way for 400 years and continue to be that way up to this point.
Yeah. So I would just add that, so I'm using the word discipline a little differently in the sense of like more like in the military war sense. in the sense of, like, an example would be like if the Britain and Germany were at war, right, or England and Germany are at war, if you're a German and you're fighting for the British, then you don't have discipline. And in terms of, like, in the perspective of the Germans, like, you do not have discipline. So that's what I mean by that. Like, we are more so a people who are being controlled by another people. So I could see how you guys are saying that we are disciplined by the other people, or that we have discipline for the other people. But from the perspective of us having discipline for our own interests, which I would usually say that discipline is more so what you or your people choose for you, as opposed to what other people choose for you, right? If by the perspective of discipline for us as individuals, then that's what we don't have. Now we have.
Well, we agree. We agree.
loyalty
When
to
you
other
talk
people.
about, we agree. When you talk about having discipline, where it goes to our own best interest, even if it's selfish, as far as that goes, we have a lack of different discipline. They say, well, my American brothers and sisters say you're off code. You know what I mean? But as far as our best interest, what benefits us the most collectively as a group, I agree. We have a lack of discipline when it comes to those concerns. But as far as the whole idea, discipline itself, I disagree. I think that we do have discipline, but if it's as long as it's against our personal interests and even our group interests, and we show that on a daily basis. But that's another matter.
Kari, I'll give you the last word on this one.
All I gotta say is black first, black always, black forever.
All right. In the chat, we have Drigo Cooper saying, I've been to Hong Kong and Macau, and the quote-unquote Chinese food is totally different over there than what we are being served up over here. Generally speaking, we have no idea what Chinese food is in America. He says Tanzania has over 30,000 years of documented fishing history. And just now he just said, while we are purchasing quote-unquote Jordans and feeling disrespected when another one of our people steps on them in the club. However, we don't feel disrespected when Michael Jordan is buying stock in ... prisons and whatnot. Although that has been, I think, debunked that he put money into prisons. But, I think this was a good prompt in that I think it does come back to that whole Marcus Garvey, that Garveyite mindset. Spend your money with your people and our people. To just echo something Oni said, we have to have some pride in our dealings as well. When it comes to business, I talked about this in an old episode of how we have to have a business approach to how we do stuff. We really need to start having more of a business approach in what we do. We gotta look to be, if we're going to be an organizer, for example, we got to be a top tier organizer, right? That's one thing I like about in Garvey's message to the people. He talks about if you're going to be a speaker, there's certain things you got to do when you speak. He even gets into going down to the drugstore and buying shit to clear out your throat and nostrils and all kind of stuff, right? So yeah, we got to be about that quality, right? We have to entice our people to the same way these other folks can entice us for mediocre shit. We need to entice our people to come and get quality stuff from our own folks.
Oh, I should say actually this. So there's another place in on the Junction. There's I can't remember the name of it. I think I passed you one time and I was like, I just came from there. But they have like their lunch special where they have like a $4 plate, Mm-hmm. Like sometimes if you're trying to, because the thing is these Chinese are capturing particular markets, and the $26 plate is not really any real, like the $26 plate is for like seafood lovers, but you really have to put your elbow into it, because I wasn't going to buy that I wasn't going to buy that regularly, because like and I would buy it regularly if it were good. Not that I have that kind of money. I'm just saying that like I would support a black business, if it were good. But if it's not exceptional, I'm not going to be spending $26 on something that doesn't even taste good. Like I said, the mac and cheese for the Haitian spot, that's exceptional. I got that's exceptional. Now I can't eat too much mac and cheese because I'm trying to lose weight, but otherwise, I go down there and it's great. Like I said, there's a spot down on the junction where they say, you know what, these kids want food for cheap, so we're gonna give them a $4 plate and we're going to make money that way. But if you're not like you have to have a business mindset on top of that. And this is the thing that the Chinese bring. The Chinese and the Chinese. I did mention this on Revolutionary Matrons program. The Chinese are well-known counterfeiters. Okay, they are masters at counterfeiting.
Yep.
It's a part of their. I guess you could say it's part of their culture, and it's nothing bad. I'm not saying it's anything bad about it. We say counterfeit, but it's really putting them ahead. There was a sister that told me that they used to ask her how to make bean pies when she was in the Nation of Islam, and so they could sell bean pies in China or wherever. But the point is that you are supposed to be counterfeiting and copying other people and promote and doing some stuff. You're supposed to have black-owned pizza stores and black-owned, all that. You're supposed to have everything, but sitting down and being like, "Why are you changing my diet?" It's like, well, look. Somebody's going to be selling you food. Somebody's going to try to get that money out of your pocket. And if that's how they want to get the money out of your, if that's how you are vulnerable, they will exploit it. People will exploit your vulnerabilities 9 times out of 10.
I also wanted to just add, Oni, you just came back from the continent. We didn't even highlight any of those things, but you said you looked for jollof rice or you were looking for some dish, and when you went to go get the dish, you were directed to a what kind of restaurant? Who was running it?
I think you're muted, Oni. Hold on.
Oh, I'm muted?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk.
Oh, yeah. So I said, them Arabs all the way down in Africa, they have it, and the people in Africa are just sitting by if you want some good food, go to that. If you want some good food, go there. Yeah, and it's I bought the pizza one time, and I bought the jollof the other time. I was my first day, so I didn't really I couldn't tell the jollof was not that good. It wasn't, but it's whatever. The pizza was awful. But who's gonna get good pizza in Africa? No. Although there was another place. Not to say that I got some pizza later too. But the thing is that you have to go after OPM. That's one of the main things. You want to go after your own money, sure, but you also want to go after OPM. And other people going after OPM, that's just you being vulnerable. They're not as vulnerable, and that's fine.
Oni, let me help you with something. Anywhere in the world you go, right? You gonna see something with say either Jamaican or some Caribbean hotspot. They have a revolutionary dish that it'll get you to either lunch or dinner. It's called a patty, right? Patty and a ginger beer drink, ginger beer soda, less than $4 anywhere in the world. It could get you to at least, and it's not bad, it's edible, you know what I mean? And it'll get you to at least lunch or dinner. Okay, it's very cheap and inexpensive. You don't have to pay a whole lot of money for it. A patty and a ginger beer soda. It'll get you anywhere in the world, brother. It's cheap food. You don't have to go to the Chinese, and you can stick to blackness all day long.
I don't go to Chinese. I was just speaking for the people in general, like the masses in general, that they what's their motivation and why they're doing what they're doing. Yes. So me personally, I like I said, I go to that Haitian spot. I go to the Haitian spot. I go to the Jamaican spot. I go wherever. I mostly do black businesses. Okay. But even that, there's this black restaurant here. I was trying to do some what was it called? Ordering, it was a black owned pizza store, right? They open at 4:00.
Yes. I understand.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. And you know what? I think that going back to the topic that we were kind of sort of highlighting, that racial pride, that Garveyism, that understanding that it's black first, black only, black forever. Like, there are a lot of people that's like, oh, I don't want to eat, patties, because a patty is like a pasty, and up here in Michigan, like pasties are sold at the Polish restaurants, right? Or like in Louisiana, it would have been like a po' boy, right? Which is like a sandwich that's got whatever lunch meat. Sometimes it has shrimp, sometimes it has all types of other little things, and a slaw, and it's stuffed in a hoagie roll, and you eat it, right?
Making me hungry.
But we have to get back to, this is why I say it's not about lack of discipline. It's not even really about lack of money. It's about lack of values. We don't appreciate what our culture is. We don't know, we even when we know what our culture is, we think that it's trash, right? And a lot of times we dismiss those things that are the po' boy sandwiches and the pasty, the patties, and the jollof rice, or whatever basic rice dish, or rice-a-roni and chicken, or whatever it is, macaroni and cheese, whatever it is that is a dish that you remember when you were growing up, that was something quick that mama made, that will fill you up and
Standard.
see you through, right?
Yes.
We don't value that aspect of our culture, and we want something different. So we go spend $4 and we walk away our wealth $3 to $4 at a time, or $26 at a time, into somebody else's culture. And then the other thing, the last thing I want to say, I know I've been talking a lot, I apologize, but the last thing I wanted to say was that, when I talk about our excellence having to compete with their mediocrity, I'm not really talking about like when you're dealing with a restaurant that doesn't serve good food. Like, there are a lot of restaurants, like there was a place here in Detroit called Sweet Lorraine's. Sweet Lorraine's was initially, before a white lady bought it and ran it out of business, was an African American mother and daughter team, and they were cooking soulful dishes, and they had like, one of them had went to culinary art school, and like it would do like a chicken pecan with pralines and the mashed potatoes, and oh my good, it was the bomb. Okay. And it was the bomb. Okay. And like and it was another place called Southern Fires. They would do smothered chicken and smothered pork chops with gravy, and I'm just saying, it was just the bomb, right? Like all of these places, right? And people didn't want to go pay them $26, $36, for a full 3 to 5 course meal, okay, which was their average. Okay, you could go in there and spend $200-$300 on a meal, but on average, like, it's $26 to $38 for a decent meal, a nice size, decent atmosphere and environment, live piano if you stay there, or you could take it with you or whatever, right? They don't want to pay those places that kind of money, but they'll go to some place like Bahama Breeze, or they'll go to Ming Chong, whatever, and buy their most expensive thing, or they go into the Crab House, which we don't have any investment in, and they'll go spend $60 there to be treated almost like crap. And their mediocrity competed with our excellence, and those are the types of things that frustrate me. So that's when I go off into the frustration. We have displaced values.
Matron, I want to respond to your statement, by the way. The only reason, let me tell you why. The only reason we go into these ridiculous places is to impress you all. You know what I mean? Because we would, let me tell you, the brothers will go to them places, because they love the food. But y'all have this idea. Let me not say y'all, because I know.
But I know what you mean.
You know
and there
I mean?
are, yeah, I do. No. You don't even have to break that. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
Y'all don't even want me to.
As long as you know that,
I know what you mean.
It ain't coming from a bad place,
right? No, like I have so I'll tell you okay, so there's a young lady, well, she's not young, but she's my age. There's a woman I know. She and I are the same age. No, it's not me. No, it's not me.
It's you. Just say it's you.
No, it's not me. Yo, it's not me. No, it's not me. Like, I am the one that goes around, like, I go and twice a month, I try to go and find a black business or a black restaurant to sit down and experience it, right? And I'm in the process of trying to catalog these particular places so that we can have a better idea. And it's not like to replace a green book, it's more like to complement whatever knowledge you already have about a place. But that's a whole nother project. Y'all know I'm always working on stuff. I tell y'all all the time, I be throwing stuff up in the air. I be doing stuff all the time.
Yes.
But anyway, but there's another young lady. I went to high school with her, so that means we're the same age. I've known her since that time, and we float into and out of each other's lives. When I tell you that she wanted to go to some Italian restaurant, we have an Italian restaurant here called Andiamo's. Andiamo's, you know, you can go there and get 26 to a $56 plate, or you could have like this whole couples full experience, especially during the pandemic. It was like $220 for a couple, right? And she wanted to go to Andiamo's, and she got it in her head that this was what she wanted to do. And she went to her black man and whined and complained and denied him sex and favors and all types of other things, talking about this is what she, and I'm like, this is stupid,
It's
you
your
know?
man. I'm telling you,
Right.
man.
You're
Telling
absolutely
you.
right. This is stupid, right? And so finally he took her, right? And then she got into a fight with him or an argument with him. So then she came to me because I have a little bit of reasoning and sense, and she was telling me the problems, and I was like, and I am a single woman, and so like I don't give my I don't give my friends in relationships advice unless they really pester me about it. So she pestered me for like 2 weeks trying to fix her situation because it just kept getting worse. And so I gave her an analogy, and I explained to her how it goes and what works and this, that, and other. And she went and she said this to her black man. And then he looked her dead in her face and said, "Tell matron I said thank you." And I'm just like, see, this is why I can't talk to you, because he know that that ain't coming from you. And the problem is that that's not who you are, because you sitting here trying to make this man go broke to feed you at a
Yes.
restaurant to have an
Yes.
experience.
Yes.
That's $220 that could have went into an investment fund. That's $220 you could have used to start an LLC. That's $220 you could have did a multitude of things with, but you so busy worried about this temporary experience that you sitting here trying to make this man go broke and work for the man even more instead of building something with you or him. So
Oh
yes,
gosh.
Mr. Untouchable, I get it.
You could really have a course on certain things of that nature, but that's another matter. But I'm telling you, man, I think that who black man ain't gonna resist his own mama style cooking. You know what I mean? We want that shit. Yeah, I mean, we would be very fine and comfortable paying some stuff like that. But it's a matter of really impressing our dates, and our dates have kind of specific tastes. I don't know if they've been propagandized that way, but they want to go to Italian, they want to go to a swank, they call it swank restaurant, where they could tell their friends, "Oh, girl, he took me to this place." You know, a black guy could be fine going to a place, you know, spending the $26, but he know that that's not gonna impress her. He knows.
Listen,
No
I
cap.
have a whole I used to do it in real life, but I used to do it in real life, but I have a whole online setup where I teach women how to cook like good meals, like good like peach cobbler, pound
Oh
cake,
gosh.
like risotto, roasted chicken, how to make, like a whole setup where you really teach people how to prepare these meals, because guess what? Every dollar that he doesn't spend going to try to feed you something that you think is delicious is money that goes into your pocket. And
Yes,
God, if
sir.
I could get
Yes,
you
sir.
off of the fake
Oh
hair and the
gosh.
fake nails, where
Oh
you're
gosh.
not spending $200-300 every few weeks or every couple of months for
Mhm.
somebody's dead energy, and you
Mhm.
can take that money and really do something with it that is life changing. That's how Big Mama bought the house. That's
That's
why
right.
Junior got to go to college. That's how Big Mama got to actually
Mhm.
sit up and relax and was able to do revolutionary work with the church. It was women in kitchens cooking meals, selling chicken
Absolutely.
dinners and things like that that funded the freedom rides. But they don't want to hear that. Yeah, it was chicken dinners and Sunday takes and ties and things like that. And it
Mhm.
was money that initially started off from a good place, and it got perverted over time because some white man came in and was able to infiltrate your movement because they started the movement. So they was just going back and putting it back on course. But there's a way that we could take that mother with knowledge and information information and do something different. But see, people don't, I don't want to cook. I don't even know how to cook. Cooking isn't
Oh
even, it
gosh,
shouldn't be a necessary skill. It's just like, that's insane. Like at
insane.
the point that you turn over the right
Mm,
to feed yourself,
mm,
you
mm,
have already signed on to your
mm.
own enslavement. But I'm
Let
gonna
me
be
tell you.
quiet.
Let's give it
Let
back
me
to
tell you.
Coco. We taking the shit over, man.
Let,
You
let me
gotta give
tell
it
you.
back to Coco.
Only go ahead.
Yeah. So I one time I was walking back from like I was just walking and I saw this this woman from like my high school, and I'm like, hey, haven't seen you in so long, like I was like college age maybe or grad school age, whatever. I'm like, hey, I haven't seen you so long, what's up? And she's like, oh, I'm just going to go get some soup. Right, I'm just bringing back some soup home because my mom was sick. And believe it or not, she went and bought like, I don't know, maybe $1 worth of, or $1 or $2, I don't know, chicken soup from the Chinese person. Like she couldn't make soup. Because I was like, why didn't you cook it? Because, soup is like, just water and whatever the ingredients are. And she's just like, I don't know how to make soup. And it's so, yeah, we're in a different time. And I just want to reiterate the earlier point about a lot of times, if I were to patronize a non-Black business, it would be in a romantic setting or in a dating setting. It would be like, oh yeah, I really want to try some, Chinese food. And you're just like, what? Why? But there's no Black-owned Chinese food store here. They're like, yeah, but there's that Chinese store right there. You're like, oh, okay. So it like that's really like the whole context for that.
All right. Thank you all for those points.
Wait, there's one thing I want to add too. I put it earlier on the Discord server. There's a lot of horror stories about these restaurants, like especially those Asian restaurants, how filthy and disgusting they are. The one by Junction, right? The one on Flatbush next to the bus stop.
Yeah.
That one, it has to be like the early 2000s. I went in there, the garbage was like on the floor, and there was flies everywhere, and people were still buying from the Chinese food.
Yeah, you'll see that happening. Dorico says they don't devein them shrimp, so you're actually eating shit at many of these seafood restaurants. He says, quote unquote, the lost value system. Shout out to DJ Fish Grease, whoever that may be. Yeah, I think we covered that topic pretty well. I think the brother was on point with some of what he was saying, with much of what he was saying, actually. But the sad part of it is a lot of people won't really hear what he's saying. It'll go right over their heads. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 10. This is thoughts on comments made during Ahmaud Arbery trial in reference to Black pastors. So you guys might have seen that the Ahmaud Arbery trial is going on during the same time this Rittenhouse trial was going on. And to me, this was the more, if you will, interesting of the two trials going on. And they're still going on right now. But one of the things that made headlines earlier this week was the fact that I guess the defense asked that no Black pastors be allowed into the court. Let's see if this is going to play a clip.
Coco, we can't read it. The overlay's up.
Oh, okay. Actually, I don't even think it's covering the real topic at hand here. So let me just read this thing. A defense attorney for one of the white men charged with the slaying of Ahmaud Arbery linked a rally of pastors outside the Georgia courthouse Thursday to a public lynching of the defendant. Attorney Kevin Go, who was widely condemned for trying to bar Black pastors from the courtroom, made the eyebrow-raising comment Friday during a motion for mistrial. Quote, this is what a public lynching looks like in the 21st century, Goff told Glynn County Superior Judge Tim Walmsley, who promptly shot down the request. No jurors were present. So this is the guy here who was making the request. Goff said his client's right to a fair trial has been violated by a quote-unquote left woke mob. Over 100 pastors, mostly black, descended on the courthouse Thursday to support Arbery's family, including Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and Martin Luther King III. Sharpton organized the rally after Goff tried to have Jackson ejected from the courtroom on Monday as he sat with the slain man's mother and father. So this is some of the people they had out there. Pastor Jamal Bryant is up here too. Right. Last week, when Sharpton was seated in the public gallery, Goff told the judge, "We don't want any more black pastors coming in here." Goff represents William, quote-unquote, Rhodey Bryan, who joined father and son Greg and Travis McMichael in pursuing Arbery, who was 25, in pickup trucks through the Satilla Shores neighborhood February 23rd, 2020. Bryan took cell phone video of Travis McMichael blasting Arbery in the chest at close range as Arbery threw punches and tried to seize his shotgun. Arbery was unarmed. This case has been infected by things that have nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of these defendants, rallied Goff, who has repeatedly argued that the presence of the prominent leaders and the commotion outside the courthouse could sway the jury. Goff made the lynching comment after prosecutor Linda Dunikoski accused the lawyer of intentionally stoking public outrage so he could complain about it. So these are the three assholes here: the son, the father, and this other McMichael guy who did the filming.
I'm sorry, but doesn't that son look like he's inbred?
Yeah, absolutely. He's motioned for a mistrial based on something that he caused, she said. The conference Friday was held to discuss the legal instructions the judge will give to the jury after closing statements on Monday. The defendants are charged with murder, aggravated assault, and false imprisonment, for which they faced up to life in prison. Just to dip back on a topic we did earlier, the Rittenhouse thing too. One of the problems with the Rittenhouse thing, again, it's not our business, but one of the problems with that is they kind of overcharged him because they charged him for like intentional murder, and as if to say he woke up that morning with the intent to kill these two people, and that's always problematic. But what say you guys about this prompt here? Who should I start with this time? Let's start with Oni this time.
Oh yeah, so I mean, when it comes to defense attorneys, your whole job is to get your people off.
Yep.
So you use every trick in the book because you only get one shot. You only get one chance. If you don't, like, if you say, you know what, maybe I should have used that, it's not going, like, you lost the opportunity. The jury already judged. So maybe, possibly, this is a desperate attempt at getting a mistrial so that these people could avoid sentencing right now. Maybe it's feeling that they will be found guilty because the video is there. Maybe it's just one of those things where you don't really necessarily feel like you're in trouble, but you just try everything anyway. It's like how they say when you're trying to flirt with multiple people. It's like not flirting with people. Like when you're trying you're shooting your shot or something. I don't know what it's called. I forget. But you're just playing the field, or you're just doing the shotgun method, whatever it's called.
Yeah, you're trying to see what sticks.
Exactly. There you go.
You're trying to throw shit at the wall, see what sticks.
Yeah, exactly.
Kevin Conray, what say you?
Yeah, that lawyer, he's grasping at straws at this point.
Yeah. Matron?
Does anyone remember when Donald Trump accused the media of lynching him publicly? And in that area, they already said that there are less African American members of the jury than there are representative in the population. So you're dealing with a population that probably identifies with like a Donald Trump. That was used to evoke emotion and to try to win them over to their side, their idea, their ideology. Oh, you're not going to do this to our boy because we lost the election. We this is that. Like, this is an emotional play.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Oh, I support the prosecutor. You know, I don't know why. See, when the black so-called black pastors come down to the courthouse, I'm asking you. You say that you want to show support. Support her to do what? Are you giving testimony? Do you have like it's like some like exculpatory evidence that you're gonna present, you know, to sway the court? And what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you just so the issue becomes about Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and not Ahmaud Arbery, who was in fact murdered. You know, these media whores take the attention off of the actual issue itself and put it on them and their inability to be in the courtroom. You know what I mean? I'm like, why do you want to sit in the court to show support to pray to Sky Jesus? You know what I mean? To pray to your Sky Daddy? Get the fuck out of here. You are not presenting any evidence. Exculpatory, some evidence are going to turn the tide of this actual trial itself. So your only thing is, I can't sit by y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. I could be completely out of line about this, but I'm saying that your only presence in the courtroom is to sit by the mother and show your support for her by sitting by her. Fuck out of here. If you are not doing something to turn the tide of this case, and the judges don't want a bunch of people just filibustering the courthouse, you need to go somewhere else. Go run after another case, because what you are in fact doing is you are turning the issue away from Ahmaud Arbery onto yourself, and I feel like that's just being a glory whore. You know, do something else with your time, brother. The issue is about a young man who was murdered, and the issue should be on him. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton are very popular and prominent people. And I feel like the issue of his murder is going to be taken away from what happened to him onto these characters. You know what I mean? So I have an issue with these guys doing that. That's just me personally. But I could be completely out of line, you know, but that's just me.
No, I think you're on point. These guys are media whores. They had a name for them. Sharpton them is to get called ambulance chasers and stuff like that, right? They always, because the old term is no publicity is bad pub, right? So for them, they keep themselves a little relevant. As far as I knew, wasn't Jesse Jackson like starting to forget? Wasn't he doting? Like, but he's front and center up in the court, right? But they do that to keep their names ringing and keep their image going, no matter how much it might be damaging to the people who they're associating with. Does anyone else have a last word on this?
Yeah. What was it, like a couple of weeks ago when Al Sharpton went to the border? They yelled at him. They're like, "Get your ass out of here. We don't need you here." Them Hispanics ran him out of there.
Yeah, he looks stupid even doing that. Matron, any last word?
Now, just that I agree. And all of these people are just trying to figure out a way to make a payday, right? And we need to stop making it okay to profit off of the death of our children. We don't know what Ahmaud Arbery was going to do, what invention, who he was going to be. And just like these people understand they have a blood oath, a blood tie, a blood connection to one another, we need to understand that too.
Thank you. I posted the last prompt for the night. I will say to the chat that I like the chat, and I know it's late too, but I'd like to get a little bit more from you guys on these prompts, so that we can make the shows a little bit more interactive. But this last,
I sent you something too, Koku, in the private chat. So if you wanted to be, that.
Okay. So this prompt says, marrying down will cost you. So it came with an article. Let me read it real quick. The title says, marrying down costs educated women $25,000 a year. A less educated husband can spell financial ruin, especially for Black women. It is widely known that low educational attainment Neighborhood racial segregation and a biased criminal justice system are detrimental to Black Americans' ability to climb the economic ladder. But Richard Reeves, a policy director at the Center on Children and Families at Brookings, has found that marriage also plays a part. Marriage across racial lines has shot up in the past few decades, and a Pew Research Center study found that in 2010, about 15% of all new marriages in the U.S. were between couples of different ethnicities, more than double the rate in 1980. Asian women were most likely to marry outside their own race, followed by Asian men. And an Asian man who married a white woman held the highest median income of $71,800, according to the Pew study. Black women, however, were among the least likely to marry outside their own race. That wouldn't mean much except when we consider that Black men have one of the lowest educational attainment rates. I'm not sure it impedes social mobility, but it maintains a level of social inequality, says economist William Doherty Jr. from Duke University. That's Sandy Doherty from ADOS fame. There's almost a triple dimension of issues Black women have to deal with, said Chris Marsh, an associate professor of sociology and demography at the University of Maryland. One, they have a low, and I quote this, out marriage rate. And two, if they do marry a Black man, they're more likely to marry someone less educated than themselves. And the other thing that's interesting is that Black women are much more likely to not marry at all. The onus doesn't fall on Black women, though, Marsh says. In general, Black Americans face substantially higher rates of poverty than whites, 17 times lower wealth, as well as higher rates of incarceration. Blacks, by and large, attend the country's worst schools and are likelier to drop out before graduation, which has contributed to an environment where Black children are more likely to be born into poverty, and where they are much less likely to escape it. In fact, Reeves has found that 7 out of 10 Black children born into families in the middle quintile of the income spectrum will actually earn less than their parents as they become adults. According to the science, according to the science, the best way to ensure a financially stable future is to get an education. Another way is to choose a partner who has one too. In economists' argot, this is called assortative mating, which Reeves concedes is a particularly unromantic term that only a social scientist would come up with. Assortative mating has increased inequality because the rate at which a man with a college degree marries a woman with a degree has doubled in the past 40 years, leaving those too poor to afford college to marry someone else who also never attended. This is important when you take into account that economists find that between 10 and 16% of the country's income inequality is due to the growing correlation of earned incomes received by husband and wives. That's a conclusion by Gary Burtles, a senior fellow at Brookings Notes, which was cited by Reeves. So how exactly does marriage impact mobility? A white or Black woman who marries someone less educated will suffer a household income of $25,000 less a year because educated Black women more frequently marry a less educated man. The income deficit affects Black families more often. I'm not sure it impedes social mobility, but it maintains a level of social inequality, says economist William Doherty Jr., the Samuel Du Bois Cook Professor of Public Policy at Duke University, who also teaches African and African American studies. If we think the solution is to have more wealthy white people marry lower resourced, less wealthy Black people, I'm not sure you can enact that as a social policy. That's the end of that paper. Only to say, what says you to this marrying down cost?
Yeah, so it's just fuel for the divestors. Yep. You know, it's just fuel for the divestors. I mean, even if you look at that, it says $25,000 a year. That just tells you that white people make more money than Black people. You know, a year. Like it's not even creative. It's really just, you know, just another bash Black men or bash Black marriages, bash the Black family. You know, look at it differently and say, you know what, for $25,000 a year, I could actually be happy and not, have to have raisins in my mac and cheese, like you know what I mean? Like, yeah, black people don't make as much money, but it's because it's not our country. White people are not going to have you in their country making as much as them anyway, right? If you happen to be one of those black people who do make as much, then get yourself a black partner, right? But yeah, for the most part, most black people, quote unquote, working class, they're not going to be making as much as other people, but that's fine. If you're not only marrying for money, you're also marrying for progeny, for posterity, for black children, for your happiness, for your sanity. What kind of a fool would marry white knowing damn well that they are insane? You know what I mean? Why would you marry why would you bring an insane person into your home and into your bedroom for unlimited amount of time, unlimited amount of access? That's stupid. So yeah, this is just fodder for the that part of our race that hates themselves. And I really like
I agree. Kevin Carre, what say you?
All right. And this is my opinion. As I said, who's writing this? These are white people writing from a white owned media organization. Why should we listen to this garbage? They don't know what really goes on in our community. This is just projection.
Is the Atlantic white owned?
I would think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So you say it's just projection. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I would say that even if the Atlantic is not white owned, it's probably owned by the surrogates. If it's owned by black people, it's just black face white supremacy to me. But needless to say, I would say that for people like my sister Matron, who is unmarried, who is a marryable type of woman, I hope that you don't buy into this garbage, because a black man is much more than a college degree or education. A black man is much more that he could bring from the so-called white establishment as far as home. If you nurture that dude, he will take care of you like, through the years. Don't just look at him as a paycheck. He gonna be there for you, and he gonna be down for you. We've been down with you all from the ships, and we've been down with you all through Jim Crow, and we'll be down with you all through this experience, even though the white power system are trying to divide us through the means of education, so-called education, and these ideas or he makes more money than you, so you could dictate to him what he could not can't tell you, is all nonsense. It's a bunch of garbage. A man is much more than his listen to the hypocrisy of it all. The people who they deem to be the most intelligent, like Thomas Jefferson, people like that, these people they never went to any university. These people are autodidactic. They educated themselves, and they was able to create a university with the knowledge that they would have acquired, within themselves. And now they're telling the black woman, well, you need a person with a college degree because you ain't gonna be so-called equally yoked with him to be sufficient to be able. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I would say that you assess that man to his actions. You assess that mind to his temperament. You assess that mind to his mindset, and you be with him regardless of the fact that he may not be as so-called educated as you are. You could work with him. You all work together and you all produce what you all need to produce. But don't buy these so-called liberal, nonsensical bullshit lies that these people try to sell you. That's what I would say.
Hold on a second. Zuliism in the chat is saying destroying the family. He's saying it's destroying the black man in front of his women. Divide and conquer. He says the Atlantic is not white owned, by the way. And KWAZ Radio is here saying follow. Make sure follow the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. Let's get those follows up. Also, make sure hit the like button for this video as well. Make sure you're here. And if you're still here listening live, according to the ticker, there's quite a few people here. Hit 1 in the chat. Let us know that you're here. Kevin Carey, you about to say?
Yeah, it's owned by it's founded by Steve Jobs' wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says Emerson Collective is a for-profit corporation focused on education, immigration reform, the environment, media and journalism, and health. Founded by Lauren Powell Jobs, the LLC uses philanthropy, impact investing, advocacy, and community engagement as tools to spur change in the United States and abroad. So I would say it's a Democratic shill.
Yeah, that's important to know. It's important to know who's writing, because then you'll understand what message they're trying to get out there to people. Finally, I'm going to...
the editor-in-chief is Jeffrey Goldberg.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the final... That's the finishing touch, right? Last but not least, let's hear what the matron has to say about this.
So much, but I promise I'm not going to hold y'all long. Okay, so the first thing that I want to address is the fact that, $25,000, like Oni said, that's nothing, right? Like, that's what a kid in high school would make if they worked a regular job right now, like flipping burgers or doing something like that. Like $25,000 a year is literally nothing. It can't buy you a car, a house. It can't do anything other than almost pay some of your utility bills for a part of the year. So $25,000 is nothing. So they're trying to redirect our values. But what we're not looking at is the fact that, they in the article it said Black women are deciding to not marry. Well, it's not so much that Black women are actually deciding to not marry. What happens is that we age out because we've been misdirected by so many different things in society, whether it was the previous generation, the programming of the media, or whatever. Consciousness is hard to get to for a man or a woman. But while woman is facing a wall, a clock, reproductive viability, value, realignment, men are facing those same things, but men remain fertile for as long as it'll go up and go down. Like the numbers may change, but with women, it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? I've had my eggs have existed for as long as I was inside my grandmother. You know what I mean? So these things are problematic and challenging for our entire culture, right? But they're just trying to attack Black relationships, somebody could look at $25,000 and think that, man, that's good. And that's a lot of money, and this, that, and other, and then that'll put that seed and idea in a WAP loving independent woman's mind, quote unquote, that looking at you. This is another revision of the Black laws, the Code Noir that Oni and I talked about, where it's just like the least powerful person in your purview of influence is a Black man, because even dating him or loving him, allegedly, according to their logic, costs you $25,000, and that's insane, right? We need to recognize the gamification and propaganda, but we also need people that are putting out good, healthy messages. Coco been trying to get a dating show going on KWAZ Radio for a minute, so y'all help us out, put that together, work that out. but and it's something else that I've said, right? They gave her a miseducation and they incarcerated the men of a certain age. Okay. So when I graduated high school, I graduated out of a class of 200 people. 60 of them were male, 140 were female, right? And when I went to my reunion back in 2015, there were only 8 men still circulating in society of the men that I graduated high school with, which would have been my exact same age grade. And I found that interesting. There were over 60 or 70 women that actually showed up, and some didn't even come. But they had like a memorial wall at my reunion, showing, oh, he's deceased, he's incarcerated, he left the country, things like that. So of the available men, which was 60 at best when I graduated high school, that were my age, my same background, things like that, 8 of them are available now, right? So when we're looking at these different things, we have to begin to evaluate international marriage markets for men and women. We have to build communities that have these things into that we're considering. And similarly to what we need to do with veterans, we need to make sure that these people have a place in our society, because the divestors' voices are being amplified at an incredible rate. Talking about they kings over there in Europe when they kings over there screwing dead bodies, but that's a whole nother conversation. That's what I think got me banned on Twitter.
I saw that. I saw that earlier on Twitter today. That thing. I saw Only Say respond to it as well. This white boy in some hospital morgue or something sleeping with dead bodies. Juliism just said that the writer of the article, this J. Weston Phippen, is a white boy. Wow. I also think it's wow-worthy to consider that Sandy Darity, who was the big cog actually in the ADOS movement, is pushing this narrative. What do you guys have to say about Sandy Darity being instrumental to this writing? Kevin Kara, you go first.
I know nothing about Sandy Doherty, so I'll have to pass on this one.
All right, Only say.
Well, any man with the name Sandy, you already know.
What a whole ass name is that, Sandy? Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I'm conspiratorial. When you look at the backgrounds of Sandy Doherty and the ADOS, what's her name? Yvette Carnell. When you start looking at the histories and the things what they have actually done and who they have close relationships with, you would tend to, and I really don't like to indict anyone, but I'm saying that if it walks like a duck and if it talks like a duck, the likelihood that it is.
I get you. Matron, what do you think about Sandy Doherty's involvement?
Okay, I think Sandy Darity is also a preacher, or was affiliated to the church some kind of way, and y'all know how I feel about that. And he's a part of the intellectual machine. Y'all know how I feel about that. And Yvette is married to a whole ass white woman, right? And y'all know how I feel about who you lay up with. So based on my anecdotal experiences and information, my African mother would tells me I don't trust it. The fact that Sandy Darity is being used uh, as as a tool or as a cog in the wheel to foment some false narrative for African people, written by a white person that probably has other intersectional challenges and behavior, is a whole big problem, right? The ADOS people that actually do feel like they have something more in common with the poor masses of white people that have been cast aside by their family members than they have with other Black equals African people around the globe is a problem. So there's just a lot that goes into that. The other thing I forgot to say that I wanted to say is that as Oni was talking about what kind of Black person would, just for money or for maybe a more comfortable life or for a few $1,000s or some other material benefit, they would marry basically their enemy. They would marry a white person. They would do this, that, and the other, which is what the article is really geared at. I challenge you to watch the movie Passing. Like, that's the whole plot of the damn movie. And then that other movie where the white boy was coming in to change history. It was a couple of weeks ago. I forget the name of that movie, In Time or something like that, where they had the ability to manipulate time and change the past. And this white boy, who was the ex-boyfriend of the Black woman who was married to a Black man and was happy, but he was slowly but surely erasing her memory and inserting himself into her life. Like, these are the things that are going on. You will see, like, what we have to understand is that this is the programming that's happening. right? Because that's 2 movies, and this is a media story, and the cartoons, and whatever information you get when you go to a university. When I was in college, I was utterly weaponized against being with a black man, but I chose to be with black men for as long as I could. But then you hit the path of consciousness. So when I talk to you and tell you, oh, this pathway of consciousness has a level that if you don't break through it, you'll wind up stuck there, because it leads you to white people as your marriageable partner, especially if you come from a weakened or depleted or totally eroded community. Trust me, I accidentally went there. So I'm just trying to share with y'all that, like, the struggle is so very, very real. And then there are the lies that the racially ambiguous people tell you. And that's why I have such a problem with, it's some people that's not black. It's some people that, we need to really look at their pedigree. We need to better identify these things, because, what's his name? Sean King, like, that's a whole ass white man, because he looks like my ex-husband. But my ex-husband was a white man, and I didn't find out until I was getting ready to say I do, and I met his mother. Okay, because he told me his mama was dead, but she showed up at my wedding. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things. Like, it's some stories that can be told in our community about the things that people do and the lies that people tell us to try to infiltrate our community. It's a whole wide swath of things that happen.
We're gonna have to have a shoot the breeze about that white mom showing up at your wedding.
Yeah, that's an interesting story.
Yeah, that was a weird point to end at, But, like, I was like, wait, did she mention this before?
That's a real interesting
Yeah,
story.
we have to come back to that one. But I think that's a good discussion on that prompt.
I think that's a Marion Down will cause you.
Marion Down will have you meeting your white mother-in-law to be
at the wedding. At the wedding.
Hey, daughter. What do you mean? What am I do?
Yeah, fuck you talking about.
Who is this white lady talking to me?
Yellow card.
Yeah, boy. So let me just say this for everyone out there. Shoot the Breeze. I try to do just 10 prompts for Shoot the Breeze, because as you can see, we can shoot the breeze for a couple of hours well. But tonight, I have a late entry from Mr. Untouchable. Usually, I only accept these on the Discord, so you could click the link in the chat or in the description. Join the Discord. You could find the channel where you could leave your Shoot the Breeze topics. But this one I got from Mr. Untouchable just this evening while we were on. So we will finish on this one. Shoot the Breeze topic number 12. How come the world knows about Kyle Rittenhouse, but no one knows about him and the him that he's talking about? Let me see what I could find. I had it a second ago. Give me a second. Okay, I got it. So we all know about Kyle Rittenhouse, but not many of us know about this story that I'm about to post.
The Treasure Coast man accused and charged with shooting at deputies during an early morning drug raid in his home back in 2017 was found not guilty of murder and attempted murder, but was found guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. After a trial spanning multiple weeks, the jury reached their verdicts this afternoon in the trial of Andrew Coffey IV. Our Steve King joins us from Indian River County with reaction from both sides.
Andrew Coffey's family and friends looked relieved when they found out he was not going to be spending the rest of his life in prison, but they looked shocked when they found out he could serve up to 30 years in prison after being convicted of possession of a firearm by a felon.
We, the jury, find Andrew Jeff Coffey IV as to count 4, attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, Pat White, not guilty.
Coffey was also found not guilty of killing his girlfriend, Alteria Woods, who was killed in the crossfire after police say Coffey shot at Indian River County Sheriff's deputies during an early morning drug raid in 2017. Coffey's defense attorneys reacting to the verdict.
I'm exceptionally happy with the jury's verdict, and they applied the law properly, and they came back with verdicts that were just, that he was in a self-defense mode, that he was protecting himself, and that he did not know that these were officers outside. So I think he's vindicated from that standpoint.
No matter what, he's never going to recover his girlfriend. And that's an emotional punishment that he will suffer the rest of his life.
The sheriff says in part, quote, "It's disappointing that this jury did not see that the tragic death of Alteria Woods occurred as a direct result of the actions of Andrew Coffey IV. Our hearts go out to the Woods family as they still suffer from a loss of their daughter, but we stand by our statement that she would still be here had Coffey simply complied with law enforcement."
Guilty of the possession of a firearm by convicted felon is charged in the indictment.
But Coffey could serve up to 30 years for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Coffey's sentencing is set for January. Reporting in Vero Beach, Steve King, WPBF 25 News.
Okay, so Andrew Coffey IV found not guilty on all counts of murder, including attempted first-degree murder. This story was recently, but again, we've been talking about Rittenhouse. No one's really been talking about this story. Besides Mr. Untouchable, has anyone else on the panel been familiar with this story?
Yeah, no, I've never heard of it.
No, me neither.
Same here. Never seen it before.
Okay, Mr. Untouchable, tell us what's your thoughts?
I'll quarterback it. No worries. I'll quarterback it. This case for me is a self-defense case, just like Kyle Rittenhouse, and it seemed to that black folks, are consumed with the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse did what he did, and the black community really kind of like rallied behind the fact that well we don't like this guy and what he did and the fact that he got off blah blah blah. I think that we should concern ourselves with our business, and this is our business, the business of the fact that this guy was trying to defend himself against police officers. Unfortunately, his girlfriend died in the crossfire, but he was really trying to defend himself against people who was aggressing against him. They didn't declare themselves as who they were. And the loss of life occurred not only to his girlfriend, but police officers as well. I think that this is an issue for us in particular, as we like to get involved in other people's business. That's not really our business. This is our business. Yeah. This is our business, and we should take note of these kinds of things and not be misdirected into other people's business.
This case actually reminds me a little bit of the Breonna Taylor case as well, right?
It is. It's very
I was going to say that.
Very similar to it. So I would just suggest that the panelists just look into it and just to really find out the exact facts of it. But I feel like the black people should concern themselves with what's going on with our business.
Absolutely. Oni, you have anything to say about that story?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just hope that, the trouble is that they got him guilty for possession, and they, because police officers were killed, you don't know, but the judge might throw the book at him for that, Yep. But my thing is this, like from a moralistic standpoint, if you illegally possess a firearm, but that firearm saves your life, it was a good thing you illegally possessed it, So I can't really, but obviously I don't know if white folk going to see it the same way, but that really comes back to, we're under white people's jurisdiction, that they are ruling on our lives. And, that's just our pretty sad predicament. So I would hope this brother doesn't get too many years. But they're already talking about this up to 30 years. So
that's going to be pleaded down, brother. Don't worry about that. That's going to be pleaded down.
So, Matron, what say you?
One of the things, because it does remind me a lot of the Breonna Taylor case, right? The black woman died, or whatever the woman was, because I didn't look at it, I didn't hear about it, but the woman died, right? The police were trying to impede it was a sister?
Yeah, she was a black lady. Yeah.
Okay. They were basically trying to come into the home. You know what I mean? The black man was trying to do what a man was supposed to do. These white boys these cops returned fire disproportionately, right? Because they're a bunch of scared cowards, whatever. But outside of all of those other facts and those different things, they want to hang this gun charge on him because he's a convicted felon. And this brings in the prison pipeline, the prison pipeline, where disproportionately they tell Black men to plead to crimes they didn't commit. They tell Black men to go to jail. They tell them, oh, say you did this felony charge instead of this misdemeanor charge, or forcing me to actually argue this case or this fact pattern that looks curious and or suspicious, but you could get more time even though this is a misdemeanor crime. They're gonna throw the book at you, this is that and the other, when you could just take this L, to coin the Arzuliism phrase, uh and take this felony, and then you have other restrictions. So now it's a situation where he wasn't even supposed to have a gun. He could have walked away scot-free if that fact pattern that previously existed from another point in time in his life and he hadn't got caught up into the prison industrial complex. So I'm kind of sort of wondering what that case was about while they sit here and try to look at how much time he's going to get, because I really feel like, depending on what the crime was, like, was it a petty drug crime or was it something really quote unquote heinous that he was accused of or that he did previously that caused him to get that felony?
I'm not certain. Mr. Untouchable, how did you come across this story?
I think I was on another guy's, another Afro, a Pan-Africanist guy was talking about it earlier, and I kind of like researched the case, some of the facts of the case itself, and I was kind of gobsmacked by it because I'm like, man, I didn't hear about this shit. The world is consumed about Kyle Rittenhouse and what he did. And I'm thinking to myself, well, why don't the black community should know about this? So I had to put it out there, to have us, the intelligent people and the informed people among us, to really try to find out, about this case and really put it out there, because this is our business. This is our business, no doubt about it.
In your research, did you find out why the police were at his door?
Well, it's as they say. These guys talk about drug. This guy has have possible drug felonies against him, and they're gonna look him. But that's what they always say. That's what they always say. But I really need to do some more research about it, as far as the factual scenario goes, and really need to get into details about who he is and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I really wanted to put it out there, because this is an issue for us to really explore a little bit more.
Kevin Kyrie. Oh, matron.
Okay. I'll let the matron talk first. Ladies first.
Yes. Matron and Kyrie.
Oh, I appreciate that. I was just gonna say that this is also a case for get your gun rights together. Get yourself complete and fully trained and legal and equipped with the weaponry that you need, because what this establishes, versus what the Kyle Rittenhouse case establishes, what this establishes is that we do have different defense rights and things like that, and this particular piece of case law is something that we need to look at more critically for the benefit and advancement and empowerment of African people, because these were cops. This was a Black man in a unique situation, and whatever case law fact pattern was applicable here needs to be the case law fact pattern that we should be able to replicate results from.
Thank you. Kyrie?
Yes, first things first, my heart goes out to that young lady that died. May she rest in heaven. But to those pigs, they can go fuck themselves. May he burn in hell. May his family burn in hell too. I hate those bastards. I really hate cops. I really do hate cops. I don't wish any. I would not kill one, but I'll just say I hate them with a passion.
No, don't say that. Don't say that over the internet.
I'm sorry, but it gets to that point where every year, you hear about all this stuff about people getting killed by these people and they're getting away with it. And on top of that, with the drug war, which has been a losing battle. Koku, you know about Staten Island, right?
What do you mean?
All right. Who lives there is mostly a lot of the Italian, mostly white, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have a major drug problem over there. Staten Island, certain parts of Jersey. You go to Kensington, Philadelphia. A lot of these white people, they're high off their ass on heroin, fentanyl, and all these other illegal stuff. But for them, it's a medical problem. But when it was black people, oh, let's throw them in jail. Let's throw their whole goddamn family in jail. Look at the 80s. Grew up in this country, seeing the black people's doors being kicked in, the dog's getting shot, the cat's getting shot, the grandmother's being, there's a boot on her neck, and everyone's going to jail. But they want to kick this guy's door in, kill his girlfriend over some allegedly drug. No, that's garbage. This got to stop.
I agree.
You know, may that cop burn in hell. That's what I say.
Erzulism said, according to the Department of Corrections, Coffee was convicted of fleeing law enforcement in St. Lucie County in a 2010 incident, then battery on a law enforcement officer the following year.
See, this is the bullshit I'm talking about.
Wait, I'm sorry. No. This is garbage. They always say that garbage, man. They always say that.
This is St. Lucie, so that's Florida.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, man, this is the wild, wild west in Florida.
And I've been following. If you follow my Twitter, I've been trolling a lot the NYPD's PBA, Patrick Lynch. He's complaining that Florida is recruiting our cops.
Oh, that's the Wild West. It's the Wild West. So I mean, sometimes what goes down on paper and the official reports, let me tell you, it's not necessarily how it always goes. So you have to really take these kinds of, he was convicted of fleeing the law enforcement with a grain of salt, man. You know, we live in, your brothers and sisters live in America, so you all know what it is. You know, you all know what it is.
They're criminals. These people, that's what COP stands for, COP, criminals on patrol.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this, that okay, because how is fleeing the police a crime if they're illegally stopping you? How is resisting arrest because they wanted to arrest you? And these are the semantical questions we need to answer and have answered, but they never do answer them. And this is what shows you that you are not a citizen of this country. You are subject to the bullshit in this country, because the reality is that they can always arrest you at the point you decide, I didn't commit a crime, so I'm not gonna stop. I almost got a charge fleeing the police because the cop was directing me to pull literally around a tree-lined corner at twilight, which means it was almost dark outside, and he was pushing me to turn the corner and go to an even darker place as a woman alone in a car in Warren, Michigan, racist ass Warren, Michigan. So what I want y'all to understand is that this is what I was talking about when I said, what was the charge that he called a felony for? Because technically that's a felony if you're found guilty of that. And okay, so now he was fleeing the police, and then whenever they finally caught him, he fought them off, probably because he felt like he didn't do anything wrong. Why was they fucking with this black man? Why?
Oh, did y'all hear about that woman in Huntsville, Alabama? She was found in a police van in front of a police station. Her body was found in a police van, and they refused to answer any questions about that.
I do. Yeah.
How did her body get there?
This is the shit I'm talking about. These are the problems. That's black people's business, right? But they're not answering any questions, and they've just totally taken away our voice, our right to investigate, our right to find out any answers. And these are the things that we are subject to, not necessarily entitled to the benefits of citizenship.
Only time to say, any final words on this prompt?
Nah, I think you guys covered it.
Yeah. So I want to thank Mr. Untouchable for that last prompt tonight. Marcus McGee in the chat says we need to do better about not falling into the traps, and we need some kind of way to protect our own. That's fundamental stuff that we should have been figured that out too, boy. Damn.
Can I make a final statement?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. This may seem a little bit controversial, but I would suggest that everyone watch something called The Godfather. and the reason why I say that is because when if you notice in the beginning of The Godfather, when I think one of the Italian people who just came over from Italy, instead of going to the police to seek justice, he went to the Godfather himself, because he knew that the Godfather and his organization was organized enough to exact the justice that he was looking for. And the American government was not able to do these kinds of things because the American government allowed the people who had aggressed against his daughter to go free. And I'm not saying that you should, create an alternative government. What I'm saying is that sometimes we should get organized enough to be able to exact our own justice if necessary. Let me put it like that.
I get that.
I'll leave it there.
I want to thank all you guys who joined me tonight. First, I want to thank you guys on the panel. Oni from the Pro Black Perspective was here. The Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve podcast is here. D Webb from the Harsh Reality podcast was here earlier. That those guys and myself make up the network so far on KWAZ Radio. And as a matter of fact, before we go, I just want to remind you guys that KWAZ Radio is trying to expand the types of shows that we have on the roster, etc. So there's some things that you guys can do for us. Spread the word that we're looking for people to join KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. Oni, let the folks know what you have coming up on your show.
So yeah, I mean, I probably should have went to bed a little earlier, but I guess in a few hours I'll be live for AMA. Ask Me Anything. So that's gonna be fun. Yeah. So I guess 11 o'clock I'll be there. I probably should sign out now though, just so that I could get to bed. All right, fam. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. Revolutionary Matron, what do you have coming up?
On Monday, I will be doing Rock and Rev Discuss Principles. We're going to talk about word choice. We're going to highlight and pull some facts out about contextualizing critiques and correspondence with, contextualizing critiques and contradictory correspondence. I apologize. So just basically putting things into a more appropriate order. So 8 p.m. on Monday, Rock and I will be talking about context, criticisms, and contradictions.
Cool. Thank you. Make sure you guys tune in to the Learning Curve. Go subscribe to the Pro Black Perspective channel as well. Thank you to Mr. Untouchable for being here tonight. Kevin Carre, what do you have going on? What do you want people to know?
Sorry, I'm still seething and angry. I'm sorry. I can't say sorry.
That's fine. Okay, but you guys could look up Carre's work as a photographer. We'll be putting up some of his images in the near future. So look out for that. Want to thank Dorico Cooper Photography for coming through. Want to thank M. Chaka for coming through. Erzuliism, Janelle, Marcus McGee, who else? KWAZ Radio. I know I'm missing some folks from way early on. Bobby E. Wright, NYC Beauties. Achieve Mindset was here earlier as well. KW Don 7 was here. You know, so I want to thank all of you guys who came through. I think Tatum said hello at one point as well. So I want to thank all of you guys who came through, and most of you stayed the whole time through. So I really appreciate that. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, to its content. Check out the community tab. Support all the other shows on the network. Support the network itself. Thanks to you guys who've donated to the show in recent weeks. I'll be back on Tuesday this week. I will be back continuing nation building. Next week, Thursday, I'll be back reading a paper. I'll try to make it a John Henry Clark paper again. And then next Saturday, just like tonight, we'll be doing a Saturday night Shoot the Breeze, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think I forgot to shout out Erzuliism earlier as well. So Erzuliism was here as well. In any event, guys, have a good night. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.